So before watching this video, I want you all to mark your attendance first in the comment section and comment below and say, I am present and watching this video. So this will help me gauge the response to this particular video. This is a video, like you must have understood by now, this is a video for Claude Code, how you can make use of Claude Code to do professional level or professional grade development, wherein we are going to build production grade applications. Now, what are we going to cover? So yes, first thing is we are going to cover development with AI. So how you can use AI as a companion, to accelerate your development or to accelerate your development workflow. So see, in traditional development or development before the AI world, you had to write, you had to create, you had to do the project setup. You had to do the configuration for it to, for the project to work with something else. These days, you can make use of AI, wherein AI can pull the latest documentation, right? So earlier, what you used to do is you used to take a look at the latest documentation. For example, if you want to integrate an email provider, you'll take a look at the documentation. You will see how to integrate, and you will basically try configuring on your system. You will replicate that configuration on your system. Now, this will take 30 minutes, 1 hour, or even might take 2 hours if you get any sort of issues. But these days, you know the concept. You tell AI to do it. So AI is going to fetch the latest documentation. AI is going to, understand what needs to or how it needs to be configured for this project. And using the documentation, it is going to configure it for you. So you will write the code. But you will also be acting as a reviewer, and you will be seeing a lot of code that is being generated by AI. Okay. And yes, AI will make a lot of mistakes. It is not going to follow the production grade standards. Your code will break at times. It is going to hard code certain things which you don't want to be hard coded, and it should be centrally configured. So all those things you have to keep a tab on. So you have to follow production grade practices, because see, if you're constructing a building, you need to make sure your base is strong. If your base is not strong, then the building you construct is not going to be strong enough. So that is where you as a human come in, and you make use of AI. You leverage AI tools to accelerate your development, to accelerate your output. So yesterday, if you were able to do 5 tasks in a day, today with the help of AI, you can do 20 tasks in a day. Okay, that's the power of AI, and that is something that you will realize after the course. Okay, see, I want you all to also, so before beginning the course, I want you all to also think about how development has evolved over, a period of years. So initially, we used to develop, or we used to write code using basic plain text editors, right? There was no IDE or fancy features, right? Then came the era of IDEs, wherein IDEs helped developers write code faster, a little bit faster. So there were features like auto debugging, auto building, auto compiling, autocomplete. Autocomplete was one major thing. IDE could generate getters and setters for you. So a lot of thing was, evolved with the help of IDEs, and IDEs became, very important in developers' life, right? And people who used IDEs, they were able to write a lot more features. They were able to ship better and faster than other developers. And now we have the era of AI. This is the next inflection. This is the next point wherein, the developers are getting equipped with a lot more abilities beyond what we have seen so far. Now, I will also make one thing clear. Okay, This course is not a vibe coding course. Well, if you all are not aware of vibe coding, what does vibe coding mean? What does vibe coding mean? Vibe coding is wherein I write one prompt. You must have seen a lot of YouTube videos. You write one prompt, hey, create a to-do list app for me, and AI is going to generate the entire app for you. Now, you don't know what code AI has written. You don't know whether it has followed the best practices. You don't know where AI has messed up, right? But you have an app ready, right? You build an app, right, with the help of AI. That's vibe coding, wherein you have built a complete app without understanding the code, right? You ask AI to add a few features, and it adds features. You check it works well, right? This is good. This is good for, if you're building an app, like you're just building an app and it's not going to be used by a lot of users. But if you're building real production grade systems, this is not how things are done. You need to understand what things are happening. You need to make sure they follow the best practices, because see, AI can generate the code for you, right? But you as a human are still the decision maker. And this is because you need to make sure the base is strong, because everything then gets built upon the base. So see, anyone who has worked amongst you in a real production grade scenarios, they will always tell you there is a lot of difference in between a code that works and the code that you can call production ready. Okay, so there's a lot of difference. So yeah, this is what the course is about. It's not a vibe coding course. Here we are going to make use of AI as a companion to help us build the app. We are going to review everything. We are going to see what AI is generating. If AI is not following the proper standards, we are going to tell AI to understand these patterns and do it for us. We are going to deal with a lot of stuff. We are going to explore a lot of features of Claude Code. AI is not writing the entire app for you over here. Okay, you are still leading AI over here to build with you. And So task I'm talking about here is the repetitive task or repetitive patterns like the setup work, generating boilerplate code. All of that can be delegated to AI while you focus on making meaningful decisions like architectural decisions, business decisions, business logic, code quality. So you focus on that. See, AI also does not know your business requirements. Okay. It does not know at what scale the app is going to work and what are the scenarios around you. Okay. It does not know why you made a particular trade-off 3 months ago in the app. Okay. There must be some business decision that you must have taken 3 months ago. It does not know all of that. So this is where you as a human come into play, wherein you will be making sure that AI writes the code or you leverage AI to accelerate your development. So see, this is why real developers are not going anywhere, because there has to be someone to review the code. If AI produces something garbage, who catches it? For that, you need to understand the fundamentals. You need to understand what a production grade code looks like. Okay, what are the fundamentals of building an app? So all of that you need to understand so that you can understand what AI is building. Okay, you can review it. And if it's not building something right, then you can chime in and fix that. So to summarize, AI is an accelerator. Okay. And we will be building a real full stack application using this stack. So we'll be making use of Claude Code full stack app using Spring Boot and React. There is a database also that we'll be using PostgreSQL. We'll be integrating SendGrid, webhooks. We'll be making use of production grade features. Okay. And we'll be actually deploying the app as well. So I've not written deployment over here. So we'll be deploying this app also to a real server. Okay. And we'll be making use of Claude Code to accelerate our development so that you can understand how you can leverage AI in real work scenarios. Also, I would like to mention over here, the techniques you learn over here, the tools and techniques are not just restricted to Claude Code. There are many AI tools out there like Gemini. There is one good tool like GitHub Copilot. So these tools, the concepts that you learn over here will be applicable to these tools as well. Okay. So if you are a developer today, a Spring Boot developer today, and if you want to stay ahead of the curve, work smarter, deliver more, and do a lot more in less amount of time using new tools, new modern tools, okay, this course is for you. Also, if you want me to bring more such free content, hit subscribe, like, and comment and let me know what sort of new videos I should bring more on the channel. Without further ado, let's jump right in. Hey everyone. So before we begin, I would like to mention about the projects that we are going to cover in this video. So see, there are two projects that we are going to cover in this course. First is a very simple API. And this is going to be an API wherein we get hands-on with Claude Code. So here in the simple API, we'll learn how to refactor the code, fix issues. This API is going to have certain issues that we will learn to understand and fix with the help of AI. And this will give us a gist or a grip of Claude Code as to how Claude Code works, what are the things that you should be aware of. And then once we are familiar with Claude Code, we'll head over to a more complex project, which is a production grade customer support system, which we will take from our application, from our laptop or desktop to the web server. Now this production grade application also has a lot of features like, it has AI integration. Okay, so I'll mention all the features over here. AI integration. Okay, I do have AI integration wherein we will use AI to classify or auto-classify all the tickets. Auto-classify tickets. Okay, this will auto-classify the tickets into different categories, and AI will do that. We don't want to do this manually. Also, we will be having AI agents created, okay, to respond to tickets. Okay, so this is going to be big. AI agents responding to our tickets automatically, right? So this is there, and also we will be having a lot of a polished UI, okay, polished UI and backend running on a server, okay, deployed. Okay, this is what we are going to have. So if you come over here, okay, this is how the application is going to function. So you can see the application over here. Okay, now this is a very simple, dashboard. So if you're not authenticated, first of all, if you're not authenticated, you are being redirected to a login page over here. You're not being given access to the dashboard. Okay, now I have my credentials added over here. So I'm just going to say login over here, sign in. Now, once I sign in, okay, you will see over here, this is a beautiful dashboard that you will be building. Okay, now you can see over here, 6 tickets. I have total in 6 tickets. Okay, I have the resolution rate of 16%. How many responses AI agent has responded to? So how many tickets AI agent has responded to? So AI has handled 2 tickets on its own. Human has handled 2 tickets. Okay, and these are in progress and resolved. And you can see the chart over here. And here you have the tickets by category. So this is a beautiful, dashboard that we are going to build. Okay. And if you go to tickets tab, here you are going to see all the tickets listed. So you can click on any of the tickets and you can see what all conversations are having. So we'll be creating this entire UI along with the backend. You can change the category by clicking over here, right? So if you click on pending human, it is going to update the category. Okay, if you click on AI responded, it is going to update the category, right? And you can see over here, this response is AI generated. Okay, now how this application is going to work is this is going to be integrated with the email provider. Okay, email provider as in we are going to have an email provider. So customer sends the email. Okay, customer sends the email. Generally, how support system works, how support, if you have a ticketing system, how does it work? Customer sends an email. Okay, email lands on a mailbox, right? And what we are going to do is our application is going to get the email and it is going to convert this email into tickets. Okay, so customer sends the email to a designated mailbox. Using that mailbox, we are going to convert that into a ticket into our system and we are going to see it on the dashboard like so. Okay, this is how the entire system is going to work. Okay, I hope this is making sense. So if you come over here, I can even give you a demo over here. So I'm just going to send an email. So this is a real email of the application. Okay, I can mention a refund. Okay, I need refund for my app, for my purchase that I did on 30th Jan this year. Okay, so let me know, please help. Okay, I've just mentioned this. I'm going to send this email. Now this is a refund request from the user, right? This email was sent. I can click on view message. This is how the user has typed out the email. Okay, now if you come over here, if you go to tickets, this email will be automatically converted into a ticket over here. So if you do a refresh, so you can see on refresh, I got this ticket automatically created over here. And you can see the category is billing over here. It was auto categorized into billing category because I requested a refund. And here you can see the status AI has already responded to this particular ticket. So if you click on this, you can see over here, I need refund for my purchase. And here you can see, hello, I can certainly help you with the refund request. We offer full refund if the request is within 30 days of the purchase, and partial refund may be applied if the product is used for more than 7 days. To process this for you, please provide your order ID and the email address. Once processed, refunds typically take 5 to 7 business days. Okay, so we are looking for order ID. So this AI has responded. So you can see 5:30 this ticket was raised, and within a second there was a reply also being sent to the customer. So this is like huge. You know, you have AI agents. Now see, not every query AI agent is going to handle. So there is a knowledge base that this AI agent is trained on. Okay, and if AI agent is not able to reply to a particular query, like it's out of the knowledge base, it's something that customer has asked which is not there in the knowledge base, it is going to leave the ticket as open. Like you see this ticket as open, it is going to leave this ticket as open, and me as a human, I'll have to log into this dashboard and reply to the ticket manually because AI agent could not respond to it. But this way, a lot of tickets, I believe almost 90% of the tickets will be handled by AI over here. Okay, we don't need a human intervention over here. I just need to log in and see whether AI is able to respond to everything. So I can click on AI responded. I can see whether AI is responding properly, and I need to take a look at the open tickets over here. So this can be deployed for my business that I run on EmbarkX. I can deploy this and I can use this to serve all the learners. So generally I get emails like, hey, I need a refund, or the video is not loading, and I have mobile apps too, right? So people, EmbarkX, my company has mobile apps wherein you can learn programming, you can write code on the app, right? And there is an in-app purchase as well for advanced features. So there are generally tickets for the app as well. So this application can resolve them as well. Okay, it can reply to those tickets, and I just don't need to be present there. AI will take care, and this way, customer satisfaction also goes high because the customer is getting the right response over here. That too instantly. He does not have to wait for 24 or 48 hours for me to come online and reply, right? So that's the benefit of this application. This is going to be real engineering. We are going to integrate real stuff, real mailbox. Customer is actually going to see the email. We are also you will see this application is entirely deployed. This is deployed on production. This is Render that we are using. Render is a service we are using to access this API or to access this application. There is a full-fledged backend that is running behind the scenes. There is a full-fledged database in the cloud that is running behind the scenes. All of this we are going to do, and this can be a great portfolio project as well, a great portfolio project. And you can also enhance this application. You can add light or dark mode over here. Light mode is there already. You can add a dark mode feature over here. You can add multi-agent management over here, wherein you can have an agent tab, and you can add your customer support team who can reply to tickets one-on-one, right? So all of this we are going to do, and you're going to love it. So let me know how you feel about this project and what do you think this project, whether you're excited to build this. So let's begin talking about what is Claude Code. So Claude Code is an agentic coding tool which you can make use of to work with your software applications, and it helps you build software faster. So basically it can read your entire code base. It can, get the entire context. It can execute tasks autonomously. It can write code for you. It can fix bugs for you. And it is not just used for, writing files, but it is also used for running tests, fixing bugs, opening any sort of pull request. So for all of these things, you can use Claude Code, and it's a product by Anthropic. Anthropic is a company that is behind this particular software. So here I'm on Claude.com over here. Okay. And if you search for Claude, you'll land on this particular, URL. And here you'll have to take a look at the products over here. So one thing, I'll add one disclaimer over here that the website keeps on changing every now and then. So the landing page last time I visited, it was something else. And now I think they keep on experimenting. So you might see something else over here depending on when you're visiting this particular page. But yeah, you can come over here, and at the top you can find Claude Code. Claude Code is a product. So you have Claude, you have Cowork, and you have Claude Code, which can be used for programming. Okay. And you can select this, and here what will happen is you'll see over here, it's built for developers, and it will. So basically what you're doing is you can make use of Claude in your code base. Okay. And there are multiple ways to use it. Like you can use it right from your terminal, in your IDE, Slack, or web. Okay, there are lots of ways. You have access to documentation, and here you can see a lot of other companies are using this particular tool. Okay, this is what it looks like on desktop, and if you scroll down, you have some pricing options over here. So you can just explore this particular website. If you scroll down further, you will see some use cases over here. You can see like code onboarding. So okay. Then it can turn issues into pull requests. It can make powerful edits. So you can use it like an assistant over here. Okay, it has powerful intelligence. It works where you work, and you are in full control over here. Okay, full control as in whatever changes it is making, you can approve those changes or you can discard those changes as well. So you are 100% in full control over here. And a lot of enterprise companies have already started moving to Claude Code. Now let me explain as to how Claude Code works. Okay, so Claude Code first of all uses the underlying Claude models. Okay, so let's say you have a entire code base. Okay, let's say you have code base over here like so. Okay, and what is going to happen is you have Claude running. Okay, here. So this is Claude Code. Okay, so this is Claude Code, and then you will have Claude models. Okay, like so. So Claude Code over here, the tool that we are talking about, it makes use of Claude models. Okay. Now what are Claude models? Claude models are models that are actually being used on Claude.com, and they are built, trained, and maintained by a company called Anthropic. Okay. That is what Claude models are, and your code base, Claude Code accesses your code base. So it accesses your code base, it understands what you're trying to build, any sort of bugs, whatever you are, so for whatever purpose you are using Claude Code for, whether you are using it for writing test cases or for whatever, it takes your code base into context. Okay. And it uses Claude models to get work done. That is what Claude Code does, and this is how it operates. Now, if you've never heard of what Claude models exist, so here I already have a link open over here. You can see these are Claude models over here that exist, right? So Claude.com/product/overview. So from here, if you go to Claude, and if you scroll a bit down, okay, you're going to see all these models. So Opus 4.6. So these are models. See, OpenAI, if you look at ChatGPT has different models, right? ChatGPT 4, GPT 3.5, GPT 5, GPT 6 might come, okay? So there are different models that exist, and different models have different abilities. So this is something similar with Claude as well. Claude has its own set of models, like Opus 4.6. So this is the most powerful model. Okay, Sonnet 4.6, powerful and versatile model, right? Haiku 4.5, this is the fastest model and a lightweight version for most powerful AI. Okay, so these are few models that exist, and you can go and check out the model details. So this is how Claude Code works. It's a tool that help you build software faster by doing a lot of things for you. Okay, and it interacts with your code base and uses that as a context, and it also will have your instructions. So we'll get into that, and then it uses Claude models in the hindsight. Okay, and who takes care or who manages these Claude models? So everything with the name Claude is by a company called Entrophic. So if you search for Entrophic over here, this is Entrophic, right? And this is the website over here. Okay, they keep on changing the website every now and then. I'm just adding these disclaimers. So you can see these are latest releases by Entrophic. You can see over here. You can read about their research and everything if you wish to. And you can try Claude, and you can see the different products that they have. You can also go through their pricing. Okay. So all of this exists over here. And these are all the products of Entrophic. I hope this has been useful. Alright, so now is the time where we begin understanding the project that we are actually going to use. So you have to come to this particular repository or GitHub repository, which is github.com/EmbarkX official blog API project starter. And here you are going to see this starter project, which is written in Spring Boot. It has the API collection as well for Postman. So we'll come to that shortly. And here you can see the roadmap that can help you become a better developer. All right, in the README file of the repo. So here, first of all, we're going to understand the project. What we will do is I'll first get this project onto my local machine. So I'm going to copy this project URL from here. Okay, you can directly download the zip file over here and unzip it on your machine and move it to your working directory where you're going to do all the work for this particular video. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to use git command. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to open PowerShell. And I'm going to make sure that via PowerShell, I have navigated to the directory which I'm going to work inside, right? It's my working directory. So I'm going to say git clone, and git is installed onto my system. I'm going to just clone this entire project here. So this entire project is cloned. You can see this starter project. You can see here, this is the starter project that has been cloned. Okay. Now I'll quickly open IntelliJ IDEA over here, right? And since it's a Java based, Spring Boot based API project, I can open it in IntelliJ. So I'm going to say open, and from here I'm going to navigate to my directory. So this is the project which I've cloned, and I'm going to go inside and select pom.xml. So I'm going to say open, and I'm going to say open as a project. So it is going to quickly open this entire thing as a project. Okay. All right. Some sort of sync field over here. Let me see what happened. Okay. Main wrapper, sync finished, error. Or let me troubleshoot this a bit later. Okay. And here you can see now this is the roadmap that has opened, the README file. So I'll just close this right now. And here I have the entire project. So here you can see pom.xml file first of all. Okay. This is using Spring Boot. Okay. All the Spring Boot related details, the Java version related details. Java version 25 is what we are using. As I'm recording this video, of course, there is 26 as well, but that is a bit stable as I'm unstable or just release. So I'm not using that version. Okay. But down the line, you can easily update the Java version over here, right? You have few dependencies. One is the starter web MVC for creating the REST APIs. You have this test API, web MVC test for adding tests. And then here you have dev tools. Okay. The endpoint related dev tools. So that's the entire project setup. Okay. And let us take a look at the source code here. So I'm going to go to main directory, src main java, and I'm going to open the controller. So now, okay, so it's saying project as JDK not defined. So I'm going to set up the JDK over here. Okay. So the JDK that I wish to set up over here is OpenJDK 25. let's say. Okay. So let me set that. Okay. So once I set that, I think that was the issue that we saw earlier on the terminal. So that's gone, right? So now if you open this controller over here, you have the application file, main application file, and the controller. So if you open the controller, you can see this is the controller. Here you have REST controller annotation because we are creating a REST controller, REST APIs, and request mapping. So all the endpoints here in this particular file is being mapped to this particular endpoint, API/posts. Okay. And this is the static variable that is holding all the blog posts. So first of all, this is a blog API. Okay, blog API. It is used to create, manage, update, delete blog posts for a particular blog app, for a particular blog, and it has all the endpoints to do so. Okay, and I've purposely kept the project really simple to reduce the barrier to entry. I have not configured database over here. There's no configuration of database. So all the posts are stored in this static variable. Okay, pretty simple. There's only one file, one controller, which has all the logic. Okay, so you have this create post first of all, then you have this get post. You're getting all the posts. You're getting post by ID. Then you're validating the post over here like so, whether it's of a particular length. If it's beyond that length, you are returning too long. Okay, otherwise it's okay. And then you have the delete mapping over here, wherein you can delete the post. Also, you have a endpoint to get the total word count over here. So this is the entire project here. Okay. Now, there is one more file that you need to take a look at. So this was a controller, and there is one more file which is the Postman collection JSON. So this is the Postman collection for this entire project. Okay, so I'm providing with you the entire collection file so that you can readily import this into Postman and use it. So I'll come over to Postman first. Now here in Postman, I have opened a workspace. So this is a workspace that I have opened. And you can create your own workspace in Postman, and you can be on a free plan. It does not matter. And from here, within the workspace, I'm going to import that collection. So I'm going to click on import here. Okay. And import is going to open this dialog. And now you need to select this JSON, wherever this JSON file is, to get this entire collection imported. Okay. So I'm going to quickly do that, clicking on files. So here you can see when I clicked on files, I navigated to this directory where I have my project. I'm going to select this JSON and I'm going to say open. Now the moment I open, you can see over here the collection was imported here. Awesome. If you expand this, you can see all the endpoints readily available over here. So you can directly make use of the project, okay, without having to deal with the hassles of creating all the endpoints. Okay, so this is done. Now let's do something. What I'm going to do is I'm going to run the application. So let us try running the application. So let's run this. Like I said, it's a very simple, it's very simple Spring Boot application for a blog project. Okay, the application is up and running. And here, so one disclaimer I would like to add. So I'm using Java version 25. So you need to have Java version 25 onto your local machine. If you don't have that, okay, feel free to use the Java version that you wish to. So I would recommend using the latest versions, like 25 is a stable version out there. So use 25, you can update the Java version to whatever you want. Okay, this is done. And now if you come over here, you can actually try getting all the posts. So if you try getting all the posts, you're not going to get any post. You can see no posts. So you can create a post. So you can click on this. You can see over here in the post request, you have title and content here. Okay, as a key value pair, and you can say send. Okay, you can get the post by ID. So you can trigger ID request over here. Okay, you can validate the content over here, right? And there are tons of APIs that you can use. You can delete the post as well. So that's how the API works. Yes, there are issues in the API. Okay, I know. If you have seen through some issues in the API, that is what, so fixing the issues is what this course is all about, right? So this API has issues, and we are going to make use of AI to take us through all the issues and accelerate our software development process. That is what we are going to do. So issues are there. I'm aware of that. It's intentional. Okay, so hang in there with me. I hope this project overview was pretty clear, because understanding this entire project, setting it up onto your machine, that is really important. Okay, so just do that, and I hope this has been useful. So now is the time where we begin setting up Claude Code onto our machine, and especially into our IDE, which is JetBrains. So here, if you come to Claude Code website, okay, which is claudecode.com, product/Claude Code. And if you're not sure how to land over here, just head over to Claude.com. Okay, Claude.ai over here, or Claude.com as well will work. So I'll just go to Claude.com. Oops, it's taking me to Claude AI, and just go to Meet Claude and Claude Code. Okay, so here is how you will land on this web page, and here you have the access to documentation. So click on this documentation over here. Okay, or you can even search for Claude Code Docs, and you will land over here. Okay, now to get started over here, I'll just zoom in a bit, and here if you scroll down, you can see Claude Code can be used at several places: terminal, VS Code, desktop app, web, and even in JetBrains. Okay, so with JetBrains, it enables you to make use of Claude Code plugin, okay, which is available in JetBrains marketplace, and you need to restart the ID. Okay, let's click on JetBrains over here, and you can see over here, if you scroll down, these are all the features that are available with Claude Code, and these are the supported IDs. Okay, and if you scroll down, this is how you can install it. Okay, so you also need Claude Code installed onto your system, I believe. So let me come over here. So what we will do is we'll also install Claude Code. So I'll come over here, and here we have, since we are on Windows, okay, I'll be making use of Windows PowerShell command, this one. If you're on Mac OS, you can use this one. Okay, so first we need to install Claude Code onto our system. Okay, that is step number 1, and we will install it via terminal. Okay, and then we will make use of the plugin from JetBrains to use it inside JetBrains or use it inside IntelliJ. Okay, so here there are multiple options. You can see winget. This is also another option. Okay, but I'll just stick to the native install, like over here. And what I will do is I'll copy this curl command. Okay, this is PowerShell. So I'm making use of PowerShell. So I'll copy this PowerShell command, and here I have PowerShell open. I'm just going to run this. Okay, so this error says that I'm not using 64-bit Windows. It says I'm using 32-bit Windows, but that's incorrect. I'm actually using 64-bit Windows. Okay, so I'm not going to troubleshoot this. This has to do something with PowerShell, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here and Windows CMD. So on Windows, there are two options, PowerShell and CMD. I'm just going to quickly use CMD, and I'm going to go to R, so the Microsoft Start button, and R is what I've pressed. And here in the run prompt, I'm going to say CMD, like so. And this is going to open this terminal over here for me. And I'm going to run this here, like so. Okay. And let me press enter. So let's hope this does the job. Okay. It's taking a bit of time. So I'm assuming that it's working fine. Okay. That's the assumption. So let us see what happens. Okay. We'll wait for a while over here. I think it's fetching it's fetching this. It's doing a curl request, and it's fetching this particular file here. Okay. And it's going to run install CMD. So first it's going to fetch this file using curl command. Then it's going to install. Then it's going to delete the CMD file. Okay, that is what it's going to do. So you can see over here the installation process has started. Okay, there was some issue with PowerShell. I believe I opened the 32-bit version of PowerShell. Okay, but I see x86 over here, so I'm not sure what exactly went wrong. But I'm not spending time troubleshooting. Let's move forward, because we just need to get Claude Code onto our system, and there are multiple ways already. On Mac OS and Linux, this command should work. It should do the job. If you're making use of Homebrew on Mac, you should use this command over here. Okay, and it's pretty straightforward. And then if you scroll down, you need to log into the Claude account over here, right? So come over here, you can see the installation is complete. Installation is complete. Claude Code has been successfully installed. This is a version. You might see a different version number because they have very new releases very often. So version number might be different. That's absolutely okay. Commands are not going to change. And you can see over here, native installation exists over here, but this is not your path. Add it opening to, so you have to add it to the path by opening system properties, environment variables, edit user path, and new, add the path above, and then restart your terminal. Okay, so you need to copy this. Okay, this is the same thing that you will also see on your Mac OS. Okay, so what you need to do is you need to search for system properties. Okay, system properties. Okay, or system, or here I have edit environment variables. I'm just going to select this. Okay, and here I'm going to go to environment variables, and you can see it said so it said system properties, environment variables, and then edit user path. Okay, so I'll go to path, I'll say edit, and I'll add the path over here. Okay, so I'll say new. Okay, so you need to add the path over here. Okay, I need to add it to the path variable here, like so. Okay, I've added in the end, and I'll say okay, okay, and okay, and I'll say CMD, and now I'll say Claude. So will this work? Yes, it works. You can see. I'll just say exit over here, or I'll just close this. Okay, let us try this in PowerShell as well, like so, and let us say Claude over here. So you can see Claude is working fine. Search for PowerShell. I'll use PowerShell only to set up Claude. You can set up Claude over here, or what you can do is you can directly jump to the IntelliJ experience. Okay, so if you search for Claude here, it's going to open this Claude. Okay, this is welcome to Claude. Okay, and it's asking you for dark mode, light mode, which mode you want to do. So you can use the arrow key to select which mode you want. Okay, and you can I'll select the dark mode. Okay, now it's asking you to set up this Claude Code onto your system. Now is the important part. Okay, so before JetBrains thing, you need to do this. Okay, or you can even do this after installing the JetBrains plugin. Okay, but I'm doing it right here. Okay, so see, Claude Code has been installed. Now there are 3 ways to use Claude Code. One is you need to have a Claude account with a subscription, and there are 3-4 levels of subscription like Pro, Max, Team, or Enterprise. And let me show that to you. So here, if you come, so let me search for Claude. Okay, if I search for Claude, this is Claude.ai, and here you can see this pricing, right? Overview. So this is the pricing that exists for Claude. So you can see free, Pro, Max, and then there is Enterprise. Okay, so you need to either have this subscription, number 1. Okay, if you have this subscription, you can make use of this. So Pro, Max, Team, or Enterprise. So Pro, Max, Team, or Enterprise. So you need to have this free account. Unfortunately, cannot use Claude Code. Okay, you need to have Anthropic console account. And with this, you have a Claude account with a subscription. But if you don't have a Claude account with subscription, you can also make use of console account and use API, Claude API, to access this. Or you can make use of third-party platform as well. Okay, so API meaning you can come over here. So if I go back, okay, if I go to the home page, claude.com, here you have one second. So platform, you have this platform. You can click on console login. So you can see over here the pricing, okay, and overview. So this is the entire platform. So you can see over here, this is the API based pricing. So if you're making use of API, you have Opus 4.6, which accepts this much token, this much. So all of this is being shared over here. Sonnet 4.6, Haiku 4.6, Haiku 4.5. And based on what you wish to do, if you are an individual, you can use this pricing. If you want to use API based pricing, you can use this. So depending on what sort of approach you want to take, okay, you can choose the approach over there. Okay, what I'm going to do is I don't have the Claude account with a subscription, but I do make use of APIs a lot. So I'm going to select Claude or Anthropic console account, and let us say enter over here. So it's going to take me to the browser. Brilliant. And over here, I'm going to log in to my Anthropic account, and it is going to authenticate me. Okay, so you can see, depending on what you choose, it is going to open the authentication page depending on what you choose. So just authenticate yourself over here. I'm going to enter my credentials here. So pausing this video. So since I'm using API based billing, okay, it's asking me if you would like to connect your Anthropic organizational personal account, and it will be able to generate APIs keys and everything on your behalf. I'm fine with this. So I've authorized myself, and here you can see build something great. You are all set up for Claude Code. You can now close this window. Brilliant. And now if you come over here, it shows login successful. Press enter to continue. Okay. So now I'm going to press enter to continue, and now here you can see some sort of security notes. Claude can make mistakes due to prompt injection risk. Okay, it's asking several things. Okay, do you trust this folder? Okay, so it's trying to access the workspace here in Faisal. I don't want to do that, so I'm just saying exit over here. Okay, and I'm going to say escape over here, enter. Okay, oops, this is not exiting. Okay, I think this has exited. So yeah, we have exited the Claude console. Now if you want to log in from the terminal again, you can just make use of Claude. You can see. So yes, we have set up Claude Code onto our system. Now come over to JetBrains over here. Okay, what I'm going to do is here, so if you come over here and if you check the docs that we had for installation. Okay, where were the docs? So if you go over here, okay, here, and scroll up, overview, just go to overview, and here you have JetBrains. So you need to install the Claude Code plugin. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here. I'm going to head over to settings, and here go to plugins and just search for Claude Code and say search in marketplace. And you're going to see this first plugin, which is Claude Code Beta by Entropic. Like I mentioned early on, it's the company behind Claude Code is Entropic, and you can see a lot of downloads over here, 3.2 million as I'm recording this video, and this is going to increase a lot. Okay, because it's gaining a lot of popularity these days, and you can see Claude Code has been installed. Okay, I'm going to say apply, and I'm going to say apply and okay. Right, so this is done. Once this is done, you're going to see a little Claude icon here at the top. Here at the top, you can see Claude Code. So just open this, and now you can see the terminal experience opened in the Windows itself. Okay, so here in the Windows, it tried to open Claude, but it did not work. Why? Because we have installed Claude Code onto our system, right? But we have not restarted the terminal. That is something that we have not done. So I'll just shut this terminal. I'll just say restart. I'll exit and restart over here. Okay. Okay, so the ID was restarted right now. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the Claude icon. And the moment I click on Claude icon, you can see Claude Code has opened over here. And it's asking me, do you trust this folder? Okay, do you want Claude to access this folder? It's asking, it's doing a security. Okay, it's telling, please ensure it's installed. Cannot launch Claude Code. Why is this error appearing? Okay, I've actually installed it. So I'm not sure why this error is occurring, but I see it's being able to access Claude Code over here, right? So it's asking me whether it can access this folder. I'll say yes, I trust this folder, right? So I'm going to say enter, and now you can see over here. Okay, now you can see over here. Welcome back, Faisal. So I've already installed this, and now what you can do is you can also run doctor over here. So doctor basically is a command. So to run any sort of command here in Claude Code, you use a / and you can say doctor. So doctor is going to diagnose and verify your Claude Code installation. So just open this and you're going to see, right? And it's running. These are the details, and press enter to continue. All right. So this has been entirely set up onto our system. So this is completely set up now, and I hope you all have been able to follow along and this was useful. Alright, so let's play around with Claude Code a bit. Okay, so here I have Claude Code open here. Okay, if I want to exit this, Claude Code instance, what I can do is I can just type in exit over here. Okay, and you can see over here, I've exited, and it is going to show me the total cost, the total duration of the API. Why I'm seeing the total duration of API? Because I'm using the API based way. Okay, if you're using if you have a Claude subscription, and if you're using the subscription based approach, then you're going to see something related to subscription over here. Total duration. Okay, this was the total duration of the session. How many code changes I did? What was my usage? So it's giving you a complete overview over here, essentially, right? And I can close this entire terminal here. Okay. Now, if I want to open it again, I can just open it this way, and you can see it just opens. Also, if you don't want to open it this way, you can open the terminal like so. So if you open the terminal, and you can just type Claude over here. Okay, it is anyways going to open Claude over here like so, right? So either you click on this icon or you can use it this way. So now I have this Claude open, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the indentation over here as to where this terminal appears. So I'm going to change this to move to right top or not right top, left top. Okay, so I want this to come over here on my left hand side like this. Okay, and here on the right hand side, I'm going to have the file window. Okay, so this is the kind of setup that I would want to have. Right now, I'm going to close all the files, and I'm going to just expand on this over here. Okay, so what do you see over here? Okay, so if I close this, okay, let's terminate the session and let me open this again. Okay. So let me open this again. Okay, so this opens again, and now here you can see welcome back. It's giving me a welcome back message over here. It's saying I'm making use of 4.6 Sonnet. Okay, Sonnet 4.6. This is a model, and I'm using API based billing, and this is the project part that I'm in. So it's just giving me an overview over here. Okay, and now over here it's talking about Opus. Okay, and it's telling you if you want to switch to Opus, you can. Now Opus is a more smarter model over here. Okay, we'll talk about the different models that you can use in Claude Code as well in a bit. But first, you can see over here shortcuts. So you can write a question mark and you're going to see a lot of shortcuts over here. So if you want to enter a bash mode, if you want to run some commands, you have to run it using exclamation. If you want to run Claude Code commands like we have been doing, or I'll show you more commands as well, you can use a / If you want to reference a file in this particular terminal, you can use @ and just mention the file. And is used for background, and /btw is used for side. So let's say if you're running a task over here, if you've asked Claude to edit a controller, let's say, and it's taking time to edit, let's say it's been running for a minute and you want to, until then, you want to run on something else that is productive. What you can do is you can run this command, and in the side, you can start a new task. Okay. So that is what it allows. So these are few shortcuts that exist. Now I'll talk about some commands. So first of all, if you add /, you're going to see suggestion like this. This is how you run commands in Claude Code. Okay. So let's say I want to check model over here. So you can see model, and this is going to allow to set the AI model for Claude Code. Okay. So just click on this and you can see over here, this is the current default model. So the default model is right now Sonnet 4.6. Okay. And here is the pricing for this. Okay. And so Sonnet is here. Again, if you want to switch to Sonnet, you can you make use of the arrow keys on the keyboard and you can say enter. Okay. That is something that you can do. Opus, Haiku, you can choose whichever model you want. Okay. Now I'm just on default over here. Okay. And you can also, so here if you see this part, okay, it says you can adjust the effort as well. Okay, so every model has a effort parameter. So whether you want the model to use high effort, medium effort, low effort, so you can make use of these arrows to switch. So if I use arrows, you can see high, medium, I'm switching, right? So I'll just stick to the defaults. Okay. And you can even make use of this fast command to run in fast mode. And this makes use of Opus. See, one thing you need to understand, there are different AI models that exist. Every model has a capability, right? So some model might be good at reasoning. Some model might be good at creating images. So depending on the kind of model you are choosing, you're also going to be built based on that. So here you can see Sonnet is having $3 or $3, $15 per million token is what it's saying. And Opus is of course going to be expensive. So pricing is not mentioned over here, but you can check the website for the pricing. Opus is going to be expensive. Okay, so let me come over here. Okay, here, and let me go to the API based pricing here. So if I go to, okay, 1 second. So if I go to API here, like so. Okay, plans and pricing, and here you can see Opus. This is the most intelligent model, and it says $5 per million token, and this is $3 per million token, right? And this is the output. So this $3 / $15 that you saw, $3 is for input and $5, $15 is for output, right? So that is how you're being billed over here, right? And everything works in the form of tokens over here. Okay, what are tokens? That also will come to, but this is how the pricing works over here, right? Now, if you come over here, this is how you choose the model. Okay, so I'm not going to change the model. In fact, I'm just pressing escape, and I just switched back over here. I didn't want to change the model. Now, if you want to tell Claude to do something, you can tell it literally anything. Okay, so let's say if I want to run the app, so I can say run the app over here. Okay, and I'll just say enter. Okay, so what it's going to do is it is going to analyze the code base over here. You can see it's searching for pattern. It's analyzing the code base, and it will understand what code is there right now in the folder. And you can see over here, it's trying to run, it's asking you whether it can run this kind of command over here, right? So application is not running. You can see in IntelliJ, it's not running. Okay, so you can see over here, it will go to this particular folder, and it is going to run this Spring Boot command. Okay, I can either say, or don't ask again. I can say proceed, or I can even say no. So I'll just say yes. Okay, I'm not giving a permanent permission for it to run these kind of commands. But you can see over here, it's running and it says I'll check the output shortly, and we'll wait for a while, okay, until it processes. Okay, so there's a pop-up. It's asking me to allow access. So I'm giving the access. And now you could see it took some time to start the application, and meanwhile you could use btw command to, ask Claude something, right? So this is running right now and the app is running. You can see the confirmation over here and you can access the API. So if you go to the Postman, okay, you can try creating the post. You can get all the post. Okay, you can see the app is running, right? You can tell Claude to stop the app as well. Okay, so this is something you can do with Claude. Of course, things like running the app, it's easier to just click a button rather than, or telling Claude to do it, because it will cost you if you're using API based billing or whichever. If you're using subscription based, it will hit your usage, right? It will count against your usage. But I'm just giving an example of how you can interact with Claude. Okay, I hope this has been useful so far. So let's talk about Claude memory. So see, you are working on a project, and of course there are like two kinds of memories that we can talk about when it comes to Claude. First is the memory that Claude has, where it learns from your pattern and usages that you are doing in the application. So if there is any sort of coding pattern that you are doing, Claude will learn from it. Okay, and it will try to, in future, it will try to bring in those patterns in the future work that you are doing with Claude. But there is one more kind of memory which you can have, which is called a persistent memory, wherein you create a Claude.md file, and this file will have some instructions that you want to give Claude in a persistent way. Okay, and there is a way to create this particular file. So what you can do is you can say /init over here. So I'm just going to run init over here, and you can see it is going to initialize a new Claude.md file with the project context, and I'm going to say enter over here. So what this is going to do is this is going to create a new file, and it is going to have all the instructions around our project. Now, whenever you start a new Claude session, okay, what will happen is it is going to load this memory file first, and it is going to get an understanding of the project first. So you can see over here, it has created this content over here. It's a markdown file first of all, Claude.md. MD means markdown file. Okay, and this file provides guidance to Claude Code. You can see when working with code in this repository. So it's like a project memory that you are creating over here. Okay, commands. So these are the commands basically to run the application, to build the application, to test the application. This is like basically to run a single class test, clean build. And the architecture is, this is a minimal Spring Boot REST API using Java 25, no database. Okay, single controller, and these are the endpoints that exist. So this is the entire, information about the entire project. You can see over here, DevTools is included for hot reload during development. So this is one of the dependencies that has been added in pom.xml file. So what we are doing is we are creating this file which is persistent. And whenever you create a Claude.md file, or whenever you create a session, not Claude.md file, so this file is getting created with this particular content. Now, whenever you create a Claude session, Claude is going to read this file first, and it is going to understand. This file is going to give Claude a context about the project, and that is why it's called a project memory file. Okay, so I'm going to say yes, and it's going to create the file. So let us also take a look at the file. So you can see Claude.md file, and it's a markdown file over here. You can see it's loaded this way. You can see, right? So right now over here, this is the preview. So on the right hand side, if just in case you're not able to see these buttons, just take a look at these buttons. This is like the editor. So this is the markdown commands over here. Okay, this is a markdown format. Then you have this side by side view, wherein you have the commands on the left hand side, and on the right hand side you're seeing the preview, or you can see a complete preview. So IntelliJ itself handles this markdown format in a nice way. If you want, you can edit on the left hand side and you can see the update on the right hand side. So you can see this is converted into heading and all. Okay, so yeah, this is the Claude.md file, and whenever you're working with Claude, and if you're working in teams, and if you want to have a project memory, of course, it's important that you create this kind of a memory file. And of course, it's not that once you create it, this is the final version. You can keep on editing. For example, let's say if you're making use of a particular library, let's say we add Lombok, okay, then we can add some information about Lombok over here in this file, and we can instruct Claude to use Lombok always for all the sort of new classes that are being created, and wherever usage of Lombok is possible to reduce the boilerplate code. So we can add a one point over here somewhere. You can see like DevTools. For DevTools, there is one point that is being added, right? So you can add another point for Lombok. I'm just giving an example. Just in future, if you add Lombok, you can say, okay, this project uses Lombok, and wherever you want to use or wherever you are, whenever you are generating new code, please make sure you use Lombok and the best practices there to make sure we reduce the boilerplate code, something of that sort, and it's going to figure out on its own. Okay, that is the benefit you get. So here you're defining patterns basically, and it's like a memory file. You can add any sort of custom specific instructions that are specific to your company, your project, or your coding style. You can add all of that. And whenever Claude starts or loads its first session, it is going to make sure it loads that particular file, reads it, and it has enough context about the project. Okay, so that's the project memory file for you. It is one of the important files that exist. Okay, and generally you would see if your team is making use of Claude for development across the entire team, you are going to see this file in action. I hope this has been useful. Now, when working with Claude Code, if you run your application, whether it's your Spring Boot application or whether it's a Node.js or JavaScript application, generally what happens is these apps occupy one terminal, right? So you run a command. So for example, here, if you see, there's a command that generally is used to run the Spring Boot application, right? Now, this command is going to occupy a terminal. If you shut that terminal, the application is going to stop as well. So same thing goes with Claude Code as well. So Claude Code, here you can see it is using a Claude Code shell, right? So it's using a shell and it's running the command in background. So this shell is actively running, and you can see here I get this option like press down arrow to manage. So if I press down arrow, I'll be taken to this shell, and if I say enter, it says press enter to view the task. So you can see over here the output over here as to what is happening. So if you want to see what's happening on that shell, let's say you run something and you got an exception and you want to see what exception you got on the console, right? So you can go over here and check this out this way, and you can see what is happening here, right? You can see shell details. It's running since this much time, 25 minutes, and you can see all the details of the shell over here. And you can, press this arrow to go back and escape enter to close or X to stop. Okay, so you can just press this. And if you want to see, Claude Code has a way wherein you can run background tasks as well. So you can run this command tasks, and you can get the list of tasks that are running. So this shell is actually a background task that is running. So this is another way in which you can see the task, and there could be multiple applications that you run. See, if you're working in a microservices architecture, let's say you have 5 services, 10 services. You say Claude Code, okay, run all the services. It is going to run 10 services, and it might spawn or it might boot up 10 shells in the background. So there will be 10 background tasks that will be running. And if you want to go to a particular shell, what you need to do is you need to say tasks over here. You will get the list of all the tasks that are running, and you can select which task you want to see. So let's say there is a payment microservice. So you can select the payment microservice shell. If there is a product microservice, you can select that, and that way you can basically select the task that is running. Okay, so this is about the background task in Claude Code. Hey there, so now it's time we begin talking about session management with Claude. First of all, let's begin talking about session and understand what exactly a session is. So session is a continuous conversation with Claude, okay, between you and Claude. So one continuous thread between you and Claude is nothing but a session. Okay, you can think of it like a WhatsApp chat. So if you're doing a WhatsApp chat with someone, you would generally have a single thread on your WhatsApp messages, right? And in that entire thread, you're going to see the entire conversation history, right? You're going to have that entire history. Okay, on this date, I said this to this person, right? Of course, you have an option to clear that history as well, but as long as you do not clear, it's there with you. And that same concept also applies to that of Claude. So everything you say to Claude in one particular single session is remembered within that session. But if you start a new chat with Claude, which means a new session. So new chat is essentially a new session, right? And if you start a new session, it is going to forget what you discussed in the previous session. So it's basically like you are resetting a conversation with Claude and you don't want Claude to memorize what was discussed in some other session. Okay, so here you already have a session. Okay, this exactly is a session wherein I've discussed so many things with the Claude and it knows a lot more about my project right now. Okay, so this is a session, and whenever you run Claude in your terminal, it always starts a new session. Now, one question you might have is, can't I just do everything in a single session? Why do I need to learn this session management and why this concept even exists? See, what happens is there are few things as to why the session management matters. See, every session has a limited context window. Now, I introduced a new term over here, which is context window. What is context window? So, context window is like a memory or the memory capacity in Claude. So, it's like the amount of information that Claude can hold in its mind. That is what is context window. And as your conversation grows, your messages, Claude responses, file contacts, code generated, everything fills up. Okay, and there will be situations wherein if there is a lot of memory, garbage memory that has got collected over a period of time, since you are using only one session, Claude might hallucinate. It might not give you the right responses. It might forget things. So it could be like you are not getting the perfect responses or you are not getting the best out of Claude, right? And this is also applicable to other AI models, not just Claude in itself. Okay, so this is where you need to create multiple sessions. Okay, so what you would generally do is, let me come over here. What you would generally do is you would have one session. Okay, so this is one session I've created for Frontend. Okay, then this is for Frontend setup, maybe, let's say. Okay, Frontend setup. Okay, then I might create another session that I would want to do, and that would be for let's say a feature development. Okay, so let's say I want to build a chat feature. Okay, so I'll use another session for that. Then if I have some other feature, I'll create one more session for that. Okay, so you can create sessions in this way. Okay, and with every, so you're creating sessions, separate sessions, because these two conversations are not related in any way. See, building a chat feature is not related to front-end setup. So why build chat feature in that same session, right? It's best you start a new session, okay, and you make use of fresh memory with Claude. Now there is one more reason as to why this starting a new session matters, and that number one reason is cost. Okay, so the larger your context window, higher your cost will be, because Claude needs to do that much of work. It is remembering that much, those many things. It is sending the entire context with every chat message that you send to Claude. So whenever you are chatting with Claude, you are sending a message. It is being processed on the Claude server and TrueFix server, right? So along with that, the context memory is also being sent. The context window is also being sent, so that it remembers, okay, this is the context in which this processing is being done. And that leads to higher cost, right? So these are some points as to why you might need multiple sessions when you're working with Claude. Now, there are a few commands that you need to know so that you can manage sessions. See, this is one session that I've started with Claude since the beginning of working with Claude. And I'm going to exit this. So exit you use to exit a session. So if I say exit, okay, you can see over here, I got a summary over here that this much was the cost and this much was the total duration. Okay, and everything, all sort of summary. Like I used Claude Code Haiku for this much of input. Sonnet was used for this much. And if I want to resume this session, so I can resume the session using this particular command. Okay, so now I can copy this command and I can resume this session over here. Okay, and you can see I'm back in that same session. I can exit the session and the conversation history is still intact. So this session is preserved. Okay, it's just that I'm exiting the session over here, right? Now, if you want to see the list, let's say there are like 3-4 sessions that you have been working on, okay, over a period of time. And let's say you want to switch to some other session that existed previously. So what you can do is you can say Claude, okay, and you can say resume over here. And this is going to list like all the sessions that exist. So you can see over here, when I ran Claude resume, it tells me, okay, resume session, but which session? Do you want to search over here? Okay, so I can search over here if I want to. Or there are few sessions like this is the one, this is another session that exists, run the app. So this session is the session where I actually ran the app, created CLAUDE.md. I did quite a few things. Okay, so I can select that session or I can just choose some other session. I can even search over here. So if there are a lot of sessions, Claude gives you the ability to search as well. Okay. So this is how you can do session management if you want to like switch to a session. And I can like just go into this session and take a look at what is happening over here. Okay, I can even rewind over here. So let's say Claude has generated like 10 steps of code. I can say rewind over here, and I can go back to any sort of previous checkpoint. Okay, so I ran exit, then before that I ran init, before that I ran run the app, and before that I ran run the app. So I've done this much in the current session. Now let's say in the recent, like I don't want, so here you can see CLAUDE.md was created, and there were 39 new lines being added into my project. Now let's say I want to restore the state of my code base and the Claude as well at this particular checkpoint, right? So I can go back to this particular checkpoint, and everything I've done after this is going to be deleted. Okay, so let's say I generated a few files, I worked on a feature, and now I changed my mind. I want to revert back because I'm not happy with the output of Claude Code, or something else has happened. I changed my mind. Okay, so then in this case, with the help of rewind command, you can go and revert to any previous checkpoint. It's like git commits. So these are all git commits. You have git commits in your code base, and you can revert to any sort of commit that you have previously done. Okay, so that's something for you to remember. I'll just say escape over here because I don't want to like rewind to any previous checkpoint. You can even clear the context using clear option. So if you clear this, it will clear the conversation history and free up the context memory. That is what it's going to do. Okay, and it will wipe out all the history, and Claude will start fresh. But if you want to preserve this session memory, then the best part is you exit. Okay, you exit and then you start a new session if you want to preserve this session memory. So this is what sessions are. Okay, of course there is one more command which is compact. So what this is going to do is this is going to clear the conversation history but keep a compact memory of what all we have discussed in this entire session. So let's say you want to reduce the context window size. Context window size has grown a lot, but you don't want Claude to forget everything. So you can run this compact command. Okay, compact. What this will do is this will clear the conversation history and remember the entire history in a compact way. That is what it's going to do. Okay, so these are few commands that you need to know around session management. Of course, Claude allows you to have multiple sessions, play around with multiple sessions. You can run multiple sessions to do different sort of conversations and maintain the history in an independent way. And yeah, session management is a thing because it helps you run multiple independent conversations with Claude so that you don't clutter up. Second, cost is the major factor because context window that you have on Claude, if you have a larger context window, it's going to cost you a little higher. So if you want to manage cost efficiently, you need to clear the context window, and this is where session management comes into place. I hope this has been useful. So I want to talk a little bit more about context window, sessions, and costs. So here I am on tokencalculator.net. Okay, and here this particular website allows you to visualize the cost of a particular task that you're willing to do. Okay, now first of all, I want to talk about what tokens are. See, token is how AI models measure input and output. That is what tokens are. Okay, so whenever you are giving any sort of input to a AI model, it is going to read that input, and it is going to calculate the cost based on how many tokens that text is consuming. And the token calculation is just not on input, it is also on the output. So let's say you tell Claude that, hey, write this file for me, for example. So write this file for me is going to have certain number of tokens that is being consumed, and the output, wherein the file creation, how much output was there used up, that also will have some sort of token calculation there. And together, like input and output, will give you the final cost of the conversation that you did with the AI model. Okay, now here this is a token calculator. It helps you visualize how many tokens a particular input text is going to consume, or any sort of particular text is going to consume. So I'm just going to add any sort of text over here from this website only. And if you add, you're going to see the token visualization over here. So this text that I've pasted, this is consuming 38 tokens. You can see over here. Okay, and these many characters are there, these many words are there. Okay, total characters are this much. Okay, and based on this, you will be charged. So if you take a look at plans and pricing over here, you can see Opus 4.6 has $5 for per million token, $25 output for per million token. So $5 for input tokens and $25 for output token per million tokens, right? So this is how the cost is calculated. And this is in context of API, right? If you are making use of individual plans like subscription, then your usage is determined with the help of tokens that your conversation is consuming, right? So you can see over here more usage. Okay, more usage meaning it is going to measure how much you are using, and how is it going to measure in the terms of tokens. So AI model basically operates in the context of tokens. Okay, tokens is the central of cost calculation, and that is how your usages are being measured. And it's not like one word is equal to one token. It's not like that. They have their own internal way of calculating how much token is how much token a particular text is being consumed. For example, here you can see entropic, this is consuming 2 tokens. You can see ant 1 token, and then ropic is 1 token, right? Comma is 1 token, and is 1 token, Google is 1 token, models is 1 token, period is 1 token. You can see. So this way you can see how the token measurement is being done. Okay, so you don't need to calculate this. You just need to understand this concept as to how this works, because generally when people take a look at pricing page, okay, what is this? Okay, they don't understand this. But it's really important that they understand what tokens are, because if you're planning to work with AI, tokens is something that you will hear very often. Now, when it comes to context management, okay, here, context management, it shows you the cost. So if I say exit over here, okay, it's going to show you total duration, everything, cost and everything, right? You can see over here input, how much input I've given and how much output I got. Everything it's showing you model wise, right? So this is because this is because everything is being measured in the form of tokens, and tokens is the concept that we just discussed. Okay, so this is something that I wanted you all to understand. Okay, and I hope this has been useful. Alright, so now let's begin working on our blog application with the help of Claude Code, and let us see the possibilities. Okay, so first thing, what I'm going to do is I am going to click on this Claude Code icon. Okay, so see, one thing is to start Claude Code, you can also go to the terminal directly and make use of Claude. Okay, but I won't recommend doing that if you're using it with IntelliJ. Okay, I would recommend closing all the terminal sessions that where you have Claude Code open, and just click on this Claude Code button over here. So you can see this started, and this is because this is if you start Claude Code from here, it basically enables you to make use of ID related features, and I'll show you what ID related features are usable over here. Okay, so see, I've started Claude Code over here by clicking on this button. Okay, and what I will do is I'll exit from here. Okay, and I also have a session over here, so I'll say Claude resume. Okay, I'll just log into my previous session that I had. Okay, so I had this particular session here. So this is the other session that I have. What I've done over here is I have stopped the application. So I've told told Claude Code to stop the application that it had started previously. So what it did is it stopped the entire application. You can see process ID was terminated. Yes, it got some error which it fixed and stopped the application. Okay, and I have exited this. Okay, so I'll exit this. And now I'll close the terminal. I'll start Claude Code again. Okay, so Claude Code is started now. You can see over here. Now, first thing, what I will do is I'll make sure I have a cheaper model selected, which is Sonnet. Okay, I don't want to make use of models like, so if you scroll up, there are models like there is a default recommendation first of all. Okay, let us understand there is a default recommendation first of all that comes from Claude, wherein it will pick the model based on the task that you're giving. Now, the thing over here is you don't have control over what Claude is picking for you. It might pick an expensive model for a task, and I don't want to spend a lot on working on this application, because this application is a very simple app, I know. And I have personally used with Sonnet. I've personally used Sonnet a lot, so I know its capability. So what I've done is I'll select Sonnet over here. You can select Opus also if you're doing some tasks that requires high intelligence. There is option called Haiku as well, which is fastest one for quick answers, and it is the cheapest one. Okay, so Optus is the highly intelligent one. You can also check the pricing page to see the model capabilities and the cost associated with each model. But I've selected Sonnet over here. So be sure to select whichever you want. So you can make use of arrow buttons over here. Okay, and you can select Sonnet by pressing enter. Okay, so you will get a confirmation over here that model was set to Sonnet 4.6. So this is done. Okay, now let us take a look at the API. Okay, so here if you come to IDE, I'm going to open block controller. Okay, so here in block controller we have certain endpoints. Okay, so come over here and let us try to get all the posts right now. Okay, so the application is not running, so I'm going to tell Claude to run the app. Okay, so see, you have started a new Claude session over here in the terminal, new Claude Code session, and you're just telling run the app. So what happens is when you started the session, Claude Code has loaded the Claude.md file which you had already created, and it is going to refer to that Claude.md file and it is going to create the session. So you can see over here, it is basically running this command, right? It figured out. And you can say yes, or you can always allow this command. So I'll just say always allow this command because I know what this command does, right? So it's creating it's creating an instance of this particular app running in the background. Okay, and you can press Ctrl B to run in the background, which is fine. Okay, it's giving you a tip as well to create skills. Okay, so that's fine. You can add skills, by the way, to do a specific job in a nice way with when it comes to Claude. So that is what it's recommending you to create, but that's fine. So now see over here, it has successfully run the command and or run the application. It took some time. There was a little bit to and fro because in the first attempt, it has summarized what happened. In the first attempt, it failed due to a path issue, and Claude Code figured out that path issue on its own and it completed the run successfully. Okay, now of course you can run the application manually by clicking on this run button over here as well. But I'm just showing you like there might be a little bit to and fro when you are doing it. But with Claude Code, it's pretty much simple and straightforward, right? Now here I have a app running. Now let us take a look at a problem that our application has. So let us take a look at all the posts that exist. There are no posts that exist. Let us create a post. So you can see over here, these two posts are being created. Okay, you can see post created, right? And there is another endpoint. Okay, so if you go to get post, you can see the post was created. This is the title and this is the description. Okay, so if you see the code over here, this is a post mapping, right? This is a post endpoint, and what we are doing over here is we are passing title and string, title and content using request param, and we are concatenating both to create a post, and then we are adding post into the post list, right? And we are returning post has been created. That is what we are doing. So this is the entire piece of code which is tied to a post API, right? Now, if you see over here, there is no sort of validation. So here you have one more request created, which creates a post with no title. So if you send this, the post is created successfully. Okay. If you try to get all the posts, okay, you will get a post with an empty title. So there are no sorts of validations over here. Okay. And that's the thing. So what I will do over here is I'll come over here. I will straight away right over here. I'll say add validations in create post endpoint. I can just mention it this way. Okay. And just see over here, Claude Code is so smart. So it says, okay, you need to add validation, and it got the context as to it. You need to do this in background, block controller.java. How does it know that this, I'm talking about block controller.java? Because that file is open. Okay. So it knows, it picked up the context. So whichever file is open, Claude is going to take that file into context, and it is going to run whatever you are telling with respect to that particular file. Now, just to give you a gist, I can open some other file over here, and you can see over here in blog API application.java, because this file is open. But if I switch to this file, it will take block controller into consideration. Okay. Now, if I say enter over here, it is going to work properly. It is going to work, and it is going to add the validation. Okay, but I want to show one more improvement over this method. What it's going to do here right now is it's taking entire file into consideration, entire file into context. I don't want to give entire file into context because I know that this code is residing only on these 5-6 lines. So I've selected this 5-6 lines, and now you can see the context over here. Okay, add the validations in create post endpoints, right? I don't even now need to write in create post endpoint because the entire file is not being given as a context. I just need to say add validations here. That's it. Okay, add validations here and it is going to understand. So the moment I say enter over here, you can see there were 6 lines selected, which it took into context, and it is reading this entire, taking this file into consideration and these 6 lines that we had selected. Okay, now you can see it has added the validation. Okay, and here on the right hand side, it is asking you if you want Claude to allow this change, if you want Claude to be able to make this change into this particular file, and you can see the code that it is displaying over here. Okay, so here you can see this is a diff tool by IntelliJ, and here you can see unified view, or you can even see side by side view. So earlier you had this piece of code on the left hand side, and now on the right hand side you have this piece of code. Okay, so you can compare this, you can expand this window, or you can go to a unified view as well, like this. Okay, so you can see it got rid of this, it added response entity wrapper over here, create post, and here you can see it has basically added this title and content over here, and you can see there are a couple of validations over here. One is if title is blank, okay, it is adding a validation, and for title also it has added a length validation over here. For content also it has added the validation, and content is 5000. Now of course this we did not mention anywhere. Did we mention? We just said add validations. If you have specific constraints, you can improve the prompt and say that, hey, I want the validations to be of 5000, 10,000 characters, or 10 characters only for length. All of those things you can mention. Okay, so these things you can mention. So you can say here it has added for 100. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here to my code. Okay, so let us come over here. Okay, I'm going to say I can say no over here. Okay, or you can say amend over here. So I'm going to say tab over here. So I'm going to say, see, earlier you saw tab and amend. So when I press tab, it is also going to allow you to mention what, if there are any sort of changes you want over here. Okay, so here I'm going to say, so here what is that it has done? It has added the title length minimum of 100 over here and the maximum of 5000. Okay, so title, I want minimum title. Oops. So here I'm going to say title should be 10 characters only max, and description should be 10 characters. Okay, I'm just keeping things simple, and whatever I've typed, it's not showing up over here because of it's basically truncating it behind this view. But I've added this 10 characters for title and 10 characters for description is what I've told Claude to add. Okay, and I've said yes, this is fine. Okay, so it's going to make those changes, and it is going to do it for us. So you can see over here. Okay, now if you scroll down, okay, you can see over here 100 tab. Okay, so it's adding response entity also over here. Response entity earlier it was not added, so I'll say yes, and it has updated the logic over here. You can see the updated logic. You can see 110. Okay, so title length was 100 initially, now it has changed to 10. I'm going to say yes. Okay, and you can see it has modified that. It's going to modify the same for content as content length as well. I'm going to say yes over here. You can also say yes, allow all edits during this session. You can do that. I'm not going to do that. Now, if you have some more changes to do, you can see this message at the bottom. Select tab to amend. So you can do that, or you can add escape to cancel. All of these in your control. You can say yes, and you can see all the changes have been done. You can see over here both title and content are now capped at 10 characters. Okay, and basically you need to give less than 10 characters. Okay, so less than 10 characters only you have to give for both. Okay, now if you want to modify this, let's say if you didn't like this validation, so you can select this again, and you can say, okay, increase the capping to 50 characters, like so. Okay, and I'm going to say enter over here, so it will make the changes. Now, of course, making the capping modifications over here is easier than giving Claude Code the prompt. Okay, but I'm still using Claude Code over here just to demonstrate this examples. Okay, so you can do all of this and it changes for you. Okay, now we have done simple edits over here, but Claude Code can also handle major edits in your application. Also, I would like to mention over here, like there were some features that we got introduced to. One is like how Claude picks up context based on which file is open over here or which file you are actively editing. And based on your selections, you can even select and give Claude the context. You can see 14 lines selected. But if you run Claude directly from the terminal, so let's say if I run Claude over here, just directly from the terminal and not by clicking on this icon over here, right? Then the problem is you don't, Claude won't pick up that context. That's the problem. Okay, so it's picking up right now. It's picking up right now. But in earlier previous sessions, it was not picking up, but it's picking up right now in the demo. Okay, but earlier I had instances wherein I directly started Claude from the terminal and it was not picking up the context. So the best practice is I would not recommend directly running Claude Code using this terminal, but instead you should click on this icon and boot up Claude Code like this. That is best in a way it works. So I hope this was useful. Yes, we did very small edits over here, right? And yeah, one more thing is after doing the edits, it's also important to test the application, right? So you can test the application over here. Okay, if you try to send this, okay, this will be created. But if you try to add something that is beyond the limits, or let me try to create a empty post over here. So you can see over here. Okay, it's still accepting the empty post. But if you see over here, the validations are there. So ideally it should not accept this, but I believe it's because the server is not restarted in my opinion. So I'm going to mention over here, so I'm going to say changes are fine, but app is still accepting title blank. Okay. And I'm going to say, is it because app did not restart? Well, I have dev tools added. So it should reboot, right? If you're making any sort of changes to the file, it should reboot automatically. So it is going to tell you why this is creating a problem, or it is going to restart the application for you. But we cannot do restart all the time. Okay. So it's saying, okay, rebuild in your IDE. So you need to rebuild the application. Okay. The class file was not compiled. That's a problem. Yes. So generally with DevTools, you need to rebuild the application. So I'm going to say rebuild the entire project. And the moment you rebuild the entire project, DevTools is going to like restart the application. And once it restarts the application, the changes will be reflected. So let me try. Okay. You can see now title is required. So this is no longer allowing the post with empty titles. Okay. You can get all the posts over here. So this was okay. You can see no post created. You can create a normal post. You can see post created. You can get all the post. So yeah, this is working absolutely fine. I hope this has been useful. Now there are few bugs that we will try and fix with Claude Code. Now first thing is if you try to get the post by ID, so you can get the post by ID, and ID over here is the index. So I have one post exactly, and if I try to get that one post, you can see this is the first post. Now if I enter an ID that does not exist, for example, okay, and if I run this, you can see over here, this is a sort of a problem, right? This is so index out of bound, of course, and there is no validation over here, or there has to be some better handling over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, okay, and this is the get post by ID over here, and scroll down over here. So get all post, get post by ID. So here I'm going to say if so it throws this exception. Okay, I copied the exception. It throws this exception if index out of bounds. Okay, so I'm just going to say this, and what it's going to do is it is going to fix it for me. Okay, so you can see over here it has added the validation over here. It is saying, okay, so if the ID is less than 0, or if ID is greater than equal to post.size, so it is going to return this. Okay, and it is going to return not found over here, and it is also wrapped the response in response entity over here, right? And then over here it has basically added this particular code over here, wherein it's basically sending okay with the post if this succeeds. So I'm happy with the changes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say yes. You can even select yes here over here on the terminal, or you can say apply, and this is going to be applied. So this is done. And if hot reload is done, okay, this should ideally, okay, hot reload is not done. So I'll have to probably rebuild the application. Once we rebuild the project, the application will restart and the issue will be fixed. So you can see over here, not found. Now we don't get any sort of exception over here, but I believe we need to create a post first. Okay, because the post will be reset since we are not making use of the database. So now you can see this is working. Okay, index will be 0 for this one. So this first post is working. If you enter 1, this won't work, right? So this is working absolutely fine. So we fixed this problem. Now delete the post. So delete post is also having a problem. So if you enter any sort of invalid ID, you're again going to land in the same issue. Okay. So what I can do over here is you come over here to delete post, select this. This throws index out of bound 2. Okay. And I'm just going to say enter, and it is going to probably apply the same fix because we had accepted that previous fix from the other function over there, right? So you can see over here, it's wrapping this into response entity, right? And it is returning if ID is not passed or it's greater than the size, it's returning not found. Okay. And I'm going to say apply. Okay. So this is going to work fine. And so let me, if you want to test this, you can even test this. So I'm going to rebuild the project because it's not auto rebuilding here. So I'm going to do that. And here, if you come, I'm going to say send. You can see over here, this is working fine, right? So if you try to create a post now, let me create a post. And if you try to delete the post by ID, okay. So let me delete this, delete 0. Okay. So if I delete this, you can see it's deleted. And now if I try to get all the posts, it's not going to work. So deletion is working fine. And if you pass in invalid ID, that is also working fine. Now there is one more issue in the code, which is like for get total word count. So let us examine this particular function. Okay. So if you scroll down over here, so this particular function or this particular method basically is giving you the total word count. Okay. And what it's doing is it is taking a look at the content. Okay. So here you can see the word counts. Here it has a list of word count, and it is going to take this content of word count and it is going to add it into total and it is going to return. Now this word count can come in from anywhere. Okay. I've just hard coded the string, but it can come from anywhere. It could be coming from the database, or it could be coming in from the property, or you could be getting all the blog list and getting the word count. The problem over here is it is string format. It's taking the string and it is adding to the total. So this is actually not totaling, it is concatenating. And let me show this to you. So ideally the output of this should be 100, 200 plus 300. So this should be 600, but it's not going to give that output. It's going to give you this output over here. 100, 200 and 300 because it's just concatenating the strings, right? So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say this is returning, and I'm going to paste the output. This is returning this. So this is not the desired output. I actually need the total. Okay. So if you give this as an input, you will see the issue being fixed right now. So you can see over here, it has added the integer parse count over here. So what it's doing is it's first of all changed the string total to that of integer total. And then it is now parsing the count over here before addition. Now, one thing I want to do, one improvement I can do over here is I don't want to parse every time. So if there are 1000 integers over here, 1000 list, the list containing 1000 members, it's going to parse 1000 times. Why not just convert this list of strings into list of integers? Why not just do that? So I'm going to say over here, I'm going to press tab. I'm going to add an amendment. I'm going to say instead change data type of list string to that of int. Okay. And I'm going to press enter. I've just told it to update the string over here to that of integer. Now you can see it has updated that. Okay. And it has updated that. You can see now I'm going to apply this. Okay. So now this looks much more cleaner. Okay. Instead of having that parsing logic and everything just for this simple function, I have just, added this. So now if I come over here, okay, let me run this. You can see now we are getting total words as 600. So this is working absolutely fine. You can see after the fix, right? So this is how you can get Claude to fix issues. Now remember, Claude might not follow the best coding practices or the best patterns. And this is where you as a human need to guide it, right? At some places, it might not generate the best coding patterns. And you as a developer need to understand the coding patterns, what sort of code it is generated. So for that, you need to understand programming and you need to be a good programmer first so that you can manage Claude with you. I hope this has been useful. So now it's time we improve our code a bit. Okay, so we'll start from the beginning. Okay, and we'll use Claude to refactor our entire code base. Now, code base as in there is only one file, and I'm purposely keeping it plain simple because a lot of people who are watching this video might be advanced level developers. Yes, but they are using Claude Code for the very first time. So keeping a simple file was intentional. I've kept one simple file, nothing too complicated, so that it's easier to follow for everyone. Okay, so here also one more line I would want to add, that Claude can work with a lot more complex tasks, multiple files, and it can also build real features for you. Okay, but you need to make sure you use it the right way. You review all the code because the fundamentals have to be really strong if you're building a long-term production grade project. So now let's come over here. Let's review our code. So first of all, we are using a static variable over here. Okay, this is static variable, which is keeping track of posts. Now this is ideally not a good practice. Okay, having a shared static state across all the requests, but I'm purposely keeping it over here. So this is intentional, not a good coding practice, but intentional, and I'm leaving it as it is. Okay, over here we are creating the post, but we are accepting the post parameters using these two request params. Okay, so I do not like this. So I would want to refactor this and introduce a DTO. So I'm going to copy this like this, copy it like this. Okay, and I'm going to say introduce a DTO. Okay, something like this. And I'm going to enter. Okay, so what it's going to do is it is going to add a DTO for us over here in the selected code, because this has gone as the context. Now I could have selected only one line, okay, but I purposely selected the entire method and gave that as a context to Claude Code. Okay, so it's thinking, and while it thinks, okay, so it came up with a new class. So it has created a new class which is create post request. Okay, now the problem over here is I don't want this class to be called as create post request. So see, this is where human intervention is needed. Why do you want this class to be create post request? I want this class name to be just post, so that I can reuse this DTO across multiple requests, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add tab over here, and I'm going to ask Claude to amend, and I'm going to say name class as post to reuse later, something like that. Okay, so what I typed is not coming in over here, but I typed correctly. And I said, yes, name the class as post so that it can be reused later. And I'm just going to say enter. And now you will see the refactoring being done over here. Okay, so if you check over here. Okay, so you can see here's the refactoring that is being done. Okay, and it's throwing an error. What is the error about? Let me see, apply first of all. Okay, I've said apply, and here it should remove the parameter over here and use the post. Okay, so I believe it's working on that. Do you want to proceed with the changes? Yes. Okay. So now you can see over here, it has added this parameter. So instead of having two request params, it has added a DTO over here. Okay, so here what we are doing is we are getting we are setting these two variables, okay, from the DTO object that we are getting over here. So I'm going to apply this. Okay, and after applying, this is going to look good. Okay, and we have this post DTO as well. This is the post DTO. Okay, fair enough. So we have abstracted the post structure into a separate DTO. Now, of course, we can do a lot more over here. Like we can move this DTO into a separate package. Right now, it is in the root package, as you can see over here. But I'm not going to do that because it's a very simple application. We just started with one file, and now we have another one. Okay, so that's fine. Now remember over here, since this request body has changed, now we are not accepting the data in the request param. Since we have migrated to post over here, we are accepting the data in the request body. So this endpoint will change over here. So when creating the post, right now you are passing this in the request param, but this will change to request body. So you will have to create a JSON for the same. So if you come over here, let me see if the JSON. So here it is also highlighting the changes on the console. You can see over here, right? It is highlighting the changes on the console. Okay, so this is done. And now what I'm going to do is I'm not modifying the request as of now, but I'll come over here. I'll scroll down. And now over here, when you are getting all the posts, okay, we are returning all the post object. If you scroll down, when we are returning the post. This looks good, in fact. Okay, of course, this can be improved to make use of DTO over here as well while returning, but I'm not going to use DTO over here. That's fine. And this is the reason, see, DTO has, so if you're making use of DTO, it has a potential of being reused across multiple requests. Okay, so that is why we have basically renamed the DTO as very generic. Okay, you can even refactor this. So if you don't like the name over here, you can refactor this to post DTO, in fact, something like this. Okay, so this refactoring is done. Now, if you scroll down over here, you have the content length validation. Now, one thing I don't like over here is the validation of the content length is being done by a hard-coded variable. Okay, so ideally this should move to the proper configuration file. So move the hard-coded value to properties file. Okay, that is what I'm going to tell. And since I've selected this context, it is going to know what I'm talking about. Okay, and then if we go next over here, okay, I don't think any other changes are needed. So rest of the file is good. Okay, so we made decent amount of changes. So you can see post.content max length. I've added this, approved, and it's going to update this as well. Okay, so you can see over here, it's running some tasks. Okay, we'll wait for a while until it updates this. And this is actually done over here, right? We can, so I believe the post DTO is also being used. Okay, so you can see now it's being used. Okay, so now it's introducing a local variable called context max length, and it is injecting the properties, the value in the properties file that we have defined over here using the value annotation, which is good. And then ideally it should use that over here. So I'm going to say apply to this one. Okay, and then what it's going to do is it is going to use that one over here, that variable. That this is also done. Okay, now we did refactoring at multiple places, of course. Okay, and if you see Claude over here, okay, you can see, okay, you can see over here, it's done, and it has given you a summary, is now in the application.properties, and it has injected this via value annotation into the validate endpoint, which is good enough. Okay, so it has done this. And yes, this is how you can refactor code like a pro using Claude Code. Now we have just dealt with only single file, but trust me, this becomes magic, and you will be amazed if you start using this with large projects. And of course, you have to review every piece of code that is going in. Okay, but this saves a lot of time, and you as a developer can spend time thinking, doing a lot more productive things. Okay, rather than doing just refactoring and all of that, just in case you're working with refactoring. So Claude Code works as an assistant for you, and you should have the right knowledge and the skills to make good use of it. Now we have done a decent usage of Claude Code, and there are certain commands that I want to introduce you all to that you can use to keep an eye on the consumption, your cost, and you can also reduce the consumption and keep it in control. Okay, so first thing is over here in the same session, I'm going to add a command over here. I'm going to make use of context over here. So like we know, so this context command basically gives you the context details that is being used over here. So you can see over here, if you scroll up, you can see the context user, and this is the context window that is being used. So you can see 3% of the context window is being used over here. And you can see out of this system prompt is using this much, memory files, skills, messages, free space is this much, and it's giving you the breakdown entirely. So 3% is very less. I'm not using a lot of context window over here. And you can see over here, the CLAUDE.md file is taking this much. This is the memory file. Like I said, this is a memory file. So you can see this much, this file is taking 326 tokens. Because this file is not that huge. Of course, you can keep on updating the file. You can update the file with all the latest tips or anything that you want to add, any sort of best practices that you're using, you can add and update that particular file. Okay, so this is how you can check the context window. Now, you can even keep an eye on the cost. So since I'm making use of API, I can check the cost by using this cost command, and you can see the total cost that I've used. So total cost is 59 cents. Total duration from the API is 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Total duration is 1 hour 17 minutes for this particular session. These are the total number of changes that I've done, and this is the model wise usage that I have done so far. You can see. And now if you're not using API, so there is a separate command over here which is going to show you the stats. Okay, stats of your subscription usage. So if you're not using API, it means likely you are using the subscription. So stats shows your Claude Code usage statistics. So if you enter this, okay, you can see what all stats what all usage you have done. So it's not going to show any data for me because I'm not using subscription right now, but you will see all the stats and total number of tokens that you've used, how much you have used, everything around that. Okay, so this is something there. I'll press escape to exit. Now, if you want to manage your context window, you can run this command called compact, and this will keep the conversation history, but in a compact way. It will compress the conversation history, it will summarize it, and it will reduce the context window size. This is something that you can do to improve the performance over a period of time with working of Claude Code in a single session. So let's say if you don't want to switch sessions or clear the context window, you want to maintain the history. So you can use this compact, which will summarize, like I said. Okay, if you want to clear the context window, you can make use of clear over here. So clear will clear everything. It cleared the entire context window. And now if you run context over here, you will see very less is being used now. Okay, you can see now 2% is being used. So earlier it was 3%, now 2%. Anyways, I was not using a lot of context window, so the percentage has not changed much. But generally people use 50%, 60% of context window if they are working on a large project. This project is also small, so context window was also small. So this is how you can keep and watch and cost in control, and you can manage it brilliantly. So let's start talking about will Claude replace you as a developer and some of the mistakes that developers often make when making use of AI agents or any sort of AI tools for coding. So first, let's talk about mistakes. So number one mistakes that developers do is they are not in control. So they will generally make use of AI tools and they will ask it to do too much. They'll say that build an entire app in a single prompt. That's vibe coding. That's not software engineering. Okay, software engineering is basically if you're making use of AI tools to in your software engineering workflow, it means you are accelerating you're accelerating your development process. So earlier you were writing 10 test cases, and that used to take around 3 hours for you to write. Now with the help of AI models, it can take around 10-15 minutes, including the code review. Okay, so it's basically increasing the throughput of a software engineer. It is making you more productive, and staying in control matters more than ever. And this is because, these AI models, if you give them a huge responsibility, like build this entire app for me or build this entire feature for me in one prompt, okay, then you are not in control, and they basically will they'll make too many decisions on themselves, like architectural decisions, database related decisions. They'll build the entire thing for you, and then if something breaks, you are not aware of what exactly happened, and debugging becomes painful. Okay, see, people who are doing real software engineering in production grade companies and the apps are being used by millions of users, they understand that great architecture matters, understanding your code matters, and being able to debug when things are wrong in production, that also matters a lot. So it's best to use AI tools to accelerate your software development workflow, but use it in a step-by-step way, review what is being generated, and it's really important to leash the AI models and being in control always, so that you are aware of what is happening and how things are being built. Now with this question, is learning fundamentals important? See, you as a developer, you as a programmer, it's really important for you to review what AI is generating. Yes, AI is accelerating your workflow, like I just said, but you need to also review what is happening behind the scenes and what is being generated, what is being committed to production. This is because, see, AI might not generate perfect code at times. At times it generates perfect code, at times it doesn't. It's your responsibility, it's your software. So it's your responsibility to review it. For example, if you are writing some operations that are database related, AI generated perfect code for it, but it missed the transactional annotation. Who is keeping a track of that, right? So you as a developer, it's of course, you need to understand fundamentals, because how would you point out the mistakes that are being generated by AI, right? If there is an annotation being missed or an annotation being used incorrectly, if there is a lot of calculation that is happening in the API, okay, then, and let's say speed for that particular endpoint matters, right? So let's say you have added an endpoint that is going to be used in the front end, and there is a lot of calculation that is happening in that endpoint inside the backend memory. Now that is slowing down the server. Now AI is not going to tell you, it just did the job. You said, okay, build this API, it built the API, okay, but you don't want this API to slow down at scale. So who is thinking about the scale? Now that so you need to ask questions like, can these operations that you're doing in the API itself be moved to at the database level? Can we move these calculations at database level, or can we run a cron job for this? So all of these thought process should come from you. All of these architectural decisions should come from you. And for this, learning fundamentals has become important than ever, because you as a developer are like a guide to the AI agents. AI might not even generate, it might not be able to solve certain problems. And this is where your developer mindset comes into the place. Okay, so I hope this is making sense, and I hope these tips also help you all. So now it's time we begin talking about skills in Claude Code. Now, what are skills? See, there will be scenarios wherein you are using Claude Code and you would be repeating certain instructions. So there are certain patterns or instructions. See, Claude Code learns by your behavior, the way you code and everything. But if there are specific set of instructions that you don't want to repeat all the time, so what you can do is you can give Claude Code a skill, right? And it's basically a markdown file wherein you define something in the way you want it. Okay, so what Claude Code will do is it will refer to that skill and it will do the job for you. So let me give you an example for this. So I will come over here and I'll type Claude Code skills, and here so we are going to the official documentation over here. So you can see this official documentation link. This is the first URL. If you don't find this URL, it's fine. You can directly type in. You can go to claudecode.com documentation/docs. Okay, just search for Claude Code docs and just search for skills, and you will get the documentation for skills. Now, there is a reason why I'm coming to this documentation, because there are certain commands that we get ready-made over here. Well, I can show you all the commands by typing in, but I don't want to do that. Okay, I want to show you how you can copy paste from here and get things done on your machine as well, so that you can follow easily. Okay, so you can read over here. Okay, skills extend what Claude Code can already do over here, and this happens with a markdown file. You create a skill.md file. I'll show you where this is to be created. Okay, and Claude Code adds it to the toolkit, to its toolkit. Okay, and it uses the skill when it's relevant, or you can invoke one directly with this name using the syntax, the skill name. Okay, so what you can do over here is, it is also mentioned, create a skill when you keep copy pasting same playbook. So see, if there are certain patterns that you are repeating, some certain instructions you are repeating. So playbook meaning certain pattern that you are repeating. So if you have a certain playbook, you just mention that checklist or multi-step procedure into chat if you're doing already this repeatedly again and again. Okay, so what you can do is you can create a skill. Of course, now there will be a question in your mind that, hey, you said that you can make use of Claude.md, which is a project memory file. Why can't I add this in the project memory file itself? Yes, of course you can, but what happens is generally if you have certain set of instructions that grows very large, okay, then certain section in Claude.md will be very verbose. Okay, so what you can do is you can extract that as a skill. So here it says when a section of a Claude.md has grown into a procedure rather than a fact. Okay, that is when you can abstract that as a skill. Now, if you scroll down over here, okay, you are going to see the getting started section, and it gives you the procedure to create your first skill. Now, here it has all the commands you can see over here. So it's creating this folder over here in a directory on your machine, skills, and it is adding a skill called explain code. Okay, and within this explain code, so within this explain code folder, there will be skill.md, which will have this content. Now, this content has a name field. Okay, this is the name of the skill. It has the description. Okay, name field is being used when you want to invoke the skill. So when you use the / command, you can use the name field, and then you have the instructions, which is over here, as you can see. Okay, it got scrolled, but you can see the instructions. So draw the diagram and do all of this. Okay, now this skill that is being created, it is being created across all projects. It's not being created in the project. So this skill is not being created at the project level. It is being created across all your projects. So see, it says personal skill. It's a personal skill where it's being created across all the projects. So I don't want to create a personal skill right now. I'll just scroll down over here. So you can see over here where skills live. So here, when you come to personal will live on a centralized folder on your machine. So this is a central folder on your machine outside the project directory. Now within the project, so there will be scenarios wherein you're working on multiple projects and there are certain skills that you want to be part of only that project. You don't want to share that skill across other projects because they are not needed. Okay, so what you can do is you can create a project level skill as well, right? And this is like a plugin. Okay, so we'll talk about personal and project only because that is where things are used the most. So what you can actually do is you can create a project level skill actually. And what I would do is I would come over here. Okay, this command I'll copy. I can come over here. I'll paste this. Okay, something like this. And here I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, so it won't create. It will create it in this directly exactly here. So Claude skills, skill name and skill.md. Okay, so it will create at the project level. You can see this is the project level. Okay, so it will create this folder. Now this folder has been created. You can see over here skills folder and explain code is the directory. Now what you can do is you can add this instructions. Okay, so you can create a skill.md over here. So within this I'll say new. You can use command again over here, but I'm not using command. You can create a file skill.md. Okay, and then over here maybe you can paste this. Okay, so this is the data. Okay, and this is the name of the skill here. Okay, now you can see over here let Claude. So how would you use the skill? So one way is Claude uses it automatically. Okay, so you can ask like this, how does this code work? And it will basically it will invoke the skill. You can also mention use this skill. Okay, or you can invoke it directly like this as well. Okay, so you can say over here. So I'll just invoke this skill manually. Okay, so I have created the skill. What I will do is I will like invoke Claude Code over here. Okay, so I clicked on this icon. Claude has started. Now what I can do over here is okay, let me ask about the controller. So I'll say explain code over here and I'll say in block controller. Okay, so basically it has taken this context. Okay, let me say enter. Let us see what output we get. So it's reading this file. Let us wait for the output. Okay, so I got the output. You can see this entire thing that has been explained. You can see with the diagrams and all. So whatever was mentioned in the skill that has been used over here with the diagram and everything, you can see architecture diagram. You can see everything, analogy. It has used the analogy over here. You can see. So skill.md, if you check over here, what have we written? We have written start with an analogy, then draw an diagram. So you can see it started with an analogy here at the top. If you go at the top here somewhere, it started with an analogy. Okay. Then it drew the architecture diagram. Okay. And then what does it say? It says walk through the code step by step and highlight gotchas. So you can see over here, walk through the code step by step. Okay. And here now it says highlight gotchas. So let's say if you have a certain code base, you are taking knowledge transfer, KTs. When you join a new company, you take knowledge transfers. So you want the code to be explained to you or something if you don't understand. See, generally it's the best practice if you read the code. Okay, you cannot be 100% reliant on AI. So you read the code and if there is certain piece of code that you are not getting, okay, you can accelerate your understanding. So earlier what used to happen is without AI, you used to spend hours figuring out how things are working, what's breaking. You would need a teammate's help. Now what you can do is if you want code to be explained in a certain way, you can create this kind of skill in your local project. Why local project? You don't commit it, okay? Or you can create it outside the project folder in the central location. It's like a personal skill to you, okay? And then invoke that skill right from Claude Code. Like if you don't understand something, immediately take help of Claude Code and it is going to explain you everything. That is a benefit. So here what is happening is, see, humans are there, but you are also accelerating, saving your time. You have accelerated things. Okay, earlier you used to be dependent on someone, or either you would be on yourself. You would be left to figure out things. Okay, how this is happening, you will have to add several logs at several places. But now with the help of skills, this is an amazing feature, right? So you can leverage this and you can make your life easy. This is just one example that I've given, explaining the code. If you want, your application, if you have a playbook, now there are several examples. Take a look at your own personal projects. There will be certain playbook wherein you would want or you would be repeating steps with AI. So for those, what you can do is you can define a clear-cut skill and you can use that across all Claude Code sessions. And it's amazing. It's unbelievably amazing. Okay. And all the instructions have been given over here. Okay. You can see everything. Okay. And this is how you structure it over here. This is how you structure. So it's really beneficial and it's one of the amazing features of Claude Code. Now I'll come back to my browser and I would want to show you. So see here, what we did is we created the skills ourselves, right? Ourselves. Now there is a marketplace as well wherein people or the community have created a lot of skills and you can use that in your project. That is also a thing with Claude Code. Okay. So community is growing and if you come over here, you can see over here skillsmp.com. So skillsmarketplace.com. This is the this is the website. You come over here, you can see there are around 800 and 5,000 approx 5,700 skills over here as I'm recording this video. Now this will increase because this number is changing in this number is increasing at a very faster rate. If you scroll over here, there are so many skills. You can see OpenClaw. You can search for skills. So there is one popular skill which I have seen a lot of people use, which is Frontend, okay, design. So generally what happens is you make use of AI to get design done. People make use of AI to get design done and then they review the code. That is what they do. And you can get some really good design suggestions if you are building a full stack project. So see, this is one skill which is frontenddesign.md here. So this is a document that gets added. You can see the same format. This is the skill.md which we just created. Description, origin, you can see a complete skill over here. And here we also have the installation instructions. You can see over here on the right hand side. You can see you can install the skill using npx skills. You can make use of node. You can make use of 1x. You can make use of pnpm. Okay, you can also download the skill.zip. So you can download this and you can add it to your project or you can add it in your personal skills. So wherever you want to add it. Okay. You can just browse through the entire marketplace. There are so many skills available and possibilities are literally endless. You can just explore this website. Okay. Also the website UI changes. So I'm not sure when you're watching this video whether the UI will be same, but just keep that in mind. Okay. They have a graph over here, very interactive one as to how the skills, the number of skills have grown on this particular website, but you can see how it's increasing every now and then. So it's increasing at a very faster rate. So you will see a very different number over here when you're watching and after I release the video, but you can see you can filter the skills by occupation as well. So this is really helpful. I just wanted to highlight this. You can even create your own custom skills or you can explore and see what others are doing and you can add those skills to accelerate your development workflow. I hope this has been super useful. So now we will talk about building a customer support system. Okay. Now see, any kind of business or any kind of like a product you are running, you would be generally getting customer support tickets on any of the dedicated emails. So the project that we are going to build is going to serve those emails, right? Generally what happens is, see, you have a dedicated mailbox and you have someone accessing that mailbox, or it can be a shared mailbox, and generally multiple people log in and reply. Right now what we are going to do is we are going to build a system that sits on top of this email or this mailbox, and it helps you basically get the ticket and give a response. Now it is not a normal system. Okay, we are going to have a lot of AI features over here. I'm going to discuss that. We are going to have auto categorization. I'll tell you. So let's get to that. Okay, so see, here I have a diagram. Okay, let's say there is a email that comes in from the user. Now this is the email coming in from whom? So let me write over here. The email is coming in from the user over here. Okay, so this user sends the email. I'm going to write it over here itself. Okay, user sends the email to any kind of business. So let's say it's my business that I'm running over here. Okay, this course, like I have this, I have a lot of educational content over here, and a lot of learners often mail me, right, for any sort of doubts or getting any sort of discount, coupons, inquiring about a next course is coming. So all of these kind of mails I respond to. Okay, it can be any business. Okay, if you are running a mobile app business, like you have mobile apps published on App Store, Play Store, globally available, you will have general emails coming from your users, right? Now user email you. Okay, what happens is you will have a system which will we'll call it a customer support system. Okay, and that system will have a dashboard, okay, which shows all the metrics, important metrics. It is also going to have tickets that are being sent to a particular email. So whenever a user sends the email, those emails will be converted into tickets. Okay, and you will be able to see them onto the dashboard, right? So it's connected to the email in a way, right? It is fetching the tickets from the email. How it's fetching, all of that details we are going to dive into. Okay, so that is what is going to happen. And then you are going to log in from the dashboard and you're going to reply to this particular ticket. Okay, of course this can be a multi-user system as well, wherein you have a team of customer support, okay, who logs in. So for example, a ticket comes, what you can do is you can assign the ticket to a particular customer service person in your team. Let's say my business is growing and I built a 2 people or a 5 people support team. Okay, so I have 5 customer support agents basically there, and this ticket is going to be assigned to those 5 agents. So I'm not going to build this assigning part over here. I'm not going to make this project too complicated. I'm going to keep this simple, but this also can be built. This project can evolve into a multi-user system. Okay, multi-user system. So what is going to happen right now? I'm going to have a single user system wherein a person logs in, wherein the admin, here me in my case, he's going to log in and he's going to reply to this particular ticket. Now to accelerate the system and to have a lot of AI features, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add auto categorization of ticket. You should be able to auto categorize ticket in our system. So whenever email comes, let's say the email is about a refund. Okay, so we'll have a category called refund, and AI system, there will be an AI system that will be in place, which will read the ticket and it will auto categorize it. Okay, this ticket belongs to this category. Okay, so down the line, when you have different teams, like you have team for managing different categories. For example, you have one person who takes care of all the refunds. So you can have that ticket, like, or that category or that vertical assigned to that particular person. If you have a person who handles all the courses support, all the courses. So I have many courses and a lot of learning content, educational material out there, and people often mail me. Okay, so I would have one person who will just do the helping work, or anyone is facing any issues accessing the course, or they are facing any bugs, any sort of challenges accessing course material, is going to help them. Okay, and so this categorization system will help them over there. Okay, also down the line, okay, or not down the line, in the MVP version itself, I'm going to have a AI response over here. So ticket comes. Okay, so first AI feature was wherein we auto categorize the ticket. Okay, I told you the benefits of auto categorization. Second benefit second AI feature I'm going to have is I'm going to have a AI agent who's going to work on my behalf. So of course I'll be providing response to the tickets, okay, but I'm not going to be online on this dashboard and reply the ticket. All right, I'm going to be logging in at a particular day in time. Like I may log in at the night for like 15 minutes or half an hour depending on the volume of tickets, and I may reply. And at days I'm traveling, okay, I might not be able to log in, right? So I don't want my support to hamper, because right now I'm not in the position to build a team. Okay, even if I build a team, okay, I like those agents are not 24/7 online. They might not be unless and until I build that kind of team that is 24/7 online. Okay, so in that case, having an automated agent like a customer service agent that is AI driven, okay, he will provide the response instantly within seconds to any sort of ticket that's coming. And if he is not able to, that AI agent is not able to respond to the particular ticket, that ticket stays as unresolved and I will be responding to that particular ticket manually. That is what I meant to say. Okay. So AI agent, this AI response is a AI agent response. Okay. Okay. AI agent response over here who is going to respond to this particular ticket. Okay. That is what is going to happen. Okay, so this is a major AI feature. First is the categorization of tickets. Okay, then is the agent driven response, okay, to the ticket itself. So imagine like you get a mail at 11 a.m. in the morning, and at 11 a.m. and 1 minute, AI agent sends the response. Or you get a ticket at 11 a.m. within 15 seconds, AI agent responds. Okay, imagine the satisfaction level of the customer. Okay. And if the agent is not able to respond, what is going to happen is we will I'll personally respond. So this way, customer satisfaction goes off the roof because tickets are being resolved instantly, and AI agent is there. A system is there who is working for me 24/7. And if by chance he's not able to respond, I come in and I respond. That is what is going to happen. Okay. So this is the entire system that I am going to build right now. Purposely, I'm keeping this system very simple. Okay, I'm not complicating it, but this is the MVP version. You can say, okay, this is the very MVP version. MVP version as in minimum viable product, which is the minimal working product that is needed right now for the business. Okay, we are going to build this. All right, and now let us discuss the tech stack as well. Okay, so I will be building this. The backend will be using Spring Boot. Okay, of course, this will be the Java ecosystem project. I'll have the front end and I'll make use of React Vite over here. Okay, and I will make use of Tailwind CSS as well. Okay, for styling UI and everything. So this is a tech stack right now that I'm finalizing. I'm keeping it simple. Okay, and let's get going. All right. So now what we need to do is we need to start planning our project. Okay, we already have some thoughts in mind, and we need to get this a little bit detailed and formalized, okay, so that we can work with Claude Code to get this system up and running. Okay, now what I've done over here is you're seeing Visual Studio Code. Okay, so what you need to do is you need to create a folder onto your local system. I'm calling the folder as customer support system. Okay, and you need to open that folder using VS Code. Okay, now why VS Code? Okay, so most Java developers are going to ask this question, why are you using VS Code? Why not IntelliJ? So I'll tell you why not IntelliJ. Of course, I love IntelliJ. Okay, you will see I use it extensively. I even have the IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate. But most of the learners who are watching this are not going to have IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate. They're going to have the free version. Now, free version of IntelliJ does not have a great support for front-end application or front-end code. So, see, we are building a full-stack application. Remember that. And what I want to make use of an IDE that supports both Java as well as Visual Studio Code, and you can also make use of Claude Code over there. See, what I personally believe is, as a developer, you should be comfortable switching IDEs. Okay, you should. Of course, there has to be one favorite IDE that you always work on. But if the need arises wherein you have to work on some other IDE, you should be okay doing that. Okay. See, tools keep on changing. there might be some project wherein you might be willing to use, or some sort of technology that you have to work on, wherein you have to switch to some other ID. That's absolutely okay for a while. You should be comfortable doing that. What matters is you should build great things, solve great problems. That is what matters. Okay. So I will be making use of I will be making use of Visual Studio Code over here. Okay. And the reason I explained very well, because it has amazing support for front-end development and also for Java. You can install an extension which is for Java, and you can get a great support for Java as well. Now, this is there. Okay. If you are still willing to use IntelliJ, I have a solution for you in a separate window on your desktop. You can open IntelliJ and you can have backend code open over there. But for the rest, you can make use of Visual Studio Code. So you can use 2 ID at one point in time. Okay. So this is another option. So I'll leave that option to you. Okay. But what I'm going to do is, see, first thing, like I said, we need to plan our project. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here in this root directory. Of course, this directory is going to have front end, back end, all the code over here for the entire application. I'm going to create a file first by clicking on this. Okay. And I'm going to say project plan, so wait a minute, project, or I can call it project plan.md. Okay. And I'm going to say enter over here. Okay. And what I'm going to do is, I already have a plan created wherein I have a rough set of notes. I'm going to simply paste that over here. Okay. So this is a markdown file. Okay. So markdown syntax is very simple. You add hash over here for headings, and rest of the text you write like this. Okay. You can even preview this over here. So I'll just save this. You can preview Control Shift and V. You can preview this using that, and it will give you. There are also extensions, Markdown Previewer, which you can download from here. Okay, this is the extension marketplace over here. You click over here and search for Markdown Previewer, and you'll get tons of ideas over there. Now this project plan. Okay, we are going to have project plan over here. We are going to have all the features over here added. Okay, this is going to be used as the file by Claude Code. Now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to actually come over here because I need to add Claude Code ability in this particular IDE. See, what you can do is, you can open a terminal over here. One way is you open a terminal, okay, like this. Okay, and you can say Claude over here. So it will start the instance of Claude Code in this particular terminal. So you can say, yes, I trust this folder. Okay, you can use Claude Code like this because you have installed. But for this to work, okay, Claude Code should be installed globally onto your system. So I have done that. You must have done that. Okay, but if you have not done, okay, you can add an extension. So you can see over here. Okay, this extension got automatically added, I believe. I don't know how it got added over here. Okay, it's probably because on another machine, I'm already using it in my Visual Studio Code instance. So it actually automatically added, or I don't know if it's a feature wherein you say Claude Code in the terminal in Visual Studio Code, and it adds an extension. But it has added the extension, and you can see over here. Okay, it has all the context. You can review the code changes, and you can use Command and Escape for a quick launch, and Control Alt K to reference the file, and all of this. Okay, so it added the extension. I can see the extension over here. Okay, but for you, I was just going to showcase as to how you can install the extension. Come over here to extension and search for Claude Code like this. If you search for Claude Code, you will see an extension from Anthropic. Okay, this is the first extension. See, Anthropic is the company behind Claude Code. So you need to get that extension. You need to click on this. Okay, and you need to install it. Now this has already been installed. Okay, so I don't need to install it again. But you click on this, you install it, and you will see the Claude Code icon here on the top right. You can see. Okay, and I'm seeing all of this shortcuts and some information over here. But you can just click over here, Claude Code, and what it will do is, if you click over here, okay, it did not open. Okay, actually it has opened. The terminal window is so big that I don't see Claude Code over here. Okay, so it's asking me to log in over here. Okay, Claude Code can use your Claude Code subscription or build based on API usage through your console account. Now, if you're using the API, okay, you need to load certain money. You need to add certain credits like $5, $10 into your Claude Code account. Okay, because you are using API and you will be billed as per your usage. Another way is you use a Claude subscription. Okay, you buy a plan from Claude website and you will have access to subscription. I will be using the API based billing because I'll be charged based on my usage and not monthly. I want to commit for monthly because I might exceed my usage limit. So I want to be flexible in that when there will be months wherein I don't use Claude Code, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to not select Claude AI subscription because I don't have a subscription. I'm going to make use of Entropy console. Okay. And I'm going to click on this and it is going to take me to the browser to authenticate. So just complete this step, whichever way you choose. You can also make use of, you can also make use of these tools to get access to Entropy. These are third-party providers, but I would recommend the first two. So you can see the moment I clicked on login over here, it is basically asking me to head over to the browser. So I'll just authenticate myself over here. All right, so I'm authenticated now, and you can see over here, if you prefer the terminal experience, you can switch back in settings. So all of this you can do. You can either use the terminal or you can use Claude here from the browser itself. Okay, if you want to use terminal, it's fine if you're a terminal guy. Okay, I will also recommend, I'll also show you how you can set up the terminal. Okay, so what you can do is you can come over here. Okay, just go over here and you can, okay, you can just move this terminal. So one second. So you come over here and you right click, okay, and you go to align panel, okay, and you can, okay, panel position, sorry. So this is at bottom, you just take this to left and it will come towards the left. So you can have this sort of a setup wherein you have this on the left and on the right hand side, you can just have the editor. Okay, so this kind of setup you can do. Otherwise, if you're not, if you're fine with the UI over here, so what I would recommend is you open this. Okay, and then you can work with Claude Code over here. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I am going to enhance this project plan. Okay, so I'll close everything else. I have certain things written over here. These are like just space. Okay, so this is a problem wherein I need to build a customer support system, customer support management system for my business where my customer emails are managed in a better way. This is my problem, right? Solution. Now solution is customer sends the email to my customer support email address. Email is converted into ticket in my app we build. Okay, this app is something we are going to build. Email is auto categorized by AI. Email is auto responded by an AI agent using knowledge base. Okay, if email is not responded, a human logs in and using emails and responds. Okay, I've not added a response over here and a response. Okay, this is something you can add. You can add a short, product flow or whatever you have in the mind. What is the kind of solution that you are thinking? And what you can do is you can tell Claude Code. Okay, so I'm going to tell Claude Code that I have a project plan in place. I wish to convert that, or I wish to know what I am missing. Okay, you can tell this to Claude. Okay, and I'm going to say enter over here. So you can see over here it's thinking. Okay, so you can see over here it has given me some output. Okay, I wish to know what am I missing. Okay, so see, I had a plan in mind, I had a thought in mind. I wanted to brainstorm a bit. Okay, now there will be certain things I might not have thought through, so I can brainstorm with AI. Okay, so over here you can see, let's go through the response. So you can see over here, your plan captures the core idea well. Of course, it's a core idea. And gaps in the plan, technical stack, this is not defined at all. Okay, of course, we'll move to the technical stack later. This is something there on the cards, but I've purposely not added over here because I need to figure out the plan first. Okay, we'll define the scope, features, and then we move towards the next stage, which is a tech framework. Okay, which is okay. Email ingestion. How do email get into the system? One is, so it is asked, okay, you want to build a system that sits on top of the email provider, right? What I mentioned over here, customer sends email to my email address and email is converted into ticket. How is email converted into ticket? That is what AI is telling you. Is it polling via IMAP or a webhook? Okay, so we can keep this open or we can go ahead with one approach. Okay, how are email replies threaded back to the original ticket? Yes, they should be ideally threaded back to the original ticket. How are attachments handled? Okay, these all things we need to think of. Okay, no ticket status is defined. Okay, No ticket status is defined, as in what all ticket statuses you wish to have. Okay, so it's suggesting you some statuses over here. No priority levels, no SLA response time tracking, no mention of how tickets are assigned to agents. Okay, so we don't have, this is not a multi-agent system. This is a single agent system wherein you have single person using the system. Okay, AI, okay, sorry. So if you go over here, ticket cycle, this is fine. AI and knowledge base details. Okay, what LLM powers the categorization. Okay, how is LLM categorizing the ticket? Okay, how is knowledge base structured? What is the escalation rule? When does AI decide it can't respond? Okay, what happens if AI gives the wrong or bad response? Okay, so see, there are tons of things that AI is forcing us to think through. How agents are notified about new tickets. So you can set up an email system always. Can multiple agents log in simultaneously? Customer side, can customers check the status of the ticket? Okay, all of this it is asked. Security, how do we authenticate? Analytics and reporting. Okay, before writing any code, decide on a tech stack and define the ticket lifecycle states. Those two decisions will shape everything else. Want me to help flesh out a more complete plan? So yes, we of course want some help from AI. Okay, but I'll have to give some inputs over here. See, if you tell yes, give me a plan, it is going to create a plan based on what it thinks is right. It does not know your business. It does not know your state. It does not know how many team members you have. So right now I don't want to add, let's say in my kind of solution that I'm building, I don't want to add any sort of team members in my team. But it will suggest me that, hey, you need a multi-agent system because it's an AI, right? So this is where you come into play. So you say tech stack, we will discuss later. I mentioned that. Email ingestion, so I'll say webhook approach for email ingestion. Okay, I'll mention this. Then you mentioned, okay, email tickets or tickets will have replies, okay, in a thread in UI. That is how I want. So I want a ticket and whatever response or the conversation, the entire conversation in that single thread. Okay, that is how I want to have. So that is what I'm going to mention. Okay, statuses you can suggest. Okay, and no SLA or response time tracking. Okay, we can have a dashboard. Okay, we can add dashboard for metrics. Okay, so we can have a dashboard for metrics which defines metrics like response time. Okay, average response time, by the way, average response time, and total tickets daily. Okay, and we can mention this, and categorization of tickets, different tickets in different buckets, and status. Okay, some chart. I want to have some chart over there which displays, okay, there are 10 tickets open, 20 tickets pending, these many resolved, closed. So I'm adding that. Okay, or what you can do is, if you don't want to add or if you don't want to define the metrics right now, what you can do is you can leave this optional. We can add dashboard for metrics. Okay, but we can decide that later. Okay, you can mention that. But if you want to chart that out, you can mention that right now if you want to plan the entire project right now, right? So I'm doing this. I mentioned this. These details are fine. I'm going to skip a lot of like small details because this is for educational purpose. So escalation rule, I don't need any sort of escalation rule. Okay, human agent interface. This is a single agent system who is admin only. Okay, so this is something I'm going to mention over here. Customers cannot access this system. They are email only. So when the system responds to the customer, okay, customer receives the email. It's not like they get access to this system and they can see what's going on. It's not a customer facing system. It's just for me to manage the tickets or the customer's email better. Okay, yes, we can have security and auth. Okay, we can have security and auth. And what else? There is no mention on tracking metrics, resolution rate, AI versus human handle. Yes, so we can add all of this in the dashboard metrics. Okay, so all of that we can add. Okay, so I can copy this, all of this, and I can add these metrics since it's suggesting this. So we can add all of these metrics in the dashboard. Okay, now this is done, and I can mention, can you enhance the plan and share details here. Okay, also I need a section for out of scope things, for things that are out of scope. Okay, so basically what I'm telling is enhance this plan entirely in the file, and what you do is you add a section which tells me things that are out of scope. Things that are out of scope. This is always a good practice, you know, since we are building MVP. So I'll mention over here, since we are building MVP. Okay, now this is done. Okay, now I would like to highlight something over here. Okay, I've added this over here, but here ideally this should be written in plan mode. So you won't see plan mode here in the Visual Studio Code extension. So what you can do is, if you want to access plan mode, generally you need to go to the terminal. Okay, you go to the terminal and you make use of Claude over here, and then let's say you can see over here, if I paste this information, I pasted all of this information, the information that I've added in the chat. I pasted this. Okay, now here you will have you can see, if you press Shift Tab, you can see at the bottom here you're seeing this accept edits mode on, right? Now I want to enter the plan mode, so I'll press Shift Tab again. So you can see I'm now in plan mode. You can see accept edits on and plan mode. So plan mode is a mode where you can work with Claude Code to plan things. Okay, so I can mention over here. Okay, I can mention over here. So I've pasted this entire thing in the chat box over here. Okay, I'm not seeing this over here because of the limitation. Okay, I'll make sure I paste again. Okay, I'll make sure I paste everything again. Okay, so I'll paste this. Okay, pasted text 1 plus 10 lines. This is fine. Okay, everything got pasted. You're not seeing over here because terminal is not that you know, if you paste large text, it does not show up properly. So but if you can make use of plan mode, I wanted to show you plan mode over here. So if I say enter over here, so it will help me plan things before taking any action. That is the power of Claude Code when using plan mode. Okay, or else you can make use of chat mode over here in the UI. So let me shut this file. Okay, I'm not shutting this because it's actively in the context. So you can see over here it's reading the file. Okay, so it took a decent amount of time to get back with the plan. Okay, but finally it has a lot of things. So you can see over here it has written a plan that is ready to execute. Would you like to proceed? Okay, so it will execute the plan. Now I won't allow AI to automatically execute this entire plan and build it in a single go. I first want to define a proper plan, and I want to have a plan in place in the markdown file. Now it is very important when you are using AI to leash AI. You know, you should not okay, ask it to build you know, large features in one go, because then you know, things just go out of control and you don't know what sort of things it has built for you. Okay, and then refactoring code takes a lot of time. So it's not a right practice over here. So you can see over here it started with the comprehensive plan. Okay, definitely it took 2 minutes and it consumed a lot of tokens over here. Okay, now you can see it gave me the entire system flow over here and everything. Okay, but you can make use of this plan mode. I am not going to make use of this plan mode over here, but I'm just showing it to you because you may be using Claude Code in a way wherein you don't have access to, you know, the UI. So it's important. See, it has given you a database schema and everything. Okay, database metrics, everything. It's created the entire plan basically for you. You can see over here, out of scope for MVP. You don't have things that are out of scope. You can see. Then implementation phases. So this is foundation, email ingestion phase, AI pipeline. It has created the phases as well, project structure and everything. You can see over here, right? Now you can auto accept the edits. You can manually approve edits, or you can you know, tell Claude what to change. So you can add the changes that you need. Now I'm just going to press escape and I'm going to close this. Okay. But what I'm going to do now is let me close the terminal. I'm going to come over here. Okay. and I'm going to tell Claude that create a simple plan for MVP and define features needed in bullets and also have out of scope things in file. Okay, create be to the point, skip tech details. Okay, so I'll just tell this to Claude. Okay, and what it's going to do is it is going to modify the file for me. So I'll wait for the update over here. Now you can see it made changes and it is asking me whether I want to allow all the edits in this session or I'm okay with the edits, or it's telling me to say no. Okay, or you also have a open-ended text box wherein you can tell Claude what to do instead. Okay, so you can do all of that, but let us review the plan over here. So you can see here it has added the MVP plan, problem, solution overview, core features that we need. Okay, to the point, core features. Ticket management system, this is what we need. Okay, so it says you receive the tickets via Webhook. Each email creates a new ticket. Follow-up from the email are threaded under the existing ticket. This is, it has clearly mentioned this. Okay, and ticket has statuses like open, AI responded, pending human, in progress or resolved. Okay, all of this, and here tickets display full email thread. Agent can reply directly from the ticket UI. There is an AI automation wherein auto categorize each incoming ticket into categories. So this is AI based automation. AI is going to do auto respond using knowledge base when confident. This is also another AI agent. Escalate to human and set status to a pending human when AI cannot resolve. Okay, so this is something I'm not sure if I need. I'm going to get rid of this, but escalation part I don't need. So see, you have to review this. It's not like whatever AI is giving you just blindly accept, because AI does not know your requirements, right? It's helping you accelerate things. Admin can add, delete knowledge base entries. AI uses this to generate responses. Okay, secure login for single human, ticket list view, ticket detail reply box, ability to maintain change ticket status. There is a dashboard, security and auth. Okay, dashboard, it has given some breakdown over here. This is the dashboard that we are going to need. Okay, fine. Out of scope right now, multiple agent, this mobile app, email attachment handling, SLA enforcement, spam filtering, automated ticket assignment, all of this text type decision to be decided separately. Fine. I'm going to say yes over here, and this is accepted. Okay, this is accepted. Now, one thing I need to take a look at okay, it has given some summary over here. 6 core features added. Out of scope section. This plan is intentionally free of tech stack details as discussed. Fine. Okay, I'm okay with this. If you scroll down over here, escalate to human. This is something I don't need. Okay, this is something I don't need. Okay, also when it comes to the categorization, okay, I just want over here. Okay, here when it comes to categorization, if you scroll down, okay, here out of scope. This is ticket view, add admin. Okay, admin can add knowledge base. So AI uses this knowledge base to generate a response. So I need to make one modification over here. Admin can add, edit, delete knowledge base entries. So it's fine if I have so I can have a PDF right now. Okay, that is the that has the details about the kind that is in knowledge base basically. So I don't want to have this kind of add, edit, delete knowledge base entries. I want to say that knowledge base will only be a PDF or a document, whatever you want it in whichever format, and AI uses this to generate the responses. So this is one change I want to do, and then auto categorize each ticket over here. Okay, and then ticket management. Every open ticket has statuses like open, AI responded, and pending human, in response, and resolved. So resolved means response sent and issue is closed. This is something we can do. Okay, then agent can reply directly from the UI. Okay, auto categorize each incoming ticket. That is fine. Knowledge base. So I need to update the knowledge. Okay, over here, ticket detail, ability to manually change the ticket status. So see, what is going to happen is here. Okay, I understand now. I have some more clarity now. open. When a ticket is created newly, it's open. Now, if AI responds, AI responded will be the status for the ticket. Okay. Now, if AI cannot respond, pending human is the status for the ticket. Okay. Then if it's in progress, means agent I've logged in and I have replied to the ticket, so it will be in progress. And then if it's resolved, it's marked as resolved. Okay. Now this resolved status. So if the AI has responded, okay, agent can log in, and over here, ability to manually change the ticket status. So if the AI has responded, and I feel that I'll log in, I'll see, okay, how many tickets today AI has responded, how many tickets received, 10 received, 9 AI has responded. I'll take a look. Okay, is the response correct? Yeah, response is correct. Response is correct. Response is correct. I can manually close this ticket. So I just have to manually close the ticket in the system so that it does not show up in the UI, right? I will just filter it with the open ticket, because we will also have the filter over here. You can see ticket list view with filters by status, category and date, right? So my job is only to see the AI agent status is perfect. If it's perfect, I just mark it as, closed. Okay. So that is something that I'm going to do over here. So that is why we need this manually change the ticket status. Okay. Because if AI is responding, it gets categorized as AI responded. Then pending human is pending human. AI could not resolve. In progress is like I've replied and I'm waiting for like a response or something like that. And resolved is resolved, the ones that I close. So this is good. Okay. For knowledge base over here. Okay. I've selected this and I'm going to say, so I've selected 2 lines and you can see the context over here, 2 lines selected. I can say over here, I just would want to keep things simple with knowledge base, have it as PDF or doc right now. Okay. Like no complexity. So I'm keeping it intentional over here. All right. And I'll tell AI. Okay, so you can see over here, admin uploads a single PDF or Word document as knowledge base. AI uses this document to generate responses. So yes, this is fine. And things have changed, right? Okay, it's asking me again for this. I'll say yes. Okay. So I think this should be done. Knowledge base is now just a single file, no entry management for complexity. Right, you could have easily edited it manually as well, or you could tell AI to edit it. If AI edits it, it will also suggest other changes in other places if this single change is impacting elsewhere. But now what we have is we have a good plan. We have great clarity. You can use Control-Shift-V to preview this entire project plan. This is a good project plan, okay, in place from the initial brief we had. And yes, it has it has added like out of scope features. I feel like it's always good to tell AI what not to build as well. Okay, because AI is just going to keep on building, and you want to have things in control. You are the boss here. Okay, so you want to review everything, and it's important to keep things like out of the scope. So we are building a simple app, right? So it's best to have what things are out of scope as well. This is one of the good practice. So yeah, I hope this has been useful. Now let us go through the Claude Code experience, this UI Claude Code experience. So see, here you have a plus button wherein you can upload files from the folder, add a context. So if you want to add any sort of context over here, you can add that, okay, into the chat. Also, like if you do any sort of selection over here, here if you select anything, it will show you like you have 1 line selected. Actually, this is 1 line. This is not 3 lines. So you can see I've only selected line number 16. But this line number 16 is coming in 3 lines over here because my UI is a bit truncated over here. I've I've reduced the space for the editor. So it's actually 1 line selected. So that is why it's saying 1 line. If you select 15 and 16 line number, it's going to say 2 lines, right? So this is a context. Okay, you can disable the context as well. I can click and disable the context over here. Okay, you can have this button enabled, so Claude will ask for approval before making any sort of edit. Okay, so this is something like this is basically, I would say, very close to the plan mode. Okay, the plan mode that you get on the terminal. Okay, then if you click over here, you have certain options over here, actions, you can say. So you can attach a file, mention file from this project, clear the conversation. So if you want to clear the conversation and clear the context, you can do that, right? If the context increases, you can rewind. So rewind is like basically going to a particular checkpoint in the conversation. So if you click on rewind, okay, you can see over here, I have done this much conversation with Claude. Now, if I want to restore the conversation history, the context and the current project stage to this conversation, I can just revert over here. I can choose this. So it will help me rewind over here this way. Okay. Then over here, it has switch model. So I'll make sure I, select the cheapest model available over here, because, I'll try doing things with cheaper model. And if things do not work out with the cheaper model, what I can do is I can switch to the intelligent model for a particular task at any point in time. This is to save on cost and keep costs in control. So that is something that you can do. Okay, it's taking some time to load the models over here. But meanwhile, I'll show you over here. You can see account and usage, toggle fast mode over here. You can do this. You can enable thinking mode or disable it. Okay, output styles. You can finish. You can select and customize a lot of things over here. You can see / commands over here. You can see these are all the commands. You can use all these commands as well. So you can select cost over here. You can see the total cost that is consumed on this particular chat over here, right? In this particular session. All of these things you can do. Okay, model. I don't think model pop-up came over here. It's taking a long. Okay, but when model comes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select Sonnet over here. I'll make sure I use Sonnet as the default model over here, because Sonnet is good. I use it for most of my tasks, most of my, whenever I am using Claude Code, I use Sonnet only. Okay. And I can switch to a intelligent model like Opus when needed. So if I'm doing something really complex that I feel Sonnet is not giving the right output, I can switch to a better model. So that is something I can do. So I'll change this over here. Let me change this with comment over here, switch model. Okay. It's taking long to load this model. I don't know why. Okay, but once this loads, I'll select Sonnet over here. I hope this has been useful. So now is the time where we go ahead with defining the tech stack, and I'll make sure if the right model is selected over here. So you can see over here, Sonnet is selected. Okay, now I'll say you can choose whichever model you want. Okay, like I said, but Sonnet I feel does well. Okay, this is like a bit more expensive Opus, but not needed for this task. So I'll stick to Sonnet. So here I'm going to say, okay, create tech stack MD file, which defines tech stack based on project plan. Okay, and I need Spring Boot for backend, React, Vite for frontend, and you can say what else? You can say Postgres you are going to need for DB database, and anything else I'm going to use Tailwind 2 CSS. Okay, and keep stack simple. Okay, I need to keep stack simple. So what I'm going to say, I'm going to also tell it to ask before making any sort of edit. So I'm going to enter plan mode over here. Okay, and I'm going to say enter. So let's wait for a while until this basically creates a plan for us. Okay, so there is a plan mode that you can make use of, and let's wait over here. Now here you can see this plan mode. Okay, what it has done is it has said, okay, it has created a Claude plan over here, right? And you have three options: auto accept the plan, manually approve edits, or no keep planning, or you can like optionally add a custom option over here and tell Claude what to do. Okay, so the plan is over here. You can see create techstack.md. This is the context. Okay, this is the context over here, and this is a techstack.md file that will be created. Okay, and tech stack decisions are here in this file. So it will create this file for you first. Now you can see over here, this is the backend. Okay, this is a backend it's willing to create. Okay, so first of all, Spring Web, Spring Data, JPA, Spring Security is there. Spring Mail is over here. Okay, I'll keep Spring Mail over here for now. Apache PDF box is also added over here for parsing PDF knowledge base uploads. Okay, so I'll tell Claude over here,
So Spring Mail for sending emails and Apache PDF box. Okay, we don't need, I think, these two, but let's see what happens. Apache POI, which is also over here. I don't think I should add these three dependencies right now in the beginning or in the tech stack document. We can decide this later as the project evolves. Okay, so I would want to go step by step. I don't want to add Flyway for database migrations over here. Okay, right now I don't want to make use of Claude API, but instead I want to make use of Spring AI. Spring AI is not mentioned over here. So Spring ecosystem, if you are using Spring ecosystem, Spring AI is an amazing project by Spring that you can make use of. So it's suggesting Claude API over here. I don't want to make use of this. So I'll say over here, don't use Spring Mail. Don't use Spring Mail. Okay. And don't use this. Don't use Apache POI. Okay. And I don't need Flyway and Claude API. Okay. And you can say instead use Spring AI over here. Okay. Now over here for frontend there is React router, which is fine. Client side routing. Tailwind CSS, which is also good. Axios it has added, which is good. Recharts is also good over here for dashboard charts and all, which is fine. Okay. Okay, so this is database. Okay, it has also created a plan for how database will look like, what database will look like, which is fine over here. For AI, I don't need this. Okay, also update the project plan. Okay, so in project plan it's saying remove this line. Smart. Tech stack decisions to be decided separately. Makes sense. And verification. So open this and confirm. Okay, I don't need database structure right now. So I'll also mention that in tech stack plan. I don't need DB structure now in tech stack MD. Okay, I'll mention this, and I think this is good to go as of now. Now see, once down the line, if tech stack evolves, you can edit this anytime. Okay, so here you can mention Claude API right now. So I don't add these dependencies or this in the tech stack right now. Okay, can be decided later once we move forward with project. Okay, so you can even make use of an email provider over here. So all that things is not thought of. So you can say should email provider be used like SendGrid. So I know SendGrid, I've used it in past. So should we use email provider like SendGrid to capture the emails and send it to the ticketing system? Okay, or we can decide that later is what I will say. I'll press enter and let's see what plan changes it makes over here. Okay, so let us wait for a while until this processes. So it's asking me, see, now it's asking me for certain decisions over here. Should we decide on email provider like SendGrid or Mailgun right now or defer it? Okay, so I will say decide later. Okay, focus on core stack right now. Yes, so submit the answers. Okay, this is good. And here, good. Let me update the plan with all your inputs and finalize it. So yeah. Okay, so it has created the plan. It says, let us review this. Okay. Database. Okay, database is Postgres deferred deciding when implementing those features. So these things I have, these things are being deferred, which is good. Okay, this is fine. Okay, this is okay. I think this should be okay. You can add a comment by selecting the text. So if you're not liking something, you want that to be removed, you can add a comment and it will be taken into consideration. Now this is done. What I'm going to do is I'll say yes and auto accept. Okay, and I'll say auto accept. So it is going to create a plan for me. So we'll wait for a while until this file is created, and you will see this file getting created over here. Okay, you can see tech stack MD right now over here. Like so. Right, so this is a tech stack and this is created. Very simple, to the point. Okay, and we have our tech stack decided. Yes, of course, this can be iterated as we move towards a feature. I'm not sure. There are a few things like React hook forms. Do we need React hook forms? Okay, I don't know. We'll take a look at that later, and this can be modified. So this is the first cut. Once you start working on the features, this can be improved, and you can add and remove things as needed. I hope this has been useful. Hey there. So now it's time we begin talking about Model Context Protocol, which stands for MCP. Now, if you are into AI world, it's likely that you must have heard of this term before. Okay, let me break this down for you. What is an MCP server, or what is Model Context Protocol? So see, MCP is a way in which AI tools can connect to external tools out there. Okay, in which AI can talk to external tools. See, today you are using AI to brainstorm. It can create files on your local machine. But let's say I want an AI to basically check the pull request and review and close it. Right? So here what is happening is AI is communicating with external system or an external tool, which is GitHub. And this is where it needs some sort of API integration, right? So to enable that integration, MCP comes into place. Okay, so this integration is possible via an MCP server. Now the question will be, okay, why have an MCP server in between? So let's say you have this AI over here. Okay, what you can do is here directly you can talk to the GitHub APIs directly, right? You can do that. Why do you need a MCP server? You can directly choose the GitHub API over here, right? You can do that. Why do you need like a MCP server in between? So generally what happens is you're going to have AI over here and it is going to talk to the MCP server. Okay, and then this will talk to the GitHub API. So this is how, or this is going to talk to GitHub. Let's keep it simple. Okay, so this is how the complete flow works. But the question is valid over here. Why do you need a MCP? Because the AI model can directly integrate the APIs and talk to it. If you want AI model to review the code of in a pull request, or like if there is some sort of pull request, what is the pull request around? So all those sort of actions can be done using API as well. So the major reason over here is why MCP exists is because if MCP is not there, then every AI provider will have to write the custom integrations, and there will be so many custom integrations written, and this is like the same work being repeated again and again. So what happens is, generally what happens, GitHub defines an MCP, okay, which other AI models can consume. So you have one AI model which is like this can be OpenAI, okay, OpenAI for example. Then you can have another AI model which is I'm just calling it, this can be Anthropic. Okay, this can also talk to the same MCP server, okay, and consume the APIs over here. That is something that can be done. Then you can have the third AI model which can be Gemini, and it can also talk to the same MCP server over here. So all of this can be done. All of this is possible because there is single MCP server. If the single MCP server does not exist, then what is going to happen is OpenAI is going to write its own set of integrations with GitHub using the GitHub API. Right? OpenAI is going to consume the API directly from GitHub. This second AI model or the second AI company like Anthropic, for example, which is maintaining the Claude APIs, this is also going to consume the GitHub APIs. Right? Third also, like Gemini or Google, whoever it is also going to consume the GitHub APIs. Okay, so I can write over here Anthropic over here, and this is Google. Okay, so I'm going to write Google over here. So this is going to happen. Now what happens is everybody has written their own custom integrations, right? It is all repeated work across all the AI providers, right? And tomorrow if GitHub changes the API, let's say if there is a small parameter change or UI or URL change, then everyone has to update it. But with MCP server, what happens is MCP is consuming the APIs from GitHub. It has defined a standard. It has exposed the standard, and everyone consumes that standard. Now, if there are any changes in the GitHub APIs, what GitHub is going to do is it is going to just update. Only MCP server needs to be updated. Rest, everything works fine, right? There are no updates going across, Also, GitHub might have, let's say, a way of authenticating the users, okay, whoever is consuming the API. So if MCP server does not exist, all the AI providers have to handle that authentication. But with MCP, it's handled at one place, and MCP just exposes a simple authentication way to the other AI providers. So this also goes simple, right? And the API over here via the MCP server is exposed in a standard way and everyone can consume it. Okay, so this is something very easy. So this is being done so that it's very easy to consume the tool abilities. So for example, there can be, now this is done for different tools like PostgreSQL is going to have its own MCP server, then many other tools have their own MCP server, okay, which can be consumed. And this enables the AI models to interact with those tools. For example, OpenAI can now, if PostgreSQL has an MCP server, OpenAI models can interact with PostgreSQL, and you can write custom agents that do something on Postgres, right? So for example, if there is a pull request, so the OpenAI model can read the pull request and then it can go to Postgres via the Postgres MCP server and it can make changes in the database based on the pull request. All of those actions can be done, okay, via MCP server. So the power of AI then starts going to these tools wherein AI models can do a lot more than just generating text. So this is the importance of AI model over here, of MCP over here, not AI model, of MCP server over here. Okay, MCP is basically about standardization. Okay, if all the AI companies start consuming the API, it can get messy. Any small change will break all the systems. If you have a standard in place like MCP, so GitHub exposes an MCP server, Postgres can have its own MCP server. All the tools can have their own MCP server, which is like a standard, and it can be used by different AI companies to expand on the capabilities. So that is something that is being done over here. Okay, now here one thing over here is you understood what is MCP. Now see, one thing is, if you tell Claude or any AI model to create a project for you, see, understand this. So you have an AI model over here. This is an AI model. Now AI model is generally trained on a data, right? This AI model will be trained on a data, and let's say this data is old, like this data is from 2023. So if you ask this AI model to create a project, right, it is going to create an project that from the 2023 versions, right? And those versions are no longer valid today because this was like some 3-4 years back, right? So these models are not, these projects that are being created using the library versions, these library versions are now outdated, but the AI model does not know because it was trained on this data. So what you can do is you can make use of MCP server to allow AI models to fetch latest documentation, latest documentation, so that they are aware of the latest versions of the code and they can create the projects. They can use the libraries. They know all the latest context as to what is happening. So see, Tailwind must have released a new update. So with the help of MCP, the AI model will know, okay, I don't need to rely on my training data, but I can fetch the latest documentation from the MCP server and I know, okay, this is a new update. So I need to do all of this. So this way you always have access via the AI model to the latest information. That's the benefit. Okay, Spring Boot 4 has been released recently. So if you ask AI model to create a project, it should not create on Spring 3. It should create on Spring Boot 4, which is the latest one. How is that possible? That could be possible with the help of an MCP server. So with the MCP server, what it's going to do is it is going to fetch all the latest documentation and it can make use of that in the project. So the project that is created, if you ask an AI model to create a project for yourself, it uses all the latest libraries and tools. Now here I'm going to configure, or I'm going to show you a MCP server which is called as Context 7. So you can search for Context 7 over here. Okay. Now you can see over here, this is Context 7. And this is basically an MCP server that you can connect to, and it helps you fetch the documentation, like latest documentation and code into Cursor, Claude, or any other LLM. This is very useful if you are doing development today. And why it's helpful? Because for the obvious reason, see, if you are not having access to the latest documentation, if you're just relying on the AI model's training date or training data, that data might be outdated. The AI model might have been trained like 5 years ago, or 3 years ago, 2 years ago, or even 1 year ago today is outdated. Tech is evolving so fast. So there will be scenarios wherein you want the AI model to have access to the latest documentation. So this MCP server is going to help you with that. So here what you can do is you can search for any library. So you can see Next.js. So this is what it is. And if you click on this, you can see Next.js over here. Okay. So you can see the context over here. Okay. And this is the context, skills, everything. So you have access to that. Okay. You can search for Spring Boot if you are a Spring Boot developer. You can see it has access to the Spring Boot documentation as well. Okay. So you can configure this. It has access to React as well. So all the sorts of development packages, libraries. Okay. So if you configure context 7 onto your project, AI model can use that to fetch the latest documentation. And this is a way for you to, so if you're making use of any sort of LLM, whether it's Claude Code, GitHub Copilot, having context 7 really helps, because for the reasons I said, right? So what we need to do is we need to install this. So I'm going to go to install over here. Okay. So you can see over here. Okay. Here, if you scroll down, okay, what we need to do is probably we need to also, so here we should create an API key. So for creating an API key, I need to create an account. Okay. So I already have an account on context 7. If you don't have an account, you can sign up, and this is completely free of cost. So you're not going to be charged for this. Okay. But I'll just quickly sign up. So I do have signed up. Okay. Because signing up enables me to create API keys later on. And I'll show you how you can make use of that API keys. So here now you need to go to docs. Okay. And if you go to docs, okay, ideally there should be an option to set this up over here. So here installation, under installation. Okay. This is for installation, not here. Okay, so maybe I can search over here for, so I need to set this up for Claude Code VS Code. So let me search this over here. So you can see before searching, you can even see what context 7 is. You can see up to date version. So add, so check a Next.js middleware. So this is a prompt, and this is going to use context 7 to get, latest information. Okay. Install context 7. So this is taking me over there only, but ideally this should be okay. So here I had asked in search Claude Code VS Code setup. So here it is taking me to this documentation Claude Code setup. So you can see over here. Okay. So if you scroll down, this is where the option is. If you scroll down in the documentation, I think they updated it, and that is why I got confused. If you scroll down on this page in the left hand sidebar, you will see clients over here. So under this client, you have option to set this up with Claude Code, Cursor, Open Code, and MCP clients. Okay. So here, if you come, okay, with Claude Code, you can install this using this command. You can scroll down. Okay. And there is no Visual Studio Code option over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to search for Visual Studio Code directly. Okay. And here VS Code. I'm not getting the VS Code option. So what I will do is I will select MCP clients over here. MCP clients. Okay, Claude Code is one option, but I'll select MCP clients, and here you have all the options you can see. Okay, VS Code is the option here. You can see. So select VS Code, and what you do is you get this over here. So there are two ways over here. So get a remote server connection or a local server connection. I'll get a remote server connection, and this needs the API key. Okay, so this is the remote server. This is a remote MCP server that is being set up, and this is the local MCP server that will be set up on my machine. So I want to make use of remote server. And what I will do is I'll get this, I'll copy this, okay, and I'll come over here to my Visual Studio Code, and this needs to be added in the Visual Studio Code. So what I'm going to do is here I'm going to come, okay, and in Visual Studio Code just press Ctrl+Shift+P. So if you're on Mac, press Command+Shift+P, and this is going to open this command palette, okay. I always use shortcuts, so I'm not sure if the command palette can be accessed from here. Okay, so I'm not sure about that, but command palette, okay, view command palette. So you under view, you will have access to command palette. So just go over here and you search for MCP open user configuration. So you can see over here MCP open user configuration. Just select this. Okay, and it will open mcp.json. Okay, so this is opening mcp.json and this is outside this project folder, right? So this is basically going in my user app data roaming user. Okay, what if I don't want to set it up over here? I don't want to set it up over here. So you can set it up over here, set it up globally. I don't want to do that, so I'm going to close this. What I'm going to do is I'll come over here, I'll add a folder. I'll create a .vs code folder over here. So if you don't have a .vs code folder already, just create this and I'll create a new file over here. I'll call this as mcp.json. So that same file which was getting created in C drive, I'm creating over here and I'm going to paste the code that I've copied. Okay, so the code that I had copied, I'm going to paste that over here. Okay, and I need to add my API key over here. So I'm going to come over here and here I'm going to go to dashboard. So I'm going to open dashboard over here. Okay, so this is a dashboard and here I have create an API key. So I need to create an API key. So I'll say course over here and I'll say create the API key. Okay, this API key is created. So copy this API key and just say done and come over here and just add the API key over here. Okay, so you can see the API key has been added and this mcp server.json is set up over here. Now to test this, if this is working fine and fetching right details, what I'm going to do is I'll restart Visual Studio Code. I'll close the Claude Code instance over here. Or let us try without restarting Visual Studio Code. So I close the Claude Code instance. I have opened it again and I'll say use context 7 and I'll ask how to use chat client in Spring AI. I'm asking a simple question over here. Okay, in a new session. Of course, if you want to access old session, it will be over here. So you can see the previous sessions over here. Right, I'm going to just create a new session and once you ask this over here, it is going to think and okay, here one message should come like using so you can see it's reading the mcp.json and it should connect to the mcp server and it should fetch the data from the context 7. So yes, allow domain for, so I'm just going to allow this domain always. Okay, and let us wait what happens. Okay, request failed with status code. Why is that so? So let us wait. What's it? Isn't active for this session. Okay, so since mcp server is still not working here despite adding these settings, I believe this setting that is being displayed on the documentation is for GitHub Copilot and not for Claude Code extension. That is what I'm assuming because this is not working as far as I can see over here. So what I'm going to do is when I was in MCP clients over here, I had chosen VS Code. What I'm going to do is I am going to come over here to Claude Code and here you have this option. So you can use Claude MCP add like this. So this is a local connection and this is a remote one. So I'm going to copy this. Okay, and I'm going to come over here. I'm going to come here, terminal. Okay, where's the terminal? Like so. Okay, and within the terminal, I'm going to like run it like this. And now I need to add like my API key over here. Okay, so whatever my API key is, I'm going to copy that API key like so. Okay, just copy your API key like this and come over here. Oops, sorry. So come over here. Come over here, go here and just see like this. Okay, and just press enter. Now ideally I feel okay, so you can see now this was added over here. Okay, and you can see this was added centrally across all the projects. Okay, which is fine. At least it should work in this particular setup. Okay, so I'm going to like open Claude Code again. I'm going to say use context 7 and tell me how to use chat client in Spring AI. You can just ask any question related to any framework or programming language, and I'm going to just press enter. Let us see if it is able to make use of context 7 over here. Okay, so do you want to proceed with MCP context 7? Yes, I'm going to say for this particular project. Okay, So see, yes, let us see if it's able to access context 7. Oh, so you can see it's able to access, I believe. Yes, allow for this particular project. So yes, it is able to access, you can see. So context 7 is working now. Okay, so the right way of doing this was this way, by selecting Claude Code over here. Okay, so under MCP clients, you select Claude Code and just add a remote or a local connection, and you can see it is going to give you all the data. So I'm just going to shut this because I actually didn't need it. I'm actually testing context 7. So this is working absolutely okay now. Okay, I'll just shut the terminal here and we are back to the original mode. All right, and I'll close this file over here as well, mcp.json. Okay, I hope you were able to set this up, and I hope this was useful. All right, so since everything is set up like MCP server and all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to my older chat. So this was a new chat session that I had created. What I'm going to do is here, I'm going to click on this session history, this icon, and then you will see all the session history, and I'll just pick the first one because this is where we set up the entire project plan, text tag and everything. All the discussions are over here. Okay, you can of course start a new session and do the discussion, but I just want to stick to one chat session. Okay, rest of the chat session I don't think are needed. So what I'm going to do is I can even delete all of them. That's fine. Okay, so I'll just switch to this chat session and I'm going to say create a frontend and backend project, okay, for this app and start them. Okay, and I'm going to say use context 7 like this. Okay, so that it knows, okay, it is supposed to use context 7 to create the project. And I should also add one more line for Spring Boot project. Please use start dot or Spring initializer. Okay, Spring initializer. So at start.spring.io. Okay, so see, Spring initializer can also be invoked using curl command. So that is what probably it's going to do. And I'm just going to say enter and let us see what it does. Okay, so let us wait for a while until it begins creating the entire project. Right now there is no project, as you can see over here. Okay, so it is going to set up the entire project for you. So first of all, it is getting the entire project, okay, the directory, and now it's talking to context 7 and getting the list of available libraries, resolving, querying docs. It is doing the entire thing for you. See, you can also do this, but there'll be a little bit to and fro, what are the latest versions and all, this is just I'm showing you the power of AI. Okay, you can just say create the new projects and it is going to do the project setup for you. So you can see over here Java version. Okay, yes, allow Java version and 2 more for this project. Yes, so it's first checking the Java version that I have. Okay, so I do have Java 25. So what it's going to do is probably it's going to create the project with Java version 25. I believe that is what it's going to do. Okay, and it's doing some further thinking. So you can see over here it's asking me, should I download the Spring project using this command? So you can see over here it is picking up. Okay, it's not picking up the latest version. It's picking up Spring Boot version 3.5.3. Okay, that's weird. So I'm going to say no over here. Okay, and I'm going to say use latest versions only. I see you used Spring Boot 3, but 4 is stable, right? So as I'm recording this video, Spring Boot 4 is stable. So I should say use latest versions only. Okay, and probably it is going to check again. It is going to query context 7. It is going to get, so you can see over here. Okay, so it's creating. Okay, it's allowing, it's querying to check the bash command. Let's see, to check the version. Okay, the versions are available, and ideally it should have fetched the data from context 7. I don't know why it queried that. Okay, fetch Java versions available. I am not going to allow this. Okay, why? Use context 7. Okay, so just say this and let us see what happens. So you can see now it's trying to create this project. I'm going to say yes over here, and it has created the project over here. So you can see backend.zip is getting downloaded, and I'm going to allow it to extract. So it's asking you for every action. Okay, you can also auto approve all the actions for a particular session. So that also you can do, but I don't want to do that. I want to keep a tab on what all it's doing. And now it's creating a React and Vite project. Okay. And you can see this is what is going to be set. You can see the application name is being set in the application properties. Okay. And here you can see, okay, it created the entire project over here. Okay. It added a lot of stuff. Okay. It added a lot of stuff over here. Okay. Let me see. Has it added a lot of code as well? No, not a lot of code. Okay, but that's fine. Okay, allow to write. Yes, allow. That's fine. So let us see what it does. So it has it is creating the React project as well. I'm going to say allow, and then it's going to start frontend and backend server. So then we are going to wait and see. So you can see it's installing frontend dependencies too. Okay, so here now it's adding it's adding recharge, stand stack also, React queries also it's adding, Tailwind CSS, it's adding everything. I'm going to say yes. Okay, and Tanstack query basically is a better way to do API calls, and this is not mentioned in the tech stack, but I believe Claude felt the need of it and it is adding it by default. So I'm happy with this, but see, you have to review whatever is happening over here. It might add something that is also not a part of the plan. So that this is something. So Tanstack query was not there, I believe, in the tech stack. Okay, so if you take a look at the tech stack, I don't think there is Tanstack added anywhere. No, it's not added, but still it has added. Okay, we'll wait for a while until this entire thing finishes. So you can see now Tailwind CSS was added and the configuration for Tailwind CSS is also being added. I'm going to say yes, allow all edits for this session because there are just too many approval and this is just the project setup that is going on. So I've allowed all the edits for this session. Let's wait and see what happens. Ideally, it will finish the setup and start the backend and frontend both. All right, after a while, you can see it has successfully started the server over here. So frontend is running. So I'm going to copy the link, come over here and simply run it. Okay, so you can see over here, frontend is running and backend is at 80 over here. Brilliant. And now you can even check the code. Okay, what was generated? So I believe, okay, there's nothing in the backend over here as I can see. And you will have properties file over here under resources, which is good enough. Okay, this is like a boilerplate code and with some values over here, which is decent. Secret and everything has been set. You can see Spring AI related properties as well. And then you can check the dependencies in pom.xml. You can see everything that has been added over here. Okay. In fact, you can even open this project in IntelliJ and see everything if you prefer that ID. Okay. So you can have two IDs running in parallel if your system allows that to do. Right, this is backend, and then you have frontend also. So here in package.json, you can see all the dependencies that has been added. Okay, but you would see it has automatically configured all the settings that is needed for Tailwind as well. So here, if you scroll up, okay, you can see there has been everything that has been set up. You can see. So here. Okay, I don't find that Tailwind part, but one mistake that it did initially is when it was creating the project, it created a project with version 4.0.5.release, and release is not a valid version. So it got rid of release later on. Okay, it got rid of release, and you can see over here, this is the configuration for Tailwind CSS4 over here. So it's automatically done by Claude. Okay, and the project is also up and running as you can see over here. Right, so yes, that is the project setup. I hope this has been useful. Now it's time where we set up the database. So the database related properties have already been added in application.properties over here in the backend code, but I need to update the password over here. So my password for my machine is admin123. Okay, so the username is Postgres and the password is admin123. And yes, if you don't have Postgres SQL set up on your system, what you need to do is you need to install Postgres database and you need to install this tool called pgadmin4. This is the UI using which you can connect to the database. So here I'm going to create a new database and the database name is already being mentioned here by the AI. So here I'm going to take customer support and I'm going to add the database named customer support here. So I'll create this. So this database will be created. and I'll make sure that the username 54. So this is 5432 port, localhost, username is this, and password is this. So this should be correct, and I'll save this. Okay, so this is done, and I believe everything is done, and we don't need to worry about database now. I hope this database setup was useful. Now the next part I want to do over here is I'll close all the files. Okay, and here I am going to tell Claude. Okay, so see, my application is up and running, but I want to make sure that frontend is able to communicate with the backend. So I'm going to tell Claude that add simple health endpoint in backend and display simple info on frontend from backend. Okay, so this is something I'm going to tell Claude. So let us see what it does. Okay, and we'll wait for a while. Okay, so it is going to read the backend application.java. You can see it's reading backend application.java, and it is going to come up with a thought over here. So you can see the backend goes. It is creating 3 files. Okay, one is the controller, the security config file to permit the endpoint, and the updated front-end code. Okay, so I believe it has added the security thing as well in the setup. So that is why, see, whenever you add a security related dependency over here, so when we checked the pom.xml, it had added the security related dependency. So whenever security related dependency is added in the pom.xml, what happens is by default the behavior is all the endpoint will be authenticated. So that is what is happening. So that is why it has to create one more file, which is the security configuration file. And you can see in the front end also it has done all the changes that are needed. You can see, right? And things are done. Okay, so DevTools will auto restart the changes in the backend. Okay, so it's monitoring for it, and you can see everything is done. Okay, so what it has done is, as a summary over here, it has added a health controller here. This is the health controller in backend. It has added a health endpoint, which is just returning the status of the backend. Okay, and security config is added. Why? For the reason I said, because Spring security dependency is added. So by default, the behavior is all the endpoints will be authenticated. And since health controller is added, this also will be authenticated. So we are not dealing with authentication right now. So in security config, it has written a rule wherein it is exposing this health endpoint. That is fine. Now in frontend app.tsx, okay, so there is one problem over here which we did not check. This project is generated using TypeScript. Okay, I wanted to have JavaScript over here. Okay, so let us take a look at that. I'll have to ask, I'll have to ask Claude to port this. Okay, so this is TypeScript TASX. Okay, I'll have to do that. Okay, but this is done. Okay, now DevTools did not pick up the Java files automatically. It watches compiled classes, not sources. Okay, so it's watching compiled classes. So what I'm going to do is I'll first check if Java based extension is added. Okay, Java extension pack is needed if you are doing development with Spring Boot here in Visual Studio Code. So this is added. So it should automatically build this, but it's not building. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take help of IntelliJ. I'm not going to ask Claude to run any sort of command over here. I'm going to open IntelliJ in a different window. So what I've done is in IntelliJ, I've just opened this backend project, and I will have to rebuild the project. So why am I rebuilding the project? Because backend server is actually running, okay, and it is making use of, you can see over here, what is it making use of? It is making use of DevTools. If you see DevTools, so DevTools basically restarts the server whenever you make any changes to the code, and what it does is it watches the compiled files, which is a target folder. So if the project is not rebuilt, the server is not automatically restarted. So sometimes you have to manually rebuild the project. So I'm going to rebuild the project, and now the server, the front end server, should restart. Okay, so let me see this. Okay, so you can see over here, customer support system is up. Okay, so the project was also rebuilt, and this was automatically, these changes were automatically picked. Okay, so you can see over here, customer support system status is up. You can see, and the timestamp right now. Okay, now this is what it is. Okay, so the application is up and running and our front end is able to communicate with the backend. Okay, and if you see over here in the backend, okay, if you go to so let me open the backend code over here. Okay, in the backend itself, here you're going to see config also. So security config, under security config you're going to see the security configuration. Under health controller you're going to see this health controller. So this is a public endpoint. Okay, and here for the backend application you're seeing this, and here you are seeing this. Okay, so this is allowed origin. Let us see if allowed origin is used anywhere. Okay, allowed origins is not used anywhere because this is a public endpoint right now. Okay, so this is working fine. So this is working fine, and we are able to, our front end is able to actually communicate with the backend. Okay, let me also check the front end code a bit over here. Oops, not this one. This is backend. So I'll close this, all of this. Okay, and I will just open up src app.tsx over here. Okay, is this making an API call? Is this making an API call over here? Health. Okay, health. Let me zoom out a bit. Yes, so you can see it is making an it is making an API call and it is getting the data. Okay, and this data is it's getting as health info, and health info is the interface over here. So this is all written in TypeScript. Actually, I didn't want to make use of TypeScript, but somewhere we missed it. Okay, when setting up the project, we did not review the code, so that's a problem. See, whatever AI is generating, we didn't mention whether you want JavaScript or TypeScript, and it just assumed TypeScript. Okay, so I'm going to modify this and refactor this soon. So let us do that. But I hope this is working fine. You're clear on this, right? I hope this is useful. Okay, so now everything is working fine so far, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell Claude to refactor my code to that of JavaScript. Okay, refactor from TypeScript to JavaScript. Okay, and wish to use JS over here. Okay, so that is what I'm going to say, and refactor front end. Okay, so I'm going to tell this to Claude, and what it's going to do is it is going to go ahead and update it. Okay, so you can see TypeScript, wherever TypeScript is being used, it is going to update it. So we'll wait for a while. I believe this will take 1 or 2 minutes. So let's hang in there. Okay, so it confirms that it's now making use of JSX, which is app.jsx, and you can see over here. Okay, you can see this is now making use of JSX. Okay, fair enough. So this is basically you can see over here, this is a function. Okay, it is making use of use effect to do this API call over here, and then this data is being populated here and it is being displayed like this over here. Okay, you can see, and here we have main.jsx, you can see, where app is getting rendered and app.jsx is being rendered over here. Okay, so this is working fine and there are no issues, I believe. Okay, so this is done, and if you come over here, this is packet.json, and if you come over here in config.js, it has added this over here, because of which the backend URL is configured here this way. Okay, so /API. Okay, backend URL is this, and you can see that being used over here. Okay, you can see. So yes, this is working fine, and the refactoring has been successful. And if you refresh this, this is going to work absolutely okay. I hope this has been useful so far. So once this is done, what I would want to do is I would want to create a project memory by initializing a CLAUDE.md file over here. Okay, so because if I switch sessions, I would want this sort of a memory to exist between sessions, right? So what I'm going to do is here I'm going to say init. Okay, so this is the init command that I'm going to push. So I selected init command, and what it's going to do is, see, it's basically thinking, crunching, and it is going to create a CLAUDE.md file for you. Okay, so let us wait for a while until this completely finishes. Okay, you can see it's reading project plan and everything. Okay, and it has gone through everything over here, and yes, So you can see over here, CLAUDE.md file was created. It took a while to, create this, and it has also given a summary of what it covers. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to open this file, and you can see everything over here. So you can see this is the project, okay, and this is the AI powered customer support ticket management system, and MVP. This is an MVP. See this for full scope, and tech stack MD for tech stack decisions. This is the structure of the repository or the application. This is the backend commands. You can see these are front-end commands, the architecture over here, the security. So talking about security, database, AI integration, you can see email integration, front end over here, everything you can see front end, key conventions, everything. Okay, and what's not built yet. So it has given a list of what's not built yet. Okay, so this is insane. Okay, Claude.md file exists now in the project, and this is our project memory. If just in case if you start a new session, just to give you a recap, if you start a new session, the first file that is loaded in the memory by Claude is Claude.md. Okay, it gives it some context about what's happening. I hope this has been useful.
Hey there. So now's the time where we begin talking about authentication and understand how we need to proceed further with this particular feature. Now, see, before we discuss authentication, I want y'all or we should plan this feature together. So, see, there are different kinds of authentication mechanism, but it's not like you go blindly to AI and tell, okay, I want to implement authentication for me, right? So AI does not know the scale that you're operating as. AI does not know exactly, what are your future goals. It does not know a lot of things, right? So sure, you need to take the important decisions related to the features that you're building. Okay, so see, when we talk about authentication, okay, we have Spring Boot in the backend. We have a full stack, front end, right? So right now the front end is React and Vite. So what we are going to do is we are going to talk about different authentication methodologies that exist. So first is the Spring session based, okay, Spring based session or Spring security based sessions. Okay, so I should say Spring security over here. Okay, Spring security session based authentication over here. Now, what does this mean? Okay, this means that Spring security, this is actually session based authentication. Okay, see, there are two kinds of authentication. First of all, okay, I'll write over here. So one is session based. Okay, session based, wherein whenever you log in to a particular website, there is a session that is created, and if that session gets killed, you are logged out because that session does not exist. And session is how server identifies you. The other kind of authentication mechanism is token based. Okay, now in token based, generally you get, after you authenticate with the backend server, you get a token, right? And token is like a ticket, you can say, or sort of iCard that has all the necessary information that server needs to validate your information. For example, it is going to have the user ID. It might also have the roles embedded. So all of that. So, server is not keeping a track of, So see, it issued a token to you and it is not keeping a track of the users that it has issued the token to. Okay, so for example, if there are 10 users communicating with the servers, it is not going to keep a track, okay, I've issued token to these 10 users. What happens is whenever the users want something from the server, they are going to send a request and they are going to also present the token. So server is going to validate that token, whether that token is valid. And thus it's going to do without the API calls, not the API calls, the database calls. It is going to validate the information within the token using the signature or using the key, and then it is going to authenticate the request. So that is how it's going to work. And this mechanism is known as stateless. Okay, session based is where sessions are tracked. Okay, so 10 people reached out to me to authenticate, and there are 10 sessions that I have created. So server knows, okay, there are 10 people that I'm talking to right now. Okay, that is stateful. So see, looking at our app is not going to be used by a lot of users, right? If the app is going to be used by, let's say, a million or a lot of users, okay, token based authentication makes sense from the scalability standpoint. But our application is a customer service, it's a customer service support system, right? And it's going to be used by one agent right now who is going to be the admin. And later on, we might add a multi-agent system. And looking at the product, it seems like I might add 2-3 agents down the line, not right now, down the line. Okay. At max, how many agents you will need? 10 agents, not more than that, right? So that is not a huge scale. We are not giving users any sort of interface to log in. Users just interacting with the system using an email, right? They are just sending emails. So there is no user facing module that we are creating right now. It's just agent facing or the customer service agent facing, right? So the scale is literally not that big, right? So in that case, I would want to choose the session-based authentication. Now, why session-based? See, session-based has both the authentication system, session-based and token-based, has its own pros and cons. I'll tell you. Okay. See, session-based, there is a little bit of overhead. Okay, wherein you need to manage and maintain sessions. Okay, the complexity will be a little bit there. Okay, in terms of server validating the session and checking everything. Okay, and so that's there. It is less scalable. So when things scale at a large level, like 1 million, 2 million, so this might not work well at that kind of scale, and that is where token based system comes into play. So token based is scalable. Okay, and the server overhead. So server overhead is less in token based. So when it comes to token based, there is less server overhead. Okay, because it does not it will validate the token, but it does not do database calls and all. Okay, so this is the benefit. Now over here, see, I would want to go ahead with session based because literally there are very few users using my system. Hardly, like in the beginning there will be one, and I don't want to like make things complex or over-engineer things with GWT tokens. Yes, if you are building something user facing, there are a lot of users are going to be using the app, then it makes really sense. Okay, but I'm going to choose session based. Now in session based also we have two options. So see, JWT over here. JWT is a stateless token based approach. So wherein the server issues a token, and that token is being used by the front-end application to communicate with the server. Now in our case, we won't be using JWT. Of course, we would be using any of the two approaches. So one is database sessions, and then other is Spring Security session. So what is database session? So database session is a way wherein, see, you have a front end. Okay, this is a front end app, right? It is going to communicate with the backend app. Okay, and then the backend is going to communicate with whom? The database. What happens is these sessions are created by backend and they are being stored in the database. So whenever a front end sends a request, backend first validates the session from the database, whether this session is valid or not. So for every sort of communication, there is a database call that happens. Okay, it leads to a little bit more complexity and slowness in the request. Okay, but this is one way of achieving things or achieving session based authentication. Okay, this is database session backed authentication. Then we have something called as Spring Security sessions. Okay, so what happens over here is, okay, I'm sorry. So what happens is, see here, when it comes to Spring Security based authentication, front end is going to send the request to backend. Now backend is not going to create a session in the database. It is going to create a session in the memory, right? So Spring Security session the sessions are being managed in the memory itself and not in the database. So server creates a session, it stores the session in the memory. It is going to send the session ID as a response once the user is authenticated. So the front end is going to send the username and password. Backend is going to validate username password. Yes, of course, to validate the username password, it's going to communicate with the database, but it's not going to communicate to the database to manage the session. So what happens is, if the username password is valid, it is going to create a session and it's going to send the session ID to the front end, and session ID on the backend is going to be stored in the server memory, right? And then once the next request come in, it is going to compare or it is going to validate the session ID that will be sent by the front end in every request. And then it is going to, allow the front end to access the resource. That is how it's going to work. Now here, a few things that you need to be aware of. The session ID is stored in the backend in the memory, but on the front end, it's being stored as a cookie. Okay, it can be stored as a cookie. In backend, it's being stored in the server memory. Now, if the server restarts, that session ID is lost. So front end will have to re-authenticate with the backend. So that is a benefit. That is one thing over here. So see, the difference between session based and token based. This is also a difference between session based and token based. Okay, if token gets leaked, let's say if there is a token that is issued by the backend to the front end, if token gets leaked, right? Anyone can use that token. Backend is not going to check where this token is coming from. It is going to check if the token is valid or not. So if this ticket is lost, anyone can use it until it expires. There is an expiry mechanism with tokens until it expires. There is no way that server has when it can revoke a token. But with session, what happens is if there is a security breach, then the sessions can be invalidated from the backend. That is one major. So this is in a way more secure. Okay, I would say more control over security. More control over security. Something like this I can write. Okay, and here you have less control in breach. Okay, you have less control if there is a server breach. Okay, so I hope this is making sense as to what is happening over here and why. So see, in our case, I'll also mention security is important because it's a customer service ticketing system. People would be logging in. Agent would be logging in. So I won't say it's that major concern. Okay, but it's the distinction exists. Okay, and I would want to consider that, right? If you look at other benefits over here, okay, here there is no database hit. Okay, in the Spring Security session based, and there is no database hit, but in the database session based, you have to hit the database to validate the sessions. So what I would do is, since we are making use of Java Spring Boot and since Spring Security has this amazing feature of allowing us to having session based authentication with Spring Security, it's easier to implement with Spring Security. So I'm going to make use of Spring Security session based authentication. Okay, so this is the thing that I'm going to use. Okay, remember, this approach that we are using, the first approach over here, the complexity is low. That is also one major reason why I'm choosing this. I want to keep things simple. Okay, security is high because the moment you restart the server, all the sessions are invalidated, right? Because you have better control over security. The performance is fast because sessions are stored in memory itself. See, if your system scales, you can of course then have a Redis incorporated, Redis database, and it's an in-memory database. For those who don't know what Redis is, a separate in-memory database called Redis you can incorporate, and you can store the sessions over there. So it will be faster anyways. Okay, so this you can do once your system scales, not right now. Right now we have only one user who is admin using our system, right? And also the logout is easy. Like I said, if you restart the server, the sessions are invalidated, and scaling is limited because it's session based, right? When it comes to database session, okay, complexity is a little bit higher as compared to Spring Security session based approach, because you have to work with database to store sessions, create schemas. A table will be created to store session information and all of that, right? Security is higher, of course, because you can delete the sessions and you can invalidate sessions since you have the entire control. It's a little bit slower because database calls are involved, okay, and logout and scaling is easy. Okay, scaling might not be that high as compared to token based, but it's good. When it comes to JWT, complexity is a little bit higher because you have to issue tokens and you have to create tokens, you have to embed information in tokens. Okay, security is, I would say, it's good. Okay, but you have to make sure that you have a decent expiry on every token. For example, expiry can be 15 minutes, 5 minutes, something like that. So whatever works for your use case, you can have that kind of expiry. Okay, performance is fast because you are just issuing token, and when token comes with the request, you are just validating it. Okay, and that's the thing. So these are few parameters that you need to consider, and we will be picking up Spring Security session based approach, like I said. And I hope you all are clear on the reason. Okay, I'm building a simple app. I don't want a lot of complexity involved. So JWT would be a little bit of over engineering, as I feel, at this stage of our application. So I'm choosing a simplest approach with more control over security. I'm just keep going with the simplest approach. See, when it comes to making engineering decisions, you also have to make sure you all don't over engineer stuff. Okay, it's you who knows the scale that you're going to operate in, you who know the product that you're building, your users who are going to use the product, not AI. So you have to be vigilant and make sure you do not over engineer things. I hope this has been useful. So what we need to do is we need to plan our authentication feature, okay, with Claude. So what I'm going to do is I'm right now in this particular chat session, and like I said, okay, whatever communication you are doing with Claude in a particular chat, your context window is created. So I can check my context right now. What is the context right now? Okay, you're going to see over here. Okay, you can see over here, these are the memory files. And you can see over here, I am using 9% of the, context over here. This is what it says. Okay, and you can see over here what all I have used. Okay, so if this context grows a lot, it's best to create a new session. Right now it has not grown a lot, but I would still prefer creating a new session. So here you can see there are two options. One is so here at the top. Okay, I'll just highlight these two options at the top right. Right, so this shows the session history, and this is going to help you create a new session. So I'll just create a new session because I want to start fresh, since this is a fresh feature. Okay, so I'm not going to have any of the previous references over here. Okay, now first thing I'm going to say, start the project first, or what I can do is I can, or let's say start the project, or let me not start the project. Okay, let's do it this way. I wish to implement authentication using sessions and Spring Security. Okay, and help me plan this feature. So what I'm going to do is here you can see edit automatically. I'm just going to select plan mode over here. Okay, I'm going to tell Claude to ask questions if anything not clear. Okay, and the front end should have login page. Okay, and on login it should be taken to dashboard. Okay, which has a home and tickets button. Okay, it should be simple with nothing inside those pages yet. Okay, just create this much. Okay, and what I would also like to do is home and tickets on login should be authenticated and should not be accessed without login. Okay, or without authentication, I should say. Okay, so what I'm saying is I'm asking it to implement the authentication using sessions and Spring Security. Okay, well, I know there is a session based approach with Spring Security, but still I'm telling it to plan the feature for me. Ask questions if anything is not clear. So if anything is not clear, it is going to ask me the question. Frontend should have a login page. On login, it should be taken to the dashboard, which has a home and a tickets button. It should be simple with nothing inside those pages yet. Just create this much. If you don't mention this, then it might happen. I face this issue sometimes. At times, when it just implements the features ahead, like ticketing page, it will create. It will also create the home page with the dashboard metrics, because it has all the requirements, right? So it will just go on, creating everything in single prompt. You don't want that to happen. Okay, we'll go step by step. We'll review the code. Home and tickets on login should be authenticated. Okay, should be authenticated and should not be accessed without auth. And this is in plan mode. Okay, I'm going to expand this a bit and let us see what Claude has for us. Let us see. So see, after few minutes, okay, Claude has prompted me with this particular plan over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just expand this a bit. It has created this plan document. Okay, wherein it is planning the authentication sessions for me. Okay, now what I can do is I'll have to first review the plan. I can say yes and auto accept, or I can say yes and manually approve the edits. That is another option I have, or I can keep planning, or I can add any custom instructions that I want over here in the text box. Okay, so let's take a look at the plan. Okay, it is going to implement admin authentication using Spring Security, not JWT. Admins log in via login page and can be are redirected to the dashboard with the home and tickets navigation, of course. Now you can see you can add a comment over here as well, whatever you select. So if there is something which you need to highlight to Claude, you can do that and add a comment. Both the pages are protected. Yes, in-memory credentials are used for now. No JPA entities yet, right? And backend changes over here. So we can rewrite the we can rewrite the security config over here. Okay, this is the security configuration will be written, and I'm going to
here what it's going to do is it is going to replace the minimal stub for full session auth config, and it is going to create an in-memory user over here. You can see it is going to hard code the in-memory user. Okay, and HTTP sessions context repository bean is going to be used, shared with auth controller to save login context after login. Makes sense. And it is going to make use of custom authentication entry point that returns the JSON error. It is going to disable login form and HTTP basic. Okay, and session policy if required. Makes sense. Okay, and here if you come, okay, so if I have to explain these things to you, okay, session policy if required, so this is going to create a login session only if it's required, meaning only after login. Okay, and here the things that you see, okay, in memory user details manager. So if you are aware of Spring security, this is a inbuilt way in which you can create a user within the memory to be used by Spring security, and that particular user can be used by for the authentication is what I mean. Okay, so that is what it's going to do. So these all changes are going to be written in security config over here. Okay, and if you come over here, it is also permitting the health and login. Why it is permitting login endpoint? It's permitting login endpoint because to authenticate yourself, you need to access a page that is open for everyone, right? And here it has said, okay, it is making use of security context repository, and here you can see this is the filter chain. So basically there will be a filter chain that will be added over here. So you can see CSRF is disabled, which is fine. I don't want to enable CSRF protection right now. CSRF is a kind of attack, just in case you are not aware of what CSRF is. Okay, there is the security context that is being set over here. You can see, okay, and you have session management. So session based auth. Form login is disabled and HTTP basic authentication is also disabled. So see, Spring security also comes with its inbuilt, login form. Just in case you as a user does not or has not added a login form, Spring security has its own login form, right? So I'm disabling this because we are going to have our own login form. Exception handling authentication is being added over here. Okay, exception handler. And then if you see over here, these two endpoints are being opened. Okay, and this is fine. Okay, then I'm creating over here so there is an authentication manager bean that is being exposed. Yes, because this is going to be needed by auth controller for validating the authentication. So here what is going to happen is you can see over here, okay, a record is being created with login request, which is fine. Auth controller over here, this is going to have a couple of endpoints. I think one endpoint is about login, right? So this is going to authenticate the user. You can see this way. That is going to create the security context, and it is going to set the security context. Okay, and this is going to write, this particular piece of code is going to write the JSession ID. Okay, and this step is needed because without it the session won't persist. So upon successful authentication, the session is going to persist, and then it's going to return 200 along with the username in the endpoint. Otherwise it is going to return the exception. Okay, and then there is this endpoint that it's adding, which is auth/me. It returns the current username of the authenticated user. So just in case you want to check who the authenticated user is, you can query this endpoint, and then you can even log out. So logout is just going to invalidate the session. Okay, so that is something it's going to do. And here on the front end over here, okay, I am not sure if it's added a DTO. Is there a DTO that is being added? We are here on front end. Okay, is there a DTO? Okay, you can see over here, this is the login request DTO. Yes, so I missed this. This is a login request DTO that is being created as a record. A record is one of the latest feature or in Java, wherein instead of creating POJO classes, you can directly create a record to reduce the boilerplate code. So that is what it's doing. So this is fair, and backend looks good. On front end, it is going to create a browser router, router provider, and query client provider. Then it is going to make use of protected route over here on so /login is going to render first of all login page, and this is the route tree. Then protected route is going to be used to protect these two routes, the home page and the ticket page, because we said that these two pages we want to be authenticated or protected. So that is what it's going to do. And yeah, it's going to have a layout.jsx wherein it's going to create this particular layout. And this is a nav bar basically with two endpoints over here. You can see two. So one is the home, then we have ticket, and then we have logout over here, which is fair enough. If you scroll down over here, you have the login page that will be created, which is good. Home page that will be created, which is also good. This says just the dashboard home. And you have the tickets page, which just says this is a ticket page. Okay, so you can see ticket management coming soon, like so. Okay, and technical notes is this is the weed proxy that is already being configured. No extra course config is needed. Security context repository must be the same being in the auth controller. Okay, this is fine. DB requisite is starter GPA should be there. Okay. Database exists. So this database already exists. We have done this configuration already, and main.jsx is unchanged. Okay. And then for verification, it is going to run all of this way. And these are the steps it has added for testing. Okay. Now, one thing I wanted to make sure is the password being stored using any sort of hashing over here. So if you scroll up over here in the plan, okay, somewhere over here, password was mentioned. Okay, yeah, this is bcrypt hashed. So this is actually okay. All right, I don't see any other thing over here. Okay, I think this is good. Okay, so right now, since we are done with the planning, what I'm going to say is I'm going to say yes and auto accept. Okay, and before auto accepting, there is one thing that I've forgotten over here. I'm going to set up Git, right? So I'm going to set up Git so that, you know, whatever changes are happening, I could see them very well. So let me see if the Git is configured. No, it's not configured. So I'm going to initialize over here. You can initialize using terminal as well, but I'm going to initialize like this. Okay. And I'm going to add, you know, everything to the Git repo. So I'm going to say commit. I'm going to say add, and I'm going to say first project setup. Okay. So this is committed. Now Git is committed over here, right? Everything is added to Git. Now, whatever changes happens over here that AI is doing, okay, that we can review with the Git changes. So, you know, you will have that tracking in the Git. Okay, these changes are being done, and you can restore the project state. You can even do that from Claude, but I just prefer having Git in the projects, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say yes and auto accept over here. And you know, it is going to go ahead. So you can see it created a plan over here in this particular folder. This was a temporary document that is being created. Deep sniffing sketch. Okay, that is what Claude named this particular file. So yes, I am auto accepting you know, all the changes. So what it has done is, first it has created the to-dos. See, if you are writing the code, you are also going to write the same way. Okay, but you should always review the code, review the plan, and you should use AI in a smart way so that you can, you know, accelerate your building, you can accelerate your output, and you can become a productive engineer. But before doing this, you should understand what the concepts are. You should know what Spring Security is, what is a DTO, what is a record. So all of that you will have to learn the fundamentals, right? You cannot just skip the fundamentals and rely on AI, right? If you're building a production grade true application, right? So here I'm understanding what things are happening over here. So for example, if you go over here, you can review your Spring Security file, and you can see what sort of changes are being proposed by you know, by AI over here. So you can see it has exposed this password encoder bean. You know, you can see it is doing all the legitimate changes over here. These changes you would have done yourself as a developer, right? But AI is doing it for you, but you have to make sure it's being done in the right way. And for that, you need to understand and know things, right? Which I do. And that is why it's fine if I use the AI, right? So you can see it's completing the to-dos. And while it's completing the to-dos, you can focus on something meaningful while it's doing the job for you. So we'll wait for a while until this completes entirely, right? So now it's time where we begin, you know, testing the application. So I'm going to tell Claude to start the front end and backend. Okay, start the front end and backend. Of course, I can even go and start. Okay, but there'll be a little bit of. So I just said Claude to do that. Okay, you can do it. It has given you the commands to do it. Okay, but Claude has done this for you. You can see over here, and what you can do is you can read the output as well. So you can see over here. Here on this particular, okay, it started this, and let us wait for a while. Okay, so when starting so front end was up, but backend had a compilation error wherein Jackson isn't available in the application. And yes, this is because in the latest version of Spring Boot, so earlier there was this dependency called Spring Boot Starter Web that was being added, and that had Jackson included. But Spring Boot Starter
web MVC, which is being added from Spring Boot 4 onwards, does not include Jackson, and this is something that I'm aware of. Okay, and AI is also telling me that same thing. So what it has done is, you can see over here, it has edited this over here. Okay, and it has what it has done, it has edited the Spring security over here to fix this. You can see it has got rid of this object map over here, okay, which requires Jackson. It has started again, and it's compiling, and it started. You can see over here. So what I can do is, I can now copy this endpoint over here, copy the link. I can go over to the front end and I can paste this over here. Let us take a look. So you can see over here, customer support. Of course, this can be something better. If you have a brand name, you can add that brand name over here. But I'm going to say admin over here. I'm going to say admin@123. Okay, invalid username and password. So what are the credentials? It's admin123. Okay, not admin@123. So I'm going to say admin123, and it logged me in. So you can see over here, support admin, tickets. You can see ticket management coming soon. Right? You can see over here, this is fine, and log out button over here. So this is good enough. I can log out and I'm out over here. I can enter, let me say sign in. So you can see here you're getting the validation as well. Okay, if you enter admin222, this is an incorrect username. Okay, still it's going to ask you for the password. If I enter any random password, it's going to validate me. Okay, so this is fair enough. And if I log in, okay, admin and admin123 over here. Oops, so this will be removed. Now here you can see /home and /tickets. So if you let me try accessing this URL without logging. So I can say /tickets. So you can see if I go to /tickets, I'm being navigated to login. And if I go to /home, I'm being navigated to login. Right? So this feature is working absolutely fine. Right? It's working as expected. Now what we can quickly do is, we can quickly review the code that Claude has written for us. So first thing, I'm going to come to Visual Studio Code. Of course, you can do this step in IntelliJ if you wish to prefer, using IntelliJ for reviewing and watching Java code. It's fine, but I think I'll just stick to Visual Studio Code over here. So you can see first we will log in the Java changes. So for Java, it has made changes to the 3 files. One is security config, it has created auth controller, and it has created login request DTO. So first, let's take a look at the what we call it security config. So first of all, yes, these changes were pre-done. It has added a bean called password encoder. Now this here you can see it is using bcrypt password encoder, which comes with Spring Security, right? And it is returning a password encoder object so that the passwords can be encoded. Then it has created a user in the memory, and for this it is making use of, you can see over here, user object or user class, and it is creating this user with the admin as the username and password as the admin123, and roles are admin, and the build is it's creating this user, and it is making use of in-memory user details manager. Now there are quite a few, like there are other user details manager using which you can even create the users in the database. So tomorrow, if you want this user in the database, what you can do is you can change this part of code, right? So migrating to the database backed users should be fairly easy down the line, right? But right now it is hard coding this stuff over here. Okay, this hard coding can be moved to the properties file. Of course, hard coding in code is not good. We can tell Claude to move this to like the properties file. Okay, then it's basically exposing or creating a component which is authentication manager, and this is the authentication manager that is going to validate or verify the username and password. Then it is creating a bean of HTTP session security context repository. Okay, and this is going to store the login info in the session, and login info is going to be stored as a JSession ID when it comes to Spring Security. If you're used to Spring Security, you must be aware of this concept. Then it creates a, you can see over here, it is authentication entry point. So this is the method that is going to set the error and everything basically over here. Okay, if there is unauthorized access, this is the response that you are going to get. So it is going to return a JSON instead of a redirect. Okay,
Then here you have a security filter chain. Okay, so here you can see this is a security filter chain. Now here what it has done is, the rest of the code was there previously, but what it has done is it has first added it has basically added the session only after login. So using this, okay, if required, if the authentication is done, only then the session will be created. Then it has basically told the Spring security as to where it needs to store the session data. So you can see security context repository. So your security context repository. So HTTP session security context repository is where the session data will be stored. These are all inbuilt classes. I'm disabling the form and basic authentication. This is pre-provided by Spring Security, just in case if you don't want to build your own authentication mechanism or your own authentication forms, login forms. Spring Security has its own. So I'm disabling those because we have our own front end. So security forms are there, like login forms and all. And then this is a exception handler over here that is being set over here, right? So in case of any sort of exception, okay, I am saying that return an object of this. So this is basically using the custom 401 JSON based response over here, right? And then over here, here we were exposing or enabling the health endpoint early on. So I've added the login endpoint also, because login endpoint should be open for everyone. Okay, so this is the file. Then this is security config. We will also take a look at the auth controller. So this auth controller file is completely new. Now you can see this is being mapped to /API/auth. Okay, here you can see authentication manager is being created over here, right? Now over here we are creating this instance of HTTP session security context repository. This is used to store the session or the login information. Okay, and I'm creating or I'm injecting the instance over here. See, when it comes to Spring, okay, the objects are being managed by Spring over here. Authentication manager is being managed by Spring. HTTP session security context repository is also being managed by Spring. So I'm getting the instance of these objects, of these classes being injected over here. Okay, now when it comes to login over here, you can see I am accepting login request. Now what is login request? So login request is a DTO that has been created over here. Okay, it has two fields. One is username and password. So that is what I'm doing over here. Okay, this is a simple Pojo class that has been added. Okay, and if we go over here, okay, auth controller. Okay, this login request is being used over here. You can see. And it is also accepting the HTTP servlet request object and the HTTP servlet response as well. Okay, so this is what we are doing over here. And this is the this is for the login endpoint. So this login endpoint will be called if we want to log in to this particular system, right? Now over here, what is happening is, first you can see authentication object is being created. You can see over here username, password, authentication token. This is an inbuilt, these are all inbuilt classes and interfaces that we are using, and we are passing in request, we are passing in username and password from the request that we are getting. Okay, and then over here we are making use of authenticate method over here, right? So this is basically creating the authentication object, okay, which is the login request object, and then this is authenticating the user. So this is going to check for username, password if it's valid or not, and it is going to return the authenticated object. So earlier this object was non-authenticated, then after calling authenticate, this is authenticated. If there are any issues, okay, we are going to, so this is all embed like inside a try catch block. If the authentication is not successful, we are going to return this 401 over here, right? Then security context security context object is being set. So if you have worked with Spring Security, you will know security context is very important, right? It sets the context for the request, right? So that is being set, and then this is being stored in security context repository, right? So this endpoint is done. This was very simple. After authentication, just we are saving the session information, which is good in this context, right? Then over here we have this me endpoint, which is just returning the current authenticated username. And the beauty of this method is the current logged in user is automatically injected over here, okay, using the user details object. So you can return the username over here, right? Logout is over here, which is doing the job of clearing the security context. and getting rid of the session. It is also invalidating the session. So the code is so far good. One improvement if you have to do, one improvement I would suggest if you have to do, I'm not doing that improvement, you can basically move these hard-coded values to that of application.properties and refer to them from here. That is one improvement that can be done. Rest all is well written, okay, and it's all good right now. Now let us come to front-end code. So I've closed all the tabs for backend code, and let us start with app.jsx. Okay, so I'll hide this tab and let me open this tab. Okay, so also let me open after app.jsx. I'll double click on this so that it's pinned, and let me open protected routes as well. So we'll review this one as well. So these two things we'll review now right now. So app.jsx. So you can see this is defining the routing structure and routing and as well as the structure over here. So you can see over here, these all things have been imported. These all things are going to be used. We are creating an instance of a global query client. This can be used for caching the API calls. Then here you can see we have defined all the routes of the app, okay, using this create browser router. So you can see we have this, if there is a request on the home page, it's being navigated to the home. If there is a request on /login page is being rendered. And if there is a request on something else over here, you can see protected route is the element, okay, and inside over here you have all the children's like home tickets and everything. So this is the route structure. The older code was deleted, as you can see over here. Okay, older code was deleted, and here you can see query client provider is being used. Okay, so this basically makes sure that there is React query that is being used everywhere. Okay, and route provider is being used over here. Now here query client provider is used to activate TAN-stack query across our application. This is a configuration that we have added, and then router provider. This is basically used to activate the routing in our application. So all the routes that we have defined, routes meaning path, /login here, whatever we have defined at the top. So you can see /login is there, root /home /tickets, all of these will be active. Now after this, let us go to login page over here. Okay, so it can be the login page here. Okay, and then I can also open the layout.jsx. So let us review these two, right? So now in login page, these are both completely new files. Okay, you can take a look over here. So here we are just defining all the constants that we are using, which is fine. Here we have this setup over here. Okay, so this is basically set on page load, and it calls this particular endpoint from the backend. Okay, and here there is a retry logic is false. Okay, which is fine, and we are making use of TAN-stack over here, and yeah, I think this is good. It is just calling the me endpoint. If there is a loading state, it is going to show loading over here. Okay, then this is going to come into play. Okay, it is going to navigate to home and replace. Okay, which is good. And here handle submit is being used. So handle submitting, if there is any sort of submission, it is going to push the username and password over here to this particular login, to this particular endpoint over here, and then it is updating the cache over here. So earlier this result might have been cached of whoever was logged in, so that is being replaced over here. It is refreshing the cache with the latest logged in user, and it is navigating the user to the home page. Okay, and this is all the JS6 that is being used over here. Okay, so you can see over here, this is the, okay, this is fine. This is all Tailwind over here. It is using this part. It is also using password over here, and the way to display the error messages and buttons over here, which is fair enough. Okay, and then over here we have the layout.jsx. Now layout.jsx is a wrapper, sort of wrapper for all the protected routes. So you can see over here, okay, navigate and query client is being used. Okay, async function to handle logout. Okay, it's basically defining the internal dashboard frame basically. So the internal dashboard frame that you saw, wherein you have the home page, you have the tickets button and the option to log out, all of that comes over here. And this is a fairly simple file, which is good enough. Okay, you have the tickets page. Tickets page does not have anything. It just says something coming, ticket management coming soon, and then there is home page which says something, dashboard coming soon. Okay, so everything looks good. Now one improvement that you can do over here is if you come over here, okay, we are actually calling this endpoint this way. What you can do is you can extract the API layer. So these all API calls that are being done, okay, instead of using Axios everywhere, you can basically have an API layer that is centralized, and it can be called wherever you want to, wherever you want to call that particular endpoint. Okay, and also I believe the Axios credentials, the Axios configuration should also be centralized. So these two improvements, if you have to make, could be made over here because AI has not taken care of that. Okay, rest all seems good to me over here. So you can even do the improvements if you wish to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a commit over here, login feature working. Okay, I've done the commit. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to spin off Claude Code. Okay, Claude Code instance was already open, so I'm going to tell Claude Code to make certain improvements. So I'm going to say improve the code by adding centralized Axios config. Okay, this is there. Okay, and this should be done in axios.js file, which will ensure that cookies are sent with every request, something like this. Okay, this is improvement number 1. Extract API layer because APIs are scattered across files. Okay, and I'll ask it to create the API layer. Okay, so I've typed out all the improvements to save some time. Another improvement I've mentioned is extract the API layer because APIs are scattered across files. So basically create a auth.js file that will make sure that functions like login, and me and logout are created within that particular file. Okay, and those can be used instead of direct API calls. And also error handling is manual right now for each component. So if you observe the code, error handling is super manual, right? 401 unauthorized and everything is being manually handled. There is no consistency. So I would want to basically have a interceptor because Axios has this feature of interceptor, right? So just go ahead with this and let us see what happens now. Okay, so it took some time and it has come back with all the changes. Okay, so you can see over here, it has added 2 new files, axios.js and auth.js, like I told it to do. So if you click over here, this is actually a link. Okay, so this is configured so you can see over here, this is centralized configuration now for Axios. This is way better. There is an interceptor that has also been added that I told, that I mentioned. Okay, so for common errors, there is a centralized error handling like 401. There is a centralized error handling, right? If there are any sort of more common errors that you find down the line, you can basically add the interceptor over here or update the code over here, right? So you can see over here, true, this is cookies is being sent on all requests and the interceptor redirects to login on 401 unless already on login page. And also auth.js is added. So you can see over here, there are different functions that have been added. So this is a login function. So in future down the line, so see, this I've done with purpose, the centralized API file. So this file has all the APIs of backend. Now tomorrow, let's say, so see today, let's say you are calling login API at 10 different places on the front-end code. You are hard coding the URL like you were doing earlier on. Now let's say backend changes the endpoint a bit. So it says API auth login /v1. For example, this is a new endpoint, version 1 of the login. It has done some improvement. Now you have to find all the places where a login is being used. If you are not able to figure out and if you miss a certain place, it's going to be cumbersome down the line, right? So code has to be maintainable. So what I've done is I've added this file wherein, if tomorrow there are any changes in the API, any sort of parameter changes, I have to just make change in one place and it is reflected across the entire app. So this is definitely better than what we had early on. And it has also updated the components. You can see over here. It has also updated the components like protected route over here. You can see protected route. Okay, you can see how it is making use of auth API now over here. You can see how the API call is being made. Then layout, in layout also, it is, if you scroll down, wait a minute. Okay, not down, over here only. It is making use of logout over here, right? And here also this import has been added, you can see, right, this import. And login page also has this update, right? So okay, so you can see over here this is being used, and here this is being used. Okay, so this is good enough. Okay, you can see these changes are being done. And also I would like to check one more thing. So over here, if you come, okay, package.json, okay, all the dependencies have been added, and I think we are all good. Yes, we are all good. Okay, everything is working fine. We can validate the application once more. So I can say admin and admin 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm being able to go to, so after refactoring, it's best that you test the changes. Okay, admin, and I can enter a wrong password and it won't work for me. And I can just say home over here. It won't take me to home. I can go to tickets and it won't take me to tickets. So I think this has been good. Okay, and I hope this has been useful. Now what I wish to do is I wish to write some test cases for the application. Okay, so first of all, I'm just going to commit everything. Okay, refactored login auth code. Okay, this is done, and I'm going to have some simple test cases written. Now I'm not going to overdo in terms of test cases. Okay, I wish to be simple over here. So I'm going to say write unit tests, integration tests, okay, and end-to-end test, okay, and keep tests simple, okay, and don't over engineer, okay, for important use cases only. Okay, and I'm not going to allow it to edit automatically. I'm going to enter plan mode, and I'm going to send this. So let us wait for a while until it gets back to us with a proper plan as to how it is going to approach testing for our project. Of course, see, unit test, integration test, I prefer having in the backend. Unit tests we can have in the front end as well as end-to-end tests. Okay. Basically testing the flow end to end is something that we can have, and generally we use Playwright for having end-to-end tests. Okay, so let's wait for a while until we get an output from here. Okay, so Claude is asking me to allow the installation for this, so I'm going to say share plan first. Okay, I'm not going to allow this, and I'm going to press enter. Okay, so let us wait. Okay, so you can see over here it took some time. Okay, and you can see over here it has got back with this plan for you. Okay, you can see over here front end unit test and front end component. This is for the front end component over here, front end component end-to-end testing. Okay, so this is something there. So here's the plan. Let us review. So here it's saying okay, first it's going to create this auth test. Okay, it's going to mock the TB, and you can see these are all tests it's going to carry, and then it's also going to have the integration test, which is fine. Okay, then for front end it is going to do some sort of setup over here. So backend, luckily there is no setup that is needed. Okay, we have everything we need, but for front end there is some sort of testing that is needed. So here it's adding all the testing library, Playwright. It is doing all the configuration over here. And then if you scroll down here, you have the front end unit test. Okay, so this is basically here we are actually mocking the Axios instance. So I believe this is not actually needed. I don't want to over engineer stuff right now. I'm not going to get this done. I'm also not going to write front end component tests. Okay, this is just testing the components over here. Okay, individual component. Of course, we can write this. But this I believe will also be covered in the end-to-end test. Okay, so end-to-end test is already covering this. Protected route test is something that I'm going to leave it. Okay, we are going to have this. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Claude over here. Okay, so I'm going to ask Claude to skip a certain things. So first is I don't want this. Okay, so let me see. I don't want this. Okay, skip this. Okay, first thing. Okay, and then I also don't need login page. Okay, this front-end component testing. Okay, so this is the front-end unit testing. Okay, skip this front-end unit test. Okay, and skip front-end component test here. Okay, I think we should only write backend, unit backend integration test, and we can do end-to-end testing. Okay, that is something we can do. But if you want to expand the scope, you're free to do that. Okay, and I'll also ask for share instructions to run tests. Okay, of course I can figure out the instructions on my own, but I'm going to just tell Claude to do it. Now it is going to simply work on the next steps for me. Alright, so it's asking me to whether I wish to allow it to do this. So it's basically installing VTest, React testing library, and Playwright. So I'm just going to say yes over here. Okay, and it's asking me allowing to write. Okay, I'm going to say yes over here. Okay, and let us wait for everything to finish over here. Okay, I'm going to approve all the everything that Claude says yes to. Yes. Okay, and then we are going to review everything. Okay. Okay, so Claude has done a lot of changes. Okay, and it's asking me to test this. So here are the testing instructions. What you can do is you can start a new terminal window over here. Okay, and it has also given you the instructions. So first you can I'm going to copy these commands. Okay, and you can test this. So you can see like all the tests that are being passed. Okay, so there is a failure over here. What happens over here? Okay, so there is an issue. Okay, 1 second. So this is there. Let me also test the backend. Okay, am I in the front end? Yes, actually I'm in the front end. So okay, I'm in the front end. Okay, so I'm getting this error over here, and so probably I'll just add this error here in the chat. Okay, this is error number 1. We'll wait and we'll test everything. I'm going to also head over to the backend. Okay, so let me go to the backend over here. Okay, let me copy this. Okay, cd, and let me run this. So you can see over here. Okay, so it's running everything. Okay, compilation failure, cannot find symbol. Okay, so this seems to be this seems to be a dependency issue to me. Okay, which is fair enough. Okay, and I'm going to also test the end-to-end testing. Okay, end-to-end testing. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to run this. Okay, and then I'm going to run npm test end-to-end. Okay, so this is actually downloading Chrome for testing. Okay, we need to install Chromium before running the test, because these tests are going to be simulated on the browser. So what I'm going to do here is, okay, it has added everything, downloading. This will take a bit. So you can see that was installed. I'm going to clear, and then I'm going to run this npm end-to-end test. So you can see it's running all the tests using the worker, and all the 4 tests have passed. So integration testing, end-to-end testing is working fine. Okay, this is fine. I think to run with browser visible. Okay, so here see, now end-to-end testing basically it's going to open the browser. It's going to actually do the clicks for you. See, generally what happens is whenever you want to test, you're going to test it by you will have certain steps written, and you're going to test it manually over here. But with Playwright, what you can do is, here I have done the testing, and clicking and everything will happen automatically. So here I can even run this with the browser over here. So let us see the browser headed. Okay, so this is going to run. You can see the browser opened, and basically there was a browser, okay, wherein the app was launched, and all the clicking and everything was done manually, and it was tested. And here we have the summary as well. Okay, let me show you the summary. But before showing the summary, I'll just edit automatically, and I'll just give this as an input. Okay, now I'll also show you the summary over here, what each test covers. Okay, so you're going to see over here, okay, what each test covers. So you can see backend covers auth controller test, covers fail validation, me check, logout, and session continuity. Frontend is testing for protected route. You can see over here, redirect to login when an auth and render content when it's authenticated. Right, so all of that testing it's doing authentication based, and end-to-end testing is being run. Now these tests are fine. Okay, if you want to expand on more tests, that's completely fine. Another alternative is with Claude Code. What I do is I basically first discuss the scenarios that you're going to test. So I enter into the plan mode and I ask Claude that, hey, for this particular feature that we have written, okay, can you share all the scenarios that we can test in terms of unit testing and everything? And if there is any scenario that it's missing, okay, it's going to I can ask it to add, or if there is some scenario that is not in my head, then Claude will tell it to me. So that way, I get a comprehensive set of test cases written over here, right? So you can see this is taking a bit of time. Okay, it is going to do some modifications. I'll hang in over here until this finishes. Of course, you can manually figure out the error as well, but that is going to consume a bit of time. Here you have AI figuring that out for you. So you can see the fix it has added. Okay, it has basically added some configuration fix, and over here it has you can see it has updated the code basically to work for Spring Boot. What I'm going to do is I'm going to first copy this command. Okay, I'm going to head over to terminal window is something I just closed. Okay, and here I'm going to just paste this. Oops, so where am I? I'm in the customer support system. Okay, and I'm going to say cd frontend. Okay, and I'm going to say npm test over here, right? So let us see if this works. Okay, so now you can see this is working fine. Okay, redirects to login when not authenticated, redirects protected content when authenticated. This is done. Okay, this is running fine, and this is for the backend. So I'll go over here. Okay, cd backend. Okay, and then I'll paste this. Okay, and won't work because I'm on Windows. Okay, but let me run this. So you can see over here, this should work absolutely fine now. Yes, so test cases are running, and yes, it's working fine. You can see test run 7, 0 failures and 0 errors. Okay, so test cases are working fine, and it has done the job of writing test cases for us. I hope this has been useful. Alright, so now it's time that we go through all the code over here. So first thing, we'll go through the backend code. Okay, so here we have just one backend file that has been created. Okay, now this is the file that helps us run tests for our Spring Boot application. So you may note that no dependencies were added over here. You can see like there was no other change in the backend configuration. Okay, all the dependencies were there in our application, and here you can see this is the class that has been written. Okay, now Spring Boot test is the annotation that is being used over here. So this is going to load the full Spring Boot context, and it will it basically facilitates testing. And then over here you can see like 2 objects are being created over here. Okay, so this is the web application context. Okay, so this is for a full context of controllers and whatever code you have, like security configuration and everything. And mock MVC object we are making use of to simulate HTTP request. First thing is this is being set up. So before each test, okay, this will be executed. So that is why you have like before each annotation over here. Right, before each test, this is going to be executed, and this does the setup over here. So this is the code that runs the setup. Now here are the scenarios, to test different features. So here this is one scenario. So login valid credentials written 200 with username. So this is a check to validate this. So you can see over here using mock MVC, we are simulating this HTTP call. Okay, content type should be application JSON, content should be this, and we expect this as the result. Okay, you can see over here, right? And now again here we are hard coding the credentials. Okay, not a fan of this, but probably this should exist in the application.properties over there, right? So this is fine. But now next let's go ahead. This is for the wrong password. This returns 401. This is for blank fields. Okay, this is saying that this is a bad request, which is good. Okay, now this is for /me endpoint. It is checking. So if there is any unauthenticated request, it should return 404, which is fine over here. Okay, and then over here now me authenticated returns username. So if the user is authenticated, it should return the username over here. That is what is being mentioned over here. This is for the logout. Okay, so if there is so logout returns 200. Okay, so yeah, if logout API is called, this should return 200, which is fine. And now over here, this is the integration test. Okay, so login and /me within the same session. So we are calling two APIs, right? So this is the login first, right? And then we are getting the session, right? You can see over here. And then we are performing the me over here. That is what we are doing. So we are saying login, then we are getting session and then calling within the same session. That is what we are doing over here, right? So this should also work fine, and we can run the test over here. Now what you can do is you can either execute this using command line, like we have got the command to execute these tests, or you can come over here in IntelliJ, open this particular project. If you are fond of IntelliJ's UI, just come over here, test, and select over here, auth controller test over here, right? This, and you can select this entire file and say run auth controller test, and you're going to see all the test cases being run over here. You can see, right? You can see everything being run, right? And all the test cases have passed definitely over here, right? So everything is working absolutely okay. You can see that 7 tests pass. If something fails, you're going to see an error over here. So this is about the backend testing. Okay, now let us come over here to the code. Let us close this, and now let us take a look at the front end. So here let's review the package.json first, because I know like there were a couple of dependencies that were added. So here in package.json, if you see, this is wheat test that has been added and playwright. Okay, so here now if you run npm test, okay, if you run npm test, this is going to do the unit test, okay, because it's mapped to this. And if you run npm run test :e2e, it is going to run the playwright end-to-end test. Now playwright, using playwright you can write end-to-end testing, right? Because see, whenever you make any changes to the code, you need to check, okay, whether you're getting the right error message in case you enter the wrong credentials. You need to check by accessing the URLs to see if only authorized users are able to access. So all of that can be done using end-to-end testing, right? Now if you come over here, there are some setups that have been done over here. So first is playwright config. So here you can see the configuration for playwright is done over here. You can see the testing directory, and the base URL that will be used is this, okay. And this is a setup that has been done. Now of course you could have done setup by yourself without taking help from AI or Claude Code, but this would involve you head over to the documentation, you check everything. So if you come over here, you have everything accessible. You can see playwright setup. If you search for this, okay, you can see over here playwright, and here, okay, if you want to learn more about this framework, just in case, you can see playwright enables reliable web automation for testing, scripting, and AI agents. Okay, so here you can set up playwright. Okay, of course this entire setup was done for us by AI itself, okay, but here you can see how it spins up the browser and it is doing testing for you, right? It's clicking and doing everything. You can see over here, okay, show report. So if you run this command, you will also get the report to see. Okay, so this is how, but so far what we have done is we have run this command only, and we have seen this kind of output on the command line. But if you want to see a web report, you can do that, right? And this is like with the help of UI as well. This is something we used, right? And this is there. Now you can refer to this documentation and configure yourself, but making use of AI just saves you a bit of time and a to and fro. Okay, so this configuration is done, and here we have set the browser also. So using this browser, desktop Chrome, the entire test is run. So tests are run right now in Chrome browser as per the setup. Then we have over here wheat config over here, where we have done the configuration, and here you can see over here, this is a test environment that we have set up right inside the node for React testing. This is done, okay. And then over here, I think globals is true. All of this is done over here. Okay, let me just expand this. So here we have written the setup. Here we have mentioned the setup files. Environment we have mentioned JSDOM. Globals we have mentioned true, okay, and we have made sure we include this over here. Right, this is done. Now if you come to setup.js over here, also we have done a setup wherein we have imported JS just DOM. Okay, this is one of these steps over here. Then if you come to auth, one second, so here somewhere auth spec.js, right? So these are the tests that real user flow. These are the real tests that are tested in browser, right? For end-to-end testing. So you can see front-end end-to-end, and here is where all the end-to-end tests are written. So you can see over here shows this is one page. Okay, so redirects to home page when visiting a protected route. This is a test, right? So how does it work? You will go to the home page first, and you will expect the page to have login URL, right? So if you go to home, the redirect should be on login. That is what it's testing. Here also it's trying to go to login, and it will fill in admin password and it will submit over here. Once this is done, you can see over here this is a wrong password, so you should see invalid or username or wrong password, and that should be visible, right? So all of these kind of tests have been written over here, right? And you can see the IDs over here as well. Now these IDs also have been added in login page. If you see, you can see IDs have been added so that they could be referred from the testing file, right? So you can refer to all the test cases over here, right? These are all the test cases that have been written, and this test case is for logout, so how session handling works. This is for the successful login flow, right? And this is for showing errors on the wrong credentials, right? This is done. And then you have protected route test over here. Okay, this is to test the auth logic in isolation. Okay, this is not an end-to-end test, okay, but this is just testing the auth logic in isolation. So it is first going to create a fake mock API. A mock API, see, when you don't want your components to make use of real API, you fake the API. So this is where you are adding a fake API with no real backend better. So this is basically setting up a mock over here. We are not using the real API. We are testing this in isolation. We are setting this up. I told you this. We are doing a setup. Now in setup, what we are doing is we are mocking the me API /me. So /API /auth /me is being mocked over here. Okay. And then here we are, if the user is authenticated. So if authenticated is true, okay, then return the user this way. If it's not, then return this error. That is what the API does. So here this will set up a /me API, okay, on /API.auth, and then it is going to return this on successful, and on not successful it is going to return this. Now here what we have done is we are creating a fake router. This is no real, okay, this is being done for the testing purpose. Okay, so this is a login, and this is the root URL, and this is the entry. This is the initial entry that we are doing. It is a protected page over here. Right now, if you come over here, we are creating a query, React query client, okay, which is basically being created over here, and we are rendering this over here. Now, if you scroll down here, there are two tests that are written. Okay, now this will make sense. So here, what we are doing is we are saying so this is a test, redirect to login when not authenticated, right? So we are saying setup false, meaning the authentication is not there. Okay, so we should expect the login page to be there. That is what it's checking. It's checking for login page actually, right? Now, test 2 is going to render protected content when authenticated. So it is saying, okay, authentication is true. Then if authentication is true, so just look for protected content over here, right? So that is how things are working over here. And you can see over here, protected content is coming in over here. So this is a fake router that is being used. So you can see over here, if the protected route is involved, then you can see on home, you will see protected content, and that is what you're picking in the test. So the component is should behave this way. That is what it says. Okay. So this is the file that helps, test the route. I think I've covered everything else, right? And this test also I have run and shown. Right, these tests can be automated on how to run. Like you can create a script file, and if there is something changes, if you make any changes to the code, you can make sure like you run first backend test, then front-end unit test, and then you run integration test basically. So the entire thing is on backend we have written integration test, unit test, and on front end we have one unit test which is for protected routes. Okay. And then we have end-to-end tests over here. That is what we have done. I hope this is making sense, and I hope you all have been able to follow along.
Now, one important thing after doing any sort of modifications, like for example, I have added some code around testing, right? And we are making use of certain ways, certain frameworks to, test our code. And if you take a look at Claude over here, Claude.md, which is basically the project memory, you would see over here. So let us take a look here. Okay, this runs a single test. Okay, this also runs the test. Okay, this everything is there. AI integration is there, security is there, frontend is there. Okay, I don't see any detailed information about the testing phase. So we have written certain tests, we have made certain decisions, we have certain patterns right now on how we want to go forward with testing. So here now I'm going to say update project memory. Okay, and I'm going to mention CLAUDE.md. Okay, this file with testing details. Okay, and I'm just going to press enter. Okay, let us see what it does over here. So we'll wait for a while. You can see, okay, it's asking us to allow. So I'm going to allow all the edits in this session. You can see it read this particular CLAUDE.md and it is adding these things over here. Okay, like the npm test and how you can run. So testing details it has added. Okay, and it has added the details for the backend as well from what I can see. So you can see this is the details for backend, and it says, okay, the Claude.md has also been updated. Okay, so these two commands have been added and new section, testing section has been added over here as to why WebMVC test must not be used and we test. So if you take a look over here, you can see all the updates. So here if you come, you can see over here, okay, this is for testing, right? And here if you scroll down in the preview, okay, if you'll have to scroll up. So somewhere over here, this is command. Okay, this is the old preview. So I'll have to generate the preview again, and you can see over here, right? So it's giving all the details over here, right? And if you scroll down, there are details for frontend as well. You can see, right? And if okay, this is the same thing, right? So all these things and the commands have also been added, right? So this is done basically wherein Claude.md, which is the project memory, is updated. Now, see, this is very important. You have to keep on updating the project memory file time to time, because if you start a new session, this is the file that is loaded at first and it will get some context. Because see, if I don't edit this and if I start a new session, it does not know the testing patterns that we have done so far. Right, so it's important to crunch all of this into the Claude.md file so that even after creating a new session, see, Claude is going to figure out after reading your entire source code and everything, it's going to figure out, but that is going to be more time consuming. Having a project memory file helps. I hope this has been useful. All right, so it's time we begin talking about the concept of agent. So what exactly is an agent? So see, agent here is a worker with some abilities and it is capable of executing a particular task on your behalf. So for example, if I have to give you an example, you can create a code reviewer agent, you can create a security reviewer agent, you can create a UX reviewer agent. So these kind of agents you can create in your projects. So here to create the agent, I'll directly go hands-on over here. You can run this command or you can click on this / and here you can search for agents and you can see this agents over here. Now if you select agent, it is going to tell you, okay, do you want to continue in terminal? Okay, so I'm not going to continue in terminal. I'm going to press escape. So this command requires you to make use of terminal. So I'm going to just open terminal manually over here. Okay, so this is a terminal here. I'm going to use Claude over here. So this is Claude and you can see I've logged into Claude. Now what I'm going to do is here, I'm going to make use of agents over here. So you can see over here, manage agent configuration. So just run this command, okay, and press tab and press enter. Now you will see this kind of information over here. Okay, what does this tell you? So this says, so I'll just zoom in a bit. Okay, so this says there are 3 tabs. One is the agent tab, then you have the running tab, and then you have the library. Okay, so I can navigate through these tabs using my arrow keys on my machine. So I can press left arrow and you can see agents over here, right? I navigated to library over here, right? So you can see over here, create a new agent button. So here you can create a new agent and here you can see no agents have been found. Create specialized sub agents that Claude can delegate to. So these are known as sub agents because they run in a separate thread. So see, agent runs on the main thread. Okay, now whatever you are interacting with is an agent, but you need to create sub agents that run on a separate thread and not on the main thread. In the background they can run and they can do a particular job without restricting you or your work. Okay, so this is specialized sub agent we can create, and each sub agent has its own context window. So this is something that you need to understand. Every sub agent that spins off has its own context window, custom system prompt, and it has access to specific tools as well. And you will understand this when we create the agent. You will have one step wherein you tell what sort of capabilities this agent has, or what sort of permissions this agent has. Now you can see over here some examples that Claude is giving us. You can create a code reviewer agent, code simplifier agent, sub agent. You can create a security reviewer sub agent, tech lead, or a UX reviewer. Okay, and there are certain agents that are already available. These are inbuilt over here. Okay, so for example, here you have explore agent, okay, which is for searching and analyzing Codebase without making any sort of changes. There is general purpose agent over here that you can see, which is an agent for complex multi-step tasks requiring both exploration and modification. Then you have Claude Code guide, you have plan also. Okay, this is a research agent used in plan mode to gather context before presenting a plan. So you have few agents over here. You can create a new agent. You can go to running. There are no sub agents running right now, and you can even go to the library tab. Okay, so this is not a tab. I'm sorry about that. I misinterpreted this one as a tab. Okay, there are two tabs only. So these are the two tabs. Okay, I thought agents is a new tab that has been added. Okay, but because last time I saw it was not there, but that's fine. You can create a new agent. So you can make use of arrow. I'll say create a new agent. Okay, now it's asking you where you want to create this sub agent, whether you want to create this in at your project level, or you want to create it at a personal level on your computer, which is accessible across all the projects. So I just want to create a project level agent. Okay, generate with Claude, or you want to add manual configuration. So I'll just select generate with Claude. Now you need to tell Claude, okay, what this agent should do. Okay, so I'm going to paste something over here. Okay, so I'm going to paste this. So I'm creating a code reviewer for both backend and frontend code, and this reviews for bugs, performance, security, and best practices. So I'm going to cut this and I'm going to write in over here. So this is a code reviewer sub agent that is going to do the job for us. I'm going to press enter over here. So we need to tell Claude, okay, this is what I want to create. Now since we have selected create with Claude, Claude is going to automatically generate the instructions and everything for this particular agent. So I'm going to say enter, and it is, you can see over here, Claude is generating the agent from the description. It is generating the entire agent for us. Okay, and yes, this agent will be stored locally in our project. That is something also that we'll be seeing in a bit. So we'll wait for a while over here until this agent creation is complete. This will take anywhere around a minute or so, not more than that. So now after generating the description, it is asking me what sort of tools I want to give this agent access to. So you can see over here you have these checkboxes with a cross sign. Now cross means they are selected. Now you can go down over here and you can press enter to toggle the selection. You can see enter to toggle the selection over here, right? So I don't want to give this agent, this is a reviewer, right? I don't want to give agent any access to the edit tools. Okay, it should not be able to make edits on my behalf. Execution tools are fine. MCP tools are also fine because it's a reviewer, so it might want to fetch some sort of documentation from context 7 and all. So I'm giving access to that. Other tools is fine. You can see the advanced options also. Okay, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to say select over here. Okay, continue. And now it is asking me for which model you want to make use of. So I'll make use of a Sonnet. It is a bit cheaper, and I'll say enter. And it's asking me to choose a color. So what color you want this agent to be represented with. And you can see the name of the agent as well, full stack code reviewer. So I'll just select yellow over here. Okay, and it's asking me where you want to create the agent memory. So whether you want to have the project scope, which is recommended over here in this case, because we are creating this agent at the project level. No persistent memory you want, user scope or local scope. I'll just select project scope, and that is also what's recommended. And now you can see the entire description of this particular, agent, or the entire configuration that Claude has generated for us. So you can see over here, full stack code reviewer. This is the location, okay, where the agent will reside. This is what the access is being given to the particular agent. If you scroll down, this is the description. Okay, so you can see use this agent when code has been written or modified, needs to
and needs thorough review for bugs, performance issues, and everything. You're a senior full stack engineer, okay, security conscious. So you can do like this, okay. Warnings, the system prompt is very long, okay. So let me go and say edit over here, okay. So I can actually, or let me, so I can say E to edit in your editor, enter to save. Okay, what I will do is I will just cancel this out. So one problem happened over here is our system prompt is very long because we are creating a reviewer for full stack code, like for backend as well as frontend. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press escape. I'm not going to create this. I'm going to press escape again. Okay. Again, I'm going to go back. Again, I'm going to go back, and again, I'm going to go back. And here, I'm just going to create the reviewer for backend code. Okay. Only for backend code, because and I'll create another agent. You can create another sub agent for front-end code, because if you create both at once, okay, I think there is a very huge system prompt, and there will be scenarios if you want to review backend code separately and front-end code separately. So I'm just redoing this because at the later stage I got this message and warning. See, system prompt, keeping system prompt within limits is very important, because that is also going to determine your usage with the Claude Code and your cost as well. So it's important you keep an eye on such warnings. So I'm just going to wait until the complete agent description is generated again, and I'll follow the steps again that we have already done. So description was generated. I'm going to say continue. I'm going to select Sonnet. I'm going to select yellow. And 1 second. So let me go back. So this was backend code reviewer. You can see the name over here, backend code reviewer, which is good. I just want to check that. Project scope is the memory. And you can see over here, there is, okay, again, there is a warning. Okay. So I would better manually edit this system prompt. Okay. I'm going to say E. I'm going to press E to save and edit. So I'm going to say E over here. And you can see this is the, so here you can see it has opened up this file. It has created actually this agent, and it has opened up this file. Now I don't want to make use of Notepad for reviewing all the instructions. I'm just going to close this over here. But here in the project directory, if you go to .claude, and if you see agents over here, you can see this backend code reviewer agent. So this is where the agent is actually, created. Now what I'm going to do is, here you can open this up, okay, or you can I'm just going to close this. There are just too many tabs open, so I'm just going to close this, and here you can review this side by side. So you can see, so you can even preview this. Okay, it's a markdown file, so you can see you're a senior Java and Spring Boot engineer with this much years of experience. You specialize in code review, blah blah blah. Project context. Okay, this is the project context, and review scope. So this is what you need to check. Security, this is what you need to check. Performance wise, this is what you need to check. Spring Boot and Java practices, best practices, you need to check this. Code quality, you need to check this. And this is the review output format. You can see this is the output format. Now for each review, you can mention these things, okay? And you have a persistent agent memory, okay? So this is where the agent memory exists. So Claude agent memory. So here you can see this agent memory. Okay, so earlier we had full stack code reviewer that we deleted. We did not went ahead with that, or we did not go ahead with that particular, agent. So I'm just going to delete this over here for now. Okay, move to recycle bin. Backend, so backend code reviewer agent memory folder is fine. Okay, that will reside over here. Types of memory you can see over here. So this is a very long, you can see it's very huge system prompt. Okay, how to save in the memory. It has given everything over here. It's huge. You can, edit this manually and reduce the amount of information that is there in this particular system instruction. Okay. And you can play around with this. Okay. Now I'm not going to need the agent memory over here. Okay. So here you can, if you scroll down, this everything is fine over here. Behavioral guidelines, persistent agent memory. So I can actually delete this from here. Okay. Just for educational purpose. Okay. But if you want, you can have that as well over here. But I'm just going to leave it. Okay, I'm not deleting it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to tell Claude, okay, to now if you come over here, if you see running, there are no agents. And if you see library over here, so within library, can you see this agent over here? Backend code reviewer. This uses Sonnet and it makes use of project based memory. Okay. Now if you invoke Claude over here, okay, so let me invoke Claude. I'll open any file and here you will see this Claude icon. I'm just going to invoke this and I'm going to say use, okay, you can see over here, backend code reviewer. Can you see this? Use backend code reviewer, okay. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I just press escape and exited this command, and you can see the summary over here, what we did. Now you can mention over here, use backend code reviewer. So there's an agent you will see over here, right? So I'll select this, use backend code reviewer to review the auth feature, okay. Share only 3 top points, okay. I'm just mentioning because I don't want a lot of dump over here. So I'm just mentioning 3 points. Okay, now it is going to take some time. It is going to make use of this agent, all the instructions, everything inside, and it is running in the background. Meanwhile, what you can do is you can like spin off another task while this review is happening in the background. Okay, so this is a benefit over here. You know, you have defined the instructions and the agent runs on your behalf. You can see over here, backend code reviewer is into the action. So this yellow, you had selected this yellow mark when you had, created this agent. So it's doing the job, okay, and you can do some other tasks meanwhile parallelly. And you can see over here, within 35 seconds, it has got back with top 3 findings. It has said, okay, hard-coded credentials. So of course, this is hard-coded credential, and this is something that I had discussed previously. So you have hard-coded credentials over here. Ideal approach would be to inject these using application properties. Session fixation vulnerability. So the old session isn't invalidated before saving the new security context post login, which is good. Okay, it's a good observation. Any attacker with known pre-login session ID can hijack the authenticated sessions. Okay, and dead JWT config or misaligned auth strategy. Okay, so app auth JWT exists in application property, but no JWT filter is over there. This leaves a weak placeholder secret that could be accidentally wired up. Decide one strategy. So we have already chosen sessions, but I think our application.properties file over here, which we did not went through, application.properties file is still having some JWT related code in my opinion. Okay. Okay, you can see some JWT related code over here, right? So this is not needed actually. So what I'm going to tell over here is I'm going to tell Claude. So this is the output that we got. Okay, I'm going to say fix all 3. Okay, and I'm going to press enter. Now, if something is not important or something is purposeful, like you have done something on purpose, okay, then it's okay to skip those, right? See, this thing we were already aware of. I had mentioned this a couple of times, like we are hard coding credentials, which is not a good practice, but I'll leave this for now for educational purpose. But you can see Claude or our agent, I should say, the agent that we had created has basically identified this for us, and it has given us a gist. Now you can create multiple agents, like you can create a front-end code reviewer with some separate set of instructions. You can create a security audit reviewer, right? Okay, so it's asking me whether I want to allow all the changes. I'm allowing all the edits during this session. You can create a security audit reviewer as well. So every time you make any sort of changes, you can spin off these agents to do the code review, like back-end, front-end code, and you can even do the security audit. Okay, so you can see over here, DB password, username, password, everything is being moved to the application properties. Here you can see it's invalidating the old session, okay, which is good. Here you can see it is encoding the username, password, everything, okay, and it is getting this from the properties file as per the changes that we have discussed over here. So this is good so far. You can see over here. Okay, so you can see it has summarized all the changes. It has hard coded the application properties file. Now go down the line, when this application moves to production, you can have a DB password, admin username configured in the application.properties. You have session fixation done, and dead JWT properties have been removed. You can do a code review over here if you wish to. So I'm just going to go to application.properties file here. Okay, and I don't know why this is so wide over here. Okay, I can just close this. So here you can see, okay, DB password. This is DB password over here. If you scroll down, JWT secret. Okay, so these are default values, admin and admin 123. So this is fine in local, okay, when you are testing. But in production, you can have admin username and admin password hard coded as an environment variables on this server. So this will be more secure, right? And this is actually done. DB password and everything is done. So the changes have been good, and you can see over here the changes in the this particular file as well. It is getting the admin username, admin password, right? And then it is, if you scroll down here, okay, if you scroll down here, it is making use of these values, these variables, instead of hard-coded values, right? So I think this should be good enough. Okay, it has done a great job over here, right? And now over here, auth controller, in auth controller, it is going to get rid of the old session. Okay, that is also done. And I think the changes are good over here, right? This is the new file that was created. Okay, so you can see this was good, right? And this reviewer helped us review the code. And at times, human reviewers might miss something, but this is technology. This is not going to miss something. You have to use it wisely, and you have to use it to improve your productivity, right? Improving the productivity is the key over here. Until, see, again and again, reviewing code will also take a lot of your time. You have to review the code manually. That is for sure. You cannot rely 100% on agents, right? But agents will sometimes help you identify something that you missed out with your human eyes, right? Humans tend to make mistakes, right? But agent can help you there. Yes, agent might not suggest everything in the right way, because see, this thing I was already aware, and if there is a small app that I'm building, I'm fine hard coding credentials this way. If it's a PUC or something, a very small sort of a demo project that I'm creating. But at times it might not be right. So you have to make the decisions based on the findings of the agent, right? So I hope this has been useful, and I hope you all have been able to follow along this.
All right, so it's time we get going and start working on the ticketing feature. So here you can see this ticket management, which is a ticketing feature. So every ticket has a status. So all of this that is already mentioned in our project plan, that is what we are going to work on. Okay, and this is the thing. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on this Claude Code button, and it's going to open up this Claude Code window. I'm going to click on sessions. You can pick up any previous session that you wish to. Okay, so I can pick this latest session that I was part of. Okay, and we can check the context. Okay, over here, any sort of context, or you can even start fresh over here. Okay, how much of context window is used? Okay, 11%. So what I'm going to do is, let me actually create a new session. Oops. So this I'll close, and here I'm going to go to, okay, here I'm going to say untitled. So let us create a new session. Okay, so I'm going to say based on the project plan, please help me, or I'm going to say create ticket management feature. Okay, so ticket comes in system. So I'm going to mention over here user emails, or let me not mention a lot of details. Okay, let us see how. So I was planning to mention first of all user emails at a particular email ID, a designated email ID. Then the system picks it up and it's converted into a ticket, and then multiple agents can reply. Okay, so I'll just mention create a ticket managing feature for me. Okay, plan ticket management feature for me, and I'm going to enter the plan mode over here. Okay, and I'm going to say, all right, so it has generated the plan, and let me tell you, there was a little bit of to and fro here because my Claude Code credits had expired. Okay, so it just got stuck in between the plan. I had to go and recharge my account, and now here it's working again. Okay, so there was a bit of to and fro on my end, and now here you can see the plan. So this is a plan. So there will be, so these all things are going to happen. So it is going to create these three enums. One is ticket status, ticket category, and sender type. Okay. So first is the ticket. Okay. These are the two entities, ticket and the message. Okay. Then we are going to have repositories. Now what all repositories? So we need a ticket repository to interact with ticket, and message repository. Okay. To interact with the messages. Okay. So message is going to have ID and the ticket foreign key, because ticket is going to have different messages. So from what I understand is there is a ticket over here. Oops, sorry. So there is a ticket this way. Okay. And these tickets is going to have multiple messages. Okay. So this is M1. Okay. Then it's going to have M2 and so on. Okay. So this is M1 right now. This is M2. And these messages are going to be related to a particular ticket, right? They're going to be linked to a particular ticket like this,
right? And that is why message has a foreign key to that of ticket. Here you can see message has a ticket foreign key, right? And this relationship is being established so that they all can be displayed in a thread, right? There is a body, there is a sender type and sent at, okay, which is good enough. And here you are going to see ticket repository, find by status and everything, ticket summary. These are all the DTOs. Ticket service is there, which is good. Controller, okay, and data initializer is there, which is going to seed 5 tickets covering all the status if TB is empty. Okay, it is writing 15 tests. Okay, here you can see the test it is writing. Well, I don't want to write tests right now, so I'm going to say skip writing tests and okay, skip writing tests. Make sure you are in plan mode, skip writing tests. And I'm also going to ask it to, so here this is done. Okay, ticket.js wraps all 5 endpoints, which is fine. This is front-end code. Okay, and I'm going to ask what, or let me just go ahead and implement. Okay, skip writing test and let me just go ahead and implement this, because see, the question that I was trying to ask Claude over here is what sort of filters it's adding, or you can ask it over here, what filters are you adding in the on the dashboard. Okay, and yeah, then probably revise plan basis this. Okay, so this is what it's going to do, and no security config is needed, so I'm going to say enter over here. Okay, also one more thing over here is what we are missing is how are the tickets going to be ingested, right? Because see, down the line we want to connect this to a mailbox, right? So user won't be coming to our system and creating a ticket. He's going to send an email to a dedicated support email address, right? And from there it has to automatically come into our system. Okay, so when you say dashboard, okay, you mean /tickets or /home. Okay, interesting. So I said dashboard, what filters are you adding on the dashboard? So when I said dashboard, I meant ticket list. Okay, I will submit this. Okay, and let us see what happens. So see, those ticket has to be automatically picked up from a particular email. I don't see any sort of mention as to how that is going to happen. So I'll ask that question as well. Okay, one more question. How do we plan to get tickets from the email? Okay, email ID. User is going to send email and he is not going to access this system. System should pick email from there. Okay, so this is one question that I'm going to ask. Okay, so you can see over here, good, the ticket list already has status and category filter drop downs in the plan. Let me update the plan and remove all test and confirm those filters. Okay, so status and category are the 2 filters over here that is being added. I also want to add one open search. Wish to, oops, I selected something. Oh, the plan got approved. I'm sorry, I was typing something and the plan got approved. All right, no problem. So this is one sort of gotcha that happened. Okay, it's implementing the plan, but that's fine. You can see the plan got approved. There was one sort of pop-up and I went ahead to type in. Okay, no problem. So this happened and the plan is approved. This question is in pending state. So I'll just be there. I'll just have it over here and I'll let Claude implement everything. So it's taking a bit of time to finish this. So meanwhile, I'll let AI finish this and then we'll come and see what it has done. And if there is any sort of refactoring needed, we'll do that as well. So after a while, Claude has finished, building this feature for me. Ticket management is done. You can see over here, 17 files have been created over here. And you can take a look like ticket.java. So this is the ticket.java file that has been created. What I will do is instead of reading the code, I'll ask Claude to run the application. Okay, so I'm going to just get rid of this message over here. I'll say run both the apps. Okay, I'll say this. And then I'll say one more question. How do we plan to get tickets from the email ID user? Okay, allow this bash command. Yes, allow. Okay, yes, allow this also. How do we plan to get the tickets and email ID? User is going to send email and he's not going to access the system. Okay, I want also I was okay, bash command. Yes, allow this. This is fine. Okay, I was also planning to have a open search as in the text-based search. So that is something that I was planning to have, but I'm not sure if I should have it. So I'll just skip that for now. Okay, and what I will do over here is I'll I will just pause this once it is done building this. Okay, so let me come over here. Let me do a refresh. Okay, so the app should load here. Okay, 5173, and the backend is also running, and you can see it's giving us this admin and admin as the username password. Okay, it's taking time to load. Okay, so the front end has started. I'm going to add admin and admin 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to quickly log in. Okay, here you can see tickets appear. Okay, brilliant. So you can see tickets appear like this over here, and you can see the status is resolved, technical. This is when it was created, you can see, and you can see different statuses as well: resolved, in progress, pending human. You can see AI responded and open. All right, interesting. So you can see over here all statuses. So statuses are open, AI responded, pending human. So I don't want, so should pending human be a status? Okay, pending human, in progress, and resolved. So I can have this as a question to Claude. So I'll paste the previous question and I'll say, what is pending human status? Ideally, if AI is not responding properly, if AI fails to respond, I should say, if AI fails to respond automatically, it's open, right? So that is what I'm asking over here. Maybe something that I have not understood, but I think pending human is not needed over here. Categories, so see, you can see over here the categories. Okay, and the filters are also working absolutely fine. So this looks brilliant. If you click on this, it opens up, or it takes you to this kind of a UI. Okay, and here you can see the statuses. You can change the status. So for example, what status is this? This first app crashes on startup after update. This is resolved status. So I can update the status to that of AI responded, and you can see the status was updated just on a click. Okay, brilliant. And you can see this is the entire conversation over here. This is the customer, this is the AI response, and then this is, you know, agent also responding over here, which is good. If you come back, you can see AI responded has been updated. Now if you change this to resolved again, and if you go back, you can see resolved over here, and you can confirm the same thing in the database as well. Okay, so you can come over here in the database. You can log into PostgreSQL, and here you should be able to see messages. So can you see the messages? Yes, and you can see all the rows. All right, and you should be able to see, okay, you can see over here, these are all the messages and these are all the tickets. So you can open this as well. So these are all the messages over here that you can see. Messages are from the customer, AI, or the agent. So messages can be from customer, AI, or agent. These are the dates. Okay, and this is a ticket ID to which it's linked. Brilliant. And here you can see ID. These are the ticket IDs. Category, created at, okay, customer emails. This is the customer name, statuses, and this is the subject over here. Brilliant. Okay, you can see in app crashes on startup is marked as resolved. Okay, so this is working absolutely okay. I can have these two questions over here, and I can ask this in plan mode. Okay, I don't want any sort of edits, and I want a short answer, right? I don't want a huge dump over here. Okay, so let us understand what the thought process is based on our initial, review over here, right? You can, down the line, you can even add a dark mode. Okay, you can add a button dark over here, something like that. Okay, you're right to question this. Okay, on pending human, the distinction is open means the ticket just arrived, AI hasn't processed it yet. Okay, pending human means AI tried and couldn't answer, low confidence and no knowledge base match. So it flags for the agent. All right, so this is a distinction. Now, depending on whether you want these statuses or not, it's your choice. Okay, but you can have, I feel we can have these statuses. I don't have any issues. But if you're not fine, you can tell Claude to refactor this. Okay, so pending human is a specific signal that AI looked at this and gave up. Agent is needed. So pending human is the flag which prompts you to pick up that ticket. Open is fine because AI has not reviewed this ticket yet, right? So open would be ambiguous. Did AI skip or did not run it? Okay, so this is a decision tree that it's sharing with us. Okay, that said, if you want to simplify, you could drop pending human entirely and just use open for both the cases. The AI would leave unresolvable tickets as open instead of escalating to separate status. Fewer statuses, slightly less visibility into why the ticket needs attention. Makes sense. So I'll just have pending human over here, which is absolutely okay. And here for email ingestion, we missed this point over here. So SendGrid email, SendGrid inbound parse. Customer sends an email to the configurable address, and SendGrid posts the email to a webhook using this particular webhook. Okay, so this is the webhook, and that endpoint creates a ticket. This is still needs to be built. Okay, this is fine. So this we can pick up later on. Okay, the ticket ingestion into our system. This is something that can be picked up. Right now it has built a ticket management feature. So what happens after a ticket comes into our application? So I'm happy with this. Okay, let us try this. Okay, testing replies over here, right? And let me reply. Let me send this. Okay, I can see the agent over here testing replies, right? And now instead of agent, you can have the agent name over here. So I'll say instead of agent in replies, have agent name there. Okay, instead of, or you can have name or username over there, right? So this is something there, and this validation is also working fine. You can see if I type in, it comes in, and if I remove, this goes in. Okay, so this is pretty much good. This is question. This question is from in progress. This question is in progress status and general category that you can see. Right, so status and category you see inside, and created date. I think this is fair enough. Okay, I think this is brilliantly done. Okay, and you can just ask for this small change in the UI in replies. Okay, let us wait for it to fix. So it is going to update this. So here, after I replied over here, this agent should go away, and it should show up as admin basically. So down the line, if you have a multi-agent system, you can have that. Okay, so you can see where small targeted change, need to add sender name to the message. Okay, capture the logged in username in the controller and pass it to the service, and add the sender name. Okay, so do you want to allow edit? Okay, so it's capturing the sender name over here in the Java file. I'm going to say yes over here. Okay, it's updating the entity because the entity needs to be updated for the database changes to take into effect. I'm going to say yes over here. It's being added in the DTO. Okay, you should understand these changes. So it's really important. You can't just blindly vibe code this, right? Ideally, I would have written the code this way only. Okay, but AI is writing it for me, so I can focus on meaningful tasks and accelerating the throughput or accelerating my output over here. I'm going to say yes over here. We're going to need the details over here in the controller of the authenticated user, and that is why you can see using authentication principle, it is getting. So user details is the inbuilt class in Spring Security. So it is fetching the user details of the user who is logged in, right? And you can see over here, it's updating this. Okay. So hi David. Okay, makes sense. It's updating this message as well. Message builder is updated, and data initializer is updated. Everything is updated. Let's wait until this processes. Okay. Okay, so it has added or it has summarized all the changes for me. You can see over here. Okay, you can come over here and let me do a refresh. It's still showing agent, so it's maybe because backend is not loaded yet. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask it to restart servers. Okay, so it'll restart both the servers, and let us wait for a bit. Okay, it seems frontend is up and backend is still compiling. So let us wait for a while. So you can see the confirmation, both are up and running. Okay. And no seed data was inserted at this point in time. Okay, that is fine. Okay, so here I'm going to say admin and admin 1, 2, 3. Okay, tickets. Let's go in tickets and let us click over here. You can see agent still over here, but this is like the data was not seeded, right? So I can say hello over here and I can reply. Okay, now I see admin. So for all the new replies, admin is coming in. Okay, now this needs to be displayed in the proper way with A caps, but I'm fine with this right now. Okay, this is fine. Testing. Okay, so this is done. Okay, I believe we have a decent feature built in right now.
All right, so now we have our code, and we are going to review our entire code that is given to us by Claude. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with the controller over here. We'll first start with the backend first, by the way, and I'll first open up the controller. Okay, now this is the controller, and if you take a look at the controller, okay, you have some annotations like all the controllers begin with, right? And here you have all the endpoints mapped to /API/tickets, which is good enough. Now here we have service as well. We'll take a look at the service class, but here you can see all the get mappings. Okay, get mapping.
You have this is for the updating. This is for the updating category. This is for updating status. This is for updating category. And then you have one to add the message. So this is to add the reply. Okay, so these are the different endpoints. Now, if you open up a service over here, so we have ticket service as well. This is the service layer. Okay, so if you take a look at the controller, okay, so this is the endpoint basically to get. So let me zoom out a bit so that you can see the entire code. This is the controller to get this is the endpoint to get the list of all the tickets. You can see list tickets. And one thing to observe over here is all the results are paginated over here. Okay, you have this as a request param, which is status. This is the category. And then the next two parameters that you have are the page and the status, which is for the pagination purpose or the pagination purpose. Now here, the default value is of 20 if you don't provide any value. So by 20 is the size of one page. If you want to customize this, you can pass in 10, 5, whatever you want, right? Fair enough. So all these provisions are done. And now within ticket service, list tickets is being called. So if you go to ticket service, here you are going to find list ticket. Okay, this is returning ticket summary response. This is ATTO. And you can see pageable results. So we are getting the results in the page, in the paged format from the JPA. And here there are some checks that are happening. Okay, fair enough. So here we are finding, so if status and category are not null, then we are finding by this. If status is not null, finding by this. Category not null, we are finding by this. And in the end, we are returning everything. So this is fair enough, right? And we have the repository. Repository should be very simple. Yes, it is indeed very simple. You can see over here. And we have certain DTOs as well. So I'll go to the project structure and here you can see all the DTOs that have been created. Okay, so DTO has been created. So if you take a look at the project structure also, the folder structure, it is well organized by Claude. Okay, so you can go to DTO over here and let us review all the DTOs. So this is for add message request. So it's likely like whenever the message is being added, this is a DTO. So if you come over here, so you can see add message request. So in add message endpoint, add message request is being added over here. Okay, this is good enough. And the message response over here, this is message response. So of course, once the message is added, or this is like a DTO wherein you want to pass in the message response. So if you see over here, message response. So once the message is added, you give the added message as the response. Page response. So this is a page response record over here. Okay, let me see where this is being used. So this is being used in ticket controller. Okay, so this is for the list of ticket. So this is page response that we are making use of. So this is simply doing the job. If you take a look at page response, okay, if you take a look at the page response, this is doing the job of adding the content of what we call of the tickets. See here, we want to display the list of tickets, right? And we need certain information. So we need the list of tickets, number one. And then we need the pagination information as well, so that the frontend can navigate using that pagination information. So what we have done is we have added the content over here, which is the list of all the tickets. And then we have added pagination response or pagination related information over here. So this is basically wrapping the list of tickets and the pagination info, and it is presenting this over here, right? And then you have ticket summary response. So this is another DTO if you see. Okay, so let me use page response, ticket detail. Let's take a look at ticket detail response. So ticket detail response shows the full ticket information plus the messages. And this is for the detail page. So when you click on the ticket, okay, you are going to see the ticket related information as well as you're going to see the entire ticket information with the replies. So here you can see this is a ticket related information that was initially created. And here you have the list of messages, okay, which means those messages can be rendered on the ticket detail page. I hope this is making sense, right? Then you have ticket summary. So ticket summary response is for the outer list. See, on the outer list, you don't need to load a lot of information about the ticket, right? So you can keep your DTOs lightweight. So here the message related information is like reply related information is not added. But here in ticket detail response, you have the reply related information because you want to load the replies in the ticket detail page, right? So ticket summary response will be used where on the list, right? I hope this is making sense. And then you have a ticket summary. We have update category request. So this is a a request DTO for updating the category, and this is probably for status. Yeah, this is for status, and these both will be used in the controller. If you see over here, okay, you can see update status request and update category request. Okay, you're seeing all the annotations over here, which is valid and everything being used over here. Okay, so you can see all these validations will trigger because you're making use of this annotations over here, request body, valid, path variable. All the right annotations are being used. All right. Also, one more thing I would want to highlight here. In DTOs, if you scroll down, I observed a static method that has been added, which is by the name from, and this is being added at a lot of places. So not over here, but here in ticket detail response, you will see this in message response also. You will see this probably in page response as well. You will see this in ticket summary as well. Every DTO has this from static method. Now, why are we adding this from static method? So this from static method is being added to convert a entity into a DTO, right? Generally, when you are working at the service layer, you are going to have the data in the form of an entity, because service layer is going to interact with the database with the help of repository, and it is going to need the data in the form of a entity, right? But on the controller side, we don't want to expose our database structure and all the fields. So we would want to transform this into a DTO, and this DTO should be the data on the in the API should be exposed in the form of a DTO, right? So this mapping is being done by this particular method. So you can see over here, it is just accepting the entity type, and it is returning the DTO type over here. It is just getting the values and creating the object of DTO type and returning. And this is being used a lot over here, right? So if you search for from and bracket, and if I say Control Shift F, you can see it will be used a lot over here. You can see it's being used in service layer. So you can see here, page response. So when returning the list of tickets, so see, how will the service layer get the tickets information? It will get the ticket information in the form of, so here if you see, it will get the ticket information in the form of the entity, but it has to map it in the form of the DTO, which is ticket summary response. So using this, it is doing that mapping. You can see over here, it's clearly added over here. Here also, so when we are getting when we are updating the status is being updated in the ticket using the entity object, and the service layer is going to have the entity object. Now, how is that entity object being handled? Right? We cannot return the entity, right, on the controller. We have DTOs for that. So before returning it from the service layer, it is just calling ticket detail response .from to do this, right? So all of these things are being done consistently, and they are being used at various places. So far, so good. Okay, amazing. So far, I feel the code structure has been good. Okay, like all the, you can see these enums also. Okay, let's review the enums. So these are the enums. One thing I liked is, the hard coding is not being done. So ideally, I've seen code bases wherein, these sort of hard coding is being done. So see, why we need sender type, first of all. Let me come to that hard coding concept in a while. But why do we need sender type? We need sender type to showcase as to who is replying to the message. So here, if you see in ticket service somewhere, you can see over here, sender type. So if agent is responding to a message, okay, you should have the sender type as agent. And if AI is responding to a ticket, the sender type should be AI, right? So that we know down the line, if we wish to do some sort of analytics and see who replied to this particular message, then we know who is responding, right? And if customer replies to the message, okay, it has to be customer. So this is not hard coded in the code. Generally, I've seen code bases wherein this is hard coded. So here, for example, in service, if you go, instead of adding this enum, here I've seen people hard coding agent as a string. That is not a good practice. So this is a scalable practice. Tomorrow, if you have more sender types, you can just add that over here, right? So this is more manageable and maintainable. And I like how enums package exists. You can see the category also over here as an enum, and status also over here as an enum. Tomorrow, if you want to add more statuses, you have to just update one file rather than taking a look at where all it's being hard coded. So this is brilliant. Okay. And you can see repositories also have been added. So message repository is being created to interact with a message entity. You can see the message entity being mapped over here, and ticket repository is being created to interact with, of course, ticket. Good enough. Now let us take a look at the entities. Okay, we have not taken a look at entities. So entity, if you see, this is the message entity and this is a ticket entity. Ticket entity is doing the job of representing a ticket, right? You have all the required annotations like entity, table. Basically, we are creating the table with the name tickets, data, builder, all args constructor, and no args constructor. Everything is added over here. Now we have fields like ID, fair enough. We have enumerated field, which is ticket status. So when enumerated, meaning it is being mapped to an enum, Great enough. This is also a enum over here, ticket category, and it has been created like we saw in the enums package. Okay, ticket category, ticket status is created. Then you have this subject. So ticket will have a subject. Then you will have customer email that you wish to store, customer name, fair enough. Created at. So when was this ticket created? So we are making use of creation timestamp over here. Creation timestamp will automatically generate the creation timestamp, the timestamp as to when the record is being inserted. Okay, and it will automatically do it, and this field won't be updated. You can see updatable is false. It cannot be updated. Once it's created, the timestamp is recorded. That's it. Okay, and if you want to update, if you update the record, then you will have the update timestamp over here. So this is automatically being populated. This is a feature in JPA. So if you see over here, these two are Hibernate based annotations. And if you see, generally, whenever you design a database, you have two fields. You wish to keep track of two fields. This is a good practice. One is created at and updated at. Created at tells you when this record was created in the table. Updated at will tell you when was the last update done on this particular record. And this is generally good for housekeeping. It is good for analytics down the line. So for all those purposes, this is good practice to keep a track of. And with JPA, if you're familiar with JPA, you get these two wonderful annotations that automatically take care of this. This will generate the creation timestamp. And when you enter the record for the first time, update timestamp is also same as creation timestamp. Okay. And when you update the record, any sort of changes, creation timestamp like this field won't be updated, but this one will be updated automatically, handled by JPA, right? Good. Now over here, we have relationship. Here we have a relationship, one-to-many relationship with messages. Great enough. And it is being mapped by tickets. Okay. So awesome. In message, we should have one field called ticket over here. Okay, and the default ordering is also mentioned, okay, which is good enough. Now let us go to the message over here. So if you go to message, you have some fields over here or annotations. You have ID, which is the message ID, and ticket. Ticket is basically storing which ticket this message maps to, right? Like ticket is going to have the list of messages. Okay, a message will also belong to one ticket, and this is many to one relationship, and this is one side of the relationship, and you can see the join column over here. Brilliant. And here you can see string body. So this is the body of the message. And here you have sender type. So who is sending this message? That is what we are recording over here. And this is enumerated. Great enough. Here we are capturing the sender name. And here we have sent at, which is creation timestamp. So when this message was sent. Okay. We are not updating the message. So we don't have the update timestamp field over here. We don't need that. So fair enough. I think this is good enough. And right now, if what else is pending to review over here, we have seen the controller, right? We have seen the data initializer. So here we have the data initializer. Okay. Data initializer is doing the job of seeding some data. Okay. So it's running on its own, which is good. Okay. And it is going to seed some data for us to see. 5 seed tickets it is loading, which is fair enough. And since it's making use of command line runner, it is going to run when the Spring Boot application initializes for the first time. Great. Right now, there are few things that I noticed, okay, but I didn't bring it up and I'm not happy about them. Right. So here, if you take a look in the code in the service class, you will notice that hibernate.initialize is being used at quite some places. Right now, this is being done to fetch the record from the database, and the way it's being done, this hibernate.initialize is it triggers an database query to fetch the data. The job of this is to trigger a database query to fetch the data from the database. And I don't like this approach, so I think we should switch to the query based approach or the JPQL based approach. And this is being used at quite some places in ticket service only. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Claude to refactor this, number 1. Also, if you come over here to ticket controller, we are making use of authentication principle. Okay. And this says, so there is no authorization over here. Anyone can add or reply to the message, which is fair enough at this point in time. But down the line, if I have multi-agent system, like if I have multiple customer service agent replying to tickets, maybe an authorization layer would help over here. Okay, but not right now. This is absolutely okay. Also over here in the I would say it was ticket DTO. 1 second. So it was the entity over here. Here we are ordering by ascending only. So when we are returning the list of messages, we are sorting this by ascending only, and this is not configurable right now. This is hard coded. So this is a conscious decision that I'm taking down the line. Okay, I should have the option basically to see the most recent or the first option. I'm not sure if that's a requirement right now, but hard coded over here is fine for now. Okay, so for now, what I'm going to do is I am going to just fix this service over here. I'm going to say hibernate.initialize. I'm going to spin up Claude, and I'm not going to take a new session, but I'm going to use the existing session. I'm going to enter the plan mode, and I'm going to say, so one line is selected. I'm going to say you have dot initialize is used. Can this be better, like using query annotation with JPQL? Okay, and I'll just enter this over here. Let us wait for the plan. So here you can see it has come up with a plan. It is saying, okay, let's replace this with a join fetch query, which is good enough. And here you can see it currently uses initialize, okay, in 3 methods to force load the lazy messages collection. So it is loading the messages from the database in a lazy way, okay, after fetching the ticket. And this is here we can improve this using query annotation. Okay, so here what changes we need to do over here, it has highlighted this. So it is going to update this in repository.java. Okay, I'm sorry. So okay, repository.java, and here it is going to add find or throw. It is going to replace this with a new with messages or throw. Okay, and it is going to add this as well. Okay, and it is going to update all of this. Okay, fair enough. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say yes to this. Okay, and you can see the customer support system. Okay, so this is okay, 2 filter drop downs. This is good. Okay, this is fair enough. So I'm going to say yes, go ahead and start the servers after implementation. So servers are down for me. If servers are, so I restarted the system. If the server is on, then you can say yes and auto accept, but I'm saying yes, go ahead and start the servers after implementation. So I'm just approving the plan in a way. Okay, I'll just close this and let us wait for a bit. Okay, so I'm going to say yes, allow all edits in this particular section. So you can see over here, it is basically adding this query annotation. You can see I'm going to say yes, allow all edits in this particular session and wait for it to update at all the places. So you can see over here, both the frontend and backend have been ready. Okay, they have been started. Okay, which is good. And here you can see what changed in the code. It has added find by ID with messages. So here if you click on ticket repository, you can see find by ID with messages has been added over here. And ticket service makes use of this over here now. So if you go to ticket service and if you scroll down, you can see this is being used. Okay, so the patchy way, we are done with that patchy way. Okay, so this is done. Now let us come to our browser and let us see if everything works fine. So I'm going to say admin and admin 1, 2, 3. Okay, you can see all the tickets being loaded over here. And if you click, okay, this is fair enough. You can see testing, which is good. It is going to work fine, right? It is working fine. You can even update the statuses and everything. So this is marked as resolved. App crashes on startup. I can say pending human. Okay, and you can see app crashed on startup after update. It's pending human, right? And you can mark it as resolved again, and you can come back. You can see, right? So this is working absolutely okay. There is no issue as such. Okay, I can see over here, right? So this is done. Okay, there is one thing that I feel is missing is there's no way to update the category. Okay, there has to be a change category button as well, like we have change status, but that is fine. I will just do away with that feature. Okay, because right now we will be relying on AI anyways to categorize our messages. So that's fine, right? Now coming over here, right, this is done. Okay, so I'll just collapse this over here. Let us take a look at the front end code as well. So if you go over here, I'll just collapse the backend. Okay, let's close all. Yes, closed all. Okay, and here if you see front end under SRC, you will see API. Okay, there is tickets.js that has been added. Okay, let us see what ticket.js does. Okay, let me close this Claude session. I think then we'll have more room. Okay. So this particular file is doing the job of talking to the backend. It has all the APIs listed and exposed for the entire application. So the front-end application can just call these properties over here, these methods, functions. Okay, you can see add message and everything. So tomorrow, if there is any change in the backend layer, like there is a new version of endpoint and we want like tickets endpoint to be available at /v1. So you just need to come here and update one file. Okay, we are not hard coding endpoints across the application. So this is one pattern that it borrowed from auth. So see, when you are building with AI, it's really important to set patterns in the beginning of the project. So when you're building the first feature, you set the patterns. So AI will learn from those patterns. So like this was one of the best practice wherein I wanted all the auth related endpoints in auth.js, right? I showed that pattern over here. We refactored the code. And now you can see even tickets module is following that particular pattern, which is good enough, right? So this is good. Now here, if you come to components, we have different components. Okay, so here you can see. So if you start from app.jsx, okay, here if you come, okay, here you're going to see tickets page and tickets detail page is from where everything starts, right? Tickets page is the tickets page and detail page is where the page that gets loaded when you click on a particular ticket. Right. So let us go to pages over here first and let us take a look at tickets page. Now in tickets page, this page already existed, by the way, with a simple message that tickets module coming soon. Now it has edited that page to add this feature. Okay. Now one thing over here is it first starts with all the values over here. Okay. This is okay. And then you have the functions over here. Okay. Which is good enough. And here you have all the JSX that is being loaded over here. Okay, fair enough. This is good. One improvement that you can do over here, the improvement is, so this is hard coded right now. Down the line, you can have a drop down and you can, so right now this is hard coded to 20, but this can be modified by the users only. So whether I want to see 5 pages or 5 tickets, 10 tickets, 20 tickets into the system. So this can be configurable value that is being fetched from a UI element. This sort of improvement can be done over here. One improvement that can be done. So here you can see there are tons of values that are being added, right? That are being declared. Okay. You can see navigate, status filter, category filter, page, all this is being declared. And then there are functions that is being declared, right? So this is a lot of boilerplate code that I'm sure is being repeated in the ticket detail page as well. You can see here also there are some things. So can we make use of React hook forms over here and reduce a bit of boilerplate code? Yes, of course we can. Okay, but this is something that I'll park for now. Okay, we'll go through the code first. We'll see what all is happening over here. Okay, and then we'll take a decision whether we want to add React hook forms or not. So yes, we can add that. Okay, so ticket detail page and ticket page is fine. Now from tickets page, okay, if you see, are there any other components that we are using over here? Yes, we are. So see, these are all, this is a ticket API that we are using here. These are all the imports, necessary imports that we need. Ticket filters is what we are using and then ticket table. Now these are 2 components. So if we have ticket filters, okay, so I'll just say ticket filters over here. So you can see these are the filters that we have right now, okay, defined. So this is the statuses that we need and this is the categories that we need, okay. And here you have ticket filters that you are returning. So this is just returning the filter in a way, okay. Now this is being hard coded over here. Okay, if I see over here, this is being hard coded. So I'm not sure if we should hard code this in this particular file. Because these are all fixed values, these are like constants. So should we have this in this file or we should have it at a centralized location where in future, if we want to add a new category, it should be easy for us to add, right? The code should be maintainable. So it's added over here. Let me see if it's repeated, if this configuration is repeated at multiple files. Let me see that. Okay, so ticket filters is done. We saw ticket filters. It looks decent, except this one issue of hard coding. We have ticket table over here. Now, what is ticket table? If you take a look, okay, this is going to show or renders the ticket table. Now, this is of course getting the ticket status badge and ticket category badge over here. Okay, so you have like this failsafe option, and then here you have okay, so this is no data state option, sorry, and then you have over here the entire JSX that is basically mapping the tickets. And how are these tickets being fetched? These tickets we are getting as a property over here, prop, right? So this is fair enough. This will render, okay, and here we are seeing date being formatted as well. Okay, at how many places date are being displayed? So here we are seeing created date being displayed, and here also date is being displayed. So this is being displayed with date and timestamp. Okay, fair enough. And this is being displayed only date. So okay, and here also we are displaying dates. Okay, fair enough. So let me see. So this is date over here, tickets table. Okay, so from tickets page we saw this. Okay, tickets table has its own date formatting over here, right? And on ticket page, do we have ticket detail page? In fact, do we have the date formatting here? Let me see. So we have come to ticket detail page, and here if you scroll down, okay, everything is good. Everything is good. Okay, everything is good. And here, I think, and here on the ticket header, if you scroll towards the right, you have a date format logic. All right. So what we are doing essentially over here, if you understood, okay, code is good, code is generated well, but here we are repeating certain logic. So this logic for date formatting can be centralized. You know, today we are displaying dates in a certain way, right? Tomorrow, if you want to change that, we'll have to go and manually update it in several places. Okay. So this is one. Okay, rest all looks good over here. Okay, this entire piece of code is good. This is not an issue. Here we are managing different states. We are fetching the data. Okay, and then over here we are rendering the UI. So here if you scroll up, okay, you will see quite a few components are being used. Okay, so let us take a look at all the components. Ticket status badge. Okay, so if you come over here, ticket status badge. Okay, this is the ticket status badge. Okay, this is the same configuration that was being repeated in the tickets the filters page, right? Here in tickets filter, this was the same configuration that is being repeated over here, and I mentioned this should be centralized. Okay, so this is one point we have. Okay, so this is fair enough. This is just very simple. Okay, now ticket detail page, if you see again, we have another component which is ticket category badge. So here if you see, ticket category badge is over here. Here also we are repeating this. Okay, this was again there in filters. Okay, you can see this in filters. We are repeating this configuration. Tomorrow, if we make a modification at one place, okay, we won't have any idea, or someone else works on this code, they won't have any idea. Okay, this changed. So it's best we take it to a central place. Okay, ticket detail page, we have status actions. Now where is status actions? Okay, here again we are hard coding statuses. All right, interesting. Okay, nothing else over here. I think rest all is fine. Okay, we are getting the data from here, status actions. We are filtering everything, right? And yeah, data is being rendered. Okay, this is fine. Ticket detail page has message thread as well. So this is the message thread component. This renders the entire message. So you can see over here for customer. Okay, so we are first defining the configuration, sender config. So this is how the configuration will look like. Okay, for agent, for AI, and for customer. Okay, this is all the CSS, and then we are rendering this based on the config. Makes sense. This makes sense. Okay, this is good. And then we have reply box. So let us take a look at reply box. So where is reply box? Here. Reply box is simple. Looks decent. We are handling the data. Okay, now we take a look at the validation. This is when the reply is submitted, and this is a validation, the only validation. Should we add any sort of validation? So right now there is no validation for maximum maximum character count or minimum word count or maximum. There is no min-max validation. So this is something that we are aware of. We can add a validation over here by telling Claude Code to add a validation of 1000 words or 1000 characters. The reply should not be more than this, right? We cannot have very huge replies as well, right? So this is something there. So what I'm going to do is right now, rest all is good, I believe. Okay, nothing much over here. I'm going to open up Claude Code. I'm going to say I'm going to navigate to the old session itself because that session knows the context of this feature. So I'm going to say 1, add validation before submitting reply. Okay, and how much should the validation be? So max length should be 700 chars. Okay, and min should be at least 5 characters. Okay, so I don't want replies to go less than 5 characters or less than 20 characters, for example. Okay, I don't want replies to go there. Okay, this is number 1, and this is for the line that we have selected. Okay, what we can do is we can simply ask Claude to change this first. Okay, so it will make the change. Next, we need to take a look at the date formatting as well. So if you take a look at date formatting, okay, date formatting is repeated at quite a few places. So let me highlight that. Okay, so right now it's prompting whether you want these constants to be created. Okay, too short, too long, min, max, you can see is valid. Okay, so these constants look okay. I'm going to say yes and yes. Okay, and here this, so I'll tell you what happened. Here it has created this set of constants. Oops, not in this file over here. So it's in reply box. Here it has added this set of context, this set of validations. So trimmed, first it will trim, then it has these variables, and then it has this logic over here, right? Now it's valid if trim.length is greater than minimum length and it's not too long. Okay, this is the validation logic, and then what it's doing is it is taking this validation logic and then it's checking for the response. So this is done. Okay, now what I can do is let me take a look at so I believe the date part. I need to take a look at the date part. Date is being repeated at a lot of places, so here probably we are going to have date because this is the reply message thread rendering, right, that we are doing over here. So this is going to have date most likely, right? Is there any date configuration? Not yet over here, I can see. Okay, or let me do Control Shift F over here, and I'm going to search for new date like so. So you can see in message thread we have over here at the bottom. Okay, so this date configuration is being repeated at a lot of places. Okay, this is being repeated at a lot of places. Can we centralize this? Okay, now see, I've selected that line and I'm telling. So Claude knows that I'm talking in the context of my selection. You can see one line selected and I'm going to say enter. Fair enough. So this is done. Okay, and then if you go to filters, so here in ticket filters, okay, it's asking me whether I want to allow the updates to where updates. Okay, it's updating the date utils. So okay, it's adding date utils. So I'm going to say yes. Okay, you can see date utils has this function over here. Okay, and it's being added in config, and it's updating the message thread as well. So where is message thread? Okay, so it's adding this import from date utils. I'm going to say yes, and yes, it's adding this everywhere. So where is this being added? This is being added in this file message thread.jsx. Okay, fair enough. I'm going to say yes. Okay, it is going to take a look at more places. So you can see over here ticket detail page, it's also importing. Okay, and it's going to prompt me again for ticket detail page. You can see it updated this data with this over here. I said yes, fair enough. Okay, and it will update more. Okay, you can see format date, it's updating ticket table as well. I'm going to say yes. If you trust Claude, you can say yes for all the edits. You can do that. Yes for all edits in the session. So it's going to simply edit and it is not going to prompt you. Okay, you can see for all 4 usages have been replaced, which is good. Right now you can come to ticket filter and these 2 are also repeated. Okay, so centralize this config instead of repeating in multiple files. Okay, I'll say yes, enter. Okay, this is going to go over here. Let us wait for a bit until this completes. So it is going to check for this thing in multiple files. So you can see over here, what it has done is it went through all the files. Okay, And then it created a central config over here, which is ticketconfig.js. You can see this ticketconfig.js, right? And now it has basically it is updating ticket category badge. So you can see over here, it has imported this. So early on, this did not exist. We had hard-coded configurations here. Ticket status badge also it has updated, right? You can see over here. Okay, it is giving you a complete summary. You can see. Then you have status actions over here. This also is making now use of the centralized config. Okay, you have this file also ticket filters, which is now making use of centralized config. So in ticket filters, we had this hard coded at the top. So you can see over here, done. Everything is now in ticket config utils. So this is a central configuration, and down the line, if you want to modify this, you can modify. So there are two new configurations that have been added: date utils and ticket config. Okay, fair enough. If you come over here, I believe nothing will break. Nothing. We've just made configuration changes and everything is working fine as expected. All right, so this is the code review process with the help of Claude, okay, and our knowledge as well. Okay, you need to have knowledge to do and understand what things are happening in the project. You can't just blindly keep on prompting and have something garbage built out there, right? And I'm going to say ticket management module. I'm going to commit this as ticket management module. This is committed and it has been saved to the Git. I hope this has been useful. All right, so we do have a decent work done now, and what I'm going to do is I am going to plan the dashboard module, or you can say over here, if you come the home page over here, which is going to, so this is a dashboard where we can display some metrics. Okay, so here I'm first going to enter the plan mode. Okay, number one. Okay, and I'm going to get rid of this context over here, package.json context. Okay, this is the context that is added. So now here I can say build, or I can say plan dashboard page with metrics. Okay, and I'll just say enter. Let us take a look at what all plan it comes up with. I wish to have a simple dashboard page, and I believe I have a decent amount of information already added in the project plan over here. So if you see project plan, okay, I already have a decent amount of information added over here. I can read this. Okay, if you see over here, knowledge base dashboard, you can see total ticket. This information is already added, right? So it will help me plan this. Okay, all right. What is it? Planning. Okay, I'll probably stop this. Stop it. Okay, it's reading all the files. I don't want it to read all the files. I want it to just take this project plan into context. So I'm just going to open this. Okay, just have this file context, plan dashboard page with metrics. Okay, and let me say enter. Okay, so let us wait for a while until it comes up with a comprehensive plan over here. Now it is giving you this plan. Okay, you can see over here homepage.jsx is currently a placeholder, which makes sense because we are showing this message over here. There's a placeholder message being added, right? Nothing is there in this particular file right now. So you can see over here, I'm going to add, so it's telling that I'm going to add all these metrics over here, ticket repository, the count of tickets, the status using GPL. So GPL query for this, it is going to write all of this, resolution rate over here. This is a formula it's going to use. How many tickets were responded by AI? This it's going to add. Then human handled count over here. Then backend file that is going to edit. This is the edits it's going to take into consideration, like ticket repository. Okay, status count response. It is going to update this as well. It is going to create this. In fact, this is the DTO, and it is going to have this category count response as well, dashboard response as well, and dashboard service as well. Okay, so all these things it is creating, and it's adding ticket config as well. Dashboard.js makes sense. So here it is going to display all the data over here like so. Okay, fair enough. So what I see is there is a lot of calculation that is being done, right? There is a lot of calculation that is being done. Okay, but at a smaller scale, I should be okay with this calculation, or I can tell Claude that a lot of calculation in backend, a lot of calculation here. Can this be moved to DB or at a better place to handle? Okay, so I'm asking it if there is any better plan to, or better way to handle instead of accepting the changes. So you can, if you have any sort of ideas over here, you can brainstorm with Claude, and I believe we can make use of Spring scheduler over here to trigger the updates, or we can create a scheduler in the database itself that is going to it's going to calculate these metrics for us. So it is sharing a revised plan, and the revised plan basically is doing all the heavy lifting in DB. You can see over here, the service has only one integer. So the app is just fetching the data from the database. That is what it's doing. Okay. And we can ask Claude over here, how will DB calculate it periodically? Okay. So I'm asking this to Claude. Let's see what Claude says. So I am basically moving all the logic. Okay. So see, we are just brainstorming over here with Claude as to what is the best way to take this forward. Okay. We might also settle with the first way just for educational purpose. Okay. So you can see over here right now, the plan fires DB queries on every dashboard request. Instead, you can use Spring schedule to pre-compute the metrics periodically. You can see over here. Okay. So here you can see it will let me revise the plan over here. So it's revised the plan. Point number 5 it has added over here. So what is point number 5? You can see dashboard service, and here. Okay. 1 second. So here if you scroll up. So here you can see it has updated the plan to add scheduled over here. So scheduled is going to run periodically. Okay. And here you can see over here, it is going to run periodically and compute the database, compute the values in the database, as you can see over here. Right. You can see over here. Okay. And enable scheduling must be there over here. So this is sort of a process that is going to be executed. You can see over here, it is executing and it is going to update this in the database, right? So this is how it's going to work. Okay, let us accept this plan, and let us say yes and auto accept. Okay, let's go ahead and let us see how this is being implemented. So we'll wait for a while until this finishes. So you can see over here, all the changes have been done. Okay, this took good amount of time. Okay, but it was faster than I would do it. So here you can see these all files were created, and this is the summary. The servers need to restart to pick up the backend changes. Fair enough. Okay, so backend server is probably not started. Okay, I think I'm getting some sort of error over here. Yeah, on the console. Yes, it's returning 404. So let us rebuild the backend server. Okay, I'm going to say rebuild and start both apps. Okay, let us rebuild and start both the apps. So you can see over here, the server has started and scheduler also fired immediately on the startup. So we have created the scheduler using the @scheduled annotation, right? So this is done. And if you come over here, let us take a look. Okay, so I'm going to say admin 1, 2, 3. Let us see what we have over here. Okay, decent. Okay, we have a decent dashboard over here. You can see total 5 tickets, resolution rate is 20%, AI handled is 1, human handled is 2. Okay, how is AI handled 1? Okay, AI responded over here. So it is taking the status over here. Fair enough. Human handled is 2, which is in progress plus resolved. Okay, so in progress plus resolved is 2. Fair enough. Right, and here you have the graph, and here you have the category. Brilliant. So this is looking awesome. You can see, and we can also take a look at the database. Okay, so I opened the database and I see it has not created a table in the database. So I just took a look at all the changes that it has done, and I went to service, and here it has added this dashboard service. And here, if you see, this is basically the service that is marked with scheduled. Okay, and it runs at fixed intervals, like 5 minutes, once every 5 minutes. Okay, and here if you scroll down, okay, you will see that this is not talking to the database. This is actually making use of a cache over here, and this data is being computed and stored in cache. It is not being fetched from the database, and the time interval is 5 minutes. So this runs every 5 minutes. Now, which cache is it using over here? It is using the in-memory cache of our application. It is not using something like Redis or anything like that. Of course, down the line, we can scale it to Redis. See, there are multiple approaches now over here. Either you keep this, okay, if you're building a small scale application like ours, like in our case, there's only one admin user. So this should be fine. If you have a lot of users using this, you can move this to Redis cache. Or if you want to be even more efficient, what you can do is you can move this entire computation into a database at the database level or at the Postgres level, and you can have a task scheduled over there, right? You can have a procedure sort of thing written over there that runs periodically, and it calculates the value and populates into a table. Okay, this is outside the backend now. So backend is not involved, it is just fetching. And what backend is going to do, it is just going to fetch the data from the pre-computed table in the database. That is what it's going to do. That is another approach. Okay, so once the system scales to that level wherein there are a lot of tickets, a lot of users using it, you can move to this approach. So these are all the architectural decisions that we are taking. Okay, one is you keep this because the system is simple. You want to keep it simple. You're just beginning the application, right? Down the line, you can move this to an external cache, which is Redis. Okay, and even further down the line, when you have more agents, more users, your application scales, you have a lot of tickets coming in, then you can move this at the database level, wherein a database, inside the database, a procedure is calculating. Okay, but for now, I should be okay with this approach. It's simple. It uses in-memory application cache, and this is triggered when the application starts. So this is useful, and I believe we have done a good job of in terms of UI as well. Of course, dark mode and everything can be added as well. Okay, but this is functional UI. I hope this is useful. Alright, so now it's time where we review our backend code. Backend as well as frontend, the code for entire features. So I'm going to start with the backend code, and here you can see we have added this enable scheduling option over here. Okay, because we are making use of the scheduling feature of Spring Boot. Okay, so this is something that we have added so that the scheduler works at the irregular intervals. Okay. Then we have the dashboard controller. Okay, now in dashboard controller, this is a completely new file. We have added one endpoint which helps us get the dashboard, right? And we're getting the dashboard over here. And if the dashboard is not available, we are going to get this service unavailable over here. And this is the endpoint over here. Simple get endpoint, simple. Now category count response. So this is a DTO that is being created. Okay, and this is basically to represent the category count here. Right. Then you have dashboard response. This is the DTO for dashboard response. We are adding this as a record. Then here, this is a record for status count response. And this is representing the status count. And so for 3 graphs, okay, your dashboard count, dashboard response, category count response. You can see category count, dashboard count. Over here, this is a dashboard count. So tickets and everything. You can see 1 second. So dashboard count over here. You can see list of tickets by status, by category, resolution rates. All of this will be displayed on the front end. Okay. And then you have a category count. Okay. So 1 second. Let me see. Okay. So these two DTOs, in fact, category count response and status count response are being used over here. Okay. In these two as a list. And this is the complete response for this entire dashboard. Okay. So entire dashboard is being returned as one response. I'm sorry about that. So dashboard response over here. Right, then you have ticket repository, which is being added over here. So here we have some queries that we have added over here. These are some interfaces that we created here on the fly. Okay, of course, this could be separate interfaces. Okay, so we can do that. But yeah, these two interfaces have been created within repository itself. Okay, so what I can do is I can tell Claude over here to extract these. Here they don't look good. Okay, I can tell this to Claude over here. So these both the interfaces will be extracted into a separate file. Okay, this is good. And these are all the queries that are being done over here. Okay, you can see the queries are being done. Okay, and this looks good over here. Okay, I think nothing else over here. We have dashboard service. Now dashboard service is being created over here. It is helping us communicate with the dashboard. Okay, so here it is asking me to create a projection package. Okay, I will allow this. Allow, yes. And let me see what it's doing over here. So this is for the change that we had asked. Okay, it created a projection package. Yes, this is good. Status count interface is added. There will be one more interface, I believe, that will be added. Yes, one more category count, which is good. So these interfaces are out of that file now. In repository, it was not looking good, they were looking ugly. So I'll just get rid of the import statements in the ticket repository. This is good. And everything is refactored now. You can see it's looking good. Yes, allow. right? So this is okay for now, right? So this is removed from this file and it's all good. Okay, it's being removed from here as well. Okay, the import statements are being updated in status count controller, which is good. So we'll wait for a while, allow all edits, and it's going to do all the edits in this session. So you can see over here, two top level interfaces have been added that represent the count. This is good. Okay. Now, if you come over here, we were talking about status count, category count, and this over here. Okay, this is fair. Category response. We were taking a look at service over here. So where is the service? Yeah, this one. So I'll just close this Claude tab over here. So you can see over here, you have ticket repository as well as the cache over here, right? Cache is being created over here, right? Now over here at a regular interval, which is like around 5 minutes, every 5 minutes, it is going to trigger this method wherein we are refreshing the data into the database. Now see, at our scale, if you're getting like 3-4 tickets in a day, you can increase this. Okay, so we can increase this to like 24-hour or something like that, or even down the line we can add a manual refresh button. I'm fine with that because I'm a single user who's going to use the system. So depending on the requirement, see, things change. Okay, you can either have a manual refresh button if you are the only person using it. You can have this updated in a 24-hour interval if there are not a lot of data changes that are happening. If you're getting a lot of tickets and if you want more real-time data, you can have it updated at 5 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds, depending on the use case. And based on the use case, if you're refreshing a lot and a lot of users are using it, a lot of customer service agents are also using it, you can make use of Redis cache instead of this in-memory cache of your app, right? And even beyond that, you can move this entire logic to database level and you can have like stored procedures or something like that written over there. And backend is not calculating now, it is just fetching the data from the database. That's it, right? So that could be done. Okay, here now we are calculating things. You can see we are calculating resolution rate also we are calculating, and we are setting this data over here in the form of dashboard response over here in the cache. Okay, and this is something that we are doing. And get dashboard meaning it is returning. So this get dashboard is likely being used in the controller. So if you come over here, you can see over here get dashboard. This is being used in the controller. So this is our service. Okay, so this is a backend code. On front end, it's also good here. We have created a separate API file for dashboard, okay, which is exposing the endpoint. And here in home.jsx, we have added the JSX for the data to be displayed over here, right? You can see. So earlier it had the boilerplate code. All of that we have got rid of, and we are rendering the data over here using an external library, which is good. Ticket config.js also exists over here, okay, which is fine, okay. So yeah, this is these are the changes that have been done over here, right? And okay, ticket config.js is having some change. Initially we had label open. Okay, now we have batch classes and we have classes also being added over here because this is being used in the front end, like the chart color and everything. So this ticket config.js was created during ticket management feature, and now it has a lot more inside. It has the classes as well, as you can see, right? So you can take a look over here, right? And okay, accessible. Okay, I think this is fine. I'll have inline view over here. This is fine, right? So this comes in a single update. You can see all of these were updated. You can see chart color and everything were added over here. Okay, so I think these were the changes. So earlier we did not have the batch classes and everything. Now all of that has been added. I think fair enough. The feature has worked out well. Okay, yes, there are improvements you can do, but I would prefer doing that once we scale, right? So this is enough right now from the educational standpoint. Okay, dashboard feature over here. I'll just comment this. So I hope this has been useful. Alright, so now is the time where we begin talking about the email integration. Now, before we move forward with the email integration, we would want to understand how the email integration would work. So we are going to just understand how this entire feature is going to function, right? So here what I'm going to do is here, let's say I'm going to draw some things, okay? So let's say here we have, this is an email that is being sent from one of our customers. Okay, so customer sends an email. Where does he send the email? He sends the email to the email address that we have mentioned or we have shared with them. Okay, so there is going to be a designated email address where the customer is supposed to email along with his queries. So he sends the email. Now, what happens is that email should come into our system, right? This email should come into our ticketing system. Why it should come into our ticketing system? So that it can be addressed by me, basically. So right now I am the customer support agent, I am the admin, or I can hire someone who can do the job for me. So from that email, the customer support request should be converted into a ticket, right? This email should be converted into a ticket into our system. How is that going to happen? Okay. So for this, we will have to make use of a email provider. Now there are multiple options in which you can do that. Okay. But we will have to make use of an email provider. Okay. So there can be a email provider like SendGrid. SendGrid is a service which you can use for sending and receiving emails. Okay. It's for emails. So SendGrid. So we'll make use of a email provider. So let's say I won't write SendGrid over here. I'll say email provider. Okay. Email provider. Okay. Now from the email provider, what is going to happen is for here, okay, from the email provider, it is going to be converted into a ticket into our system, right? Into a ticket into our system. And how is this ticket going to be converted? How is it going to be converted into a ticket? It is going to be converted using a webhook. Okay, so I'll write webhook first, and then using the webhook, a ticket will be added, right? Something like this. Okay, a ticket will be added. And okay, this webhook will be created using Spring Boot. So I'll also write SB and then I'll say ticket. Okay, so using Spring Boot, this ticket is being created into our system. Okay, so see the journey over here. Customer has just sent an email on a email address that we have designated. Okay, so we can say, okay, it's our support@ourbusinessname.com, whatever our domain is. So generally, if I'm running EmbarkX, if I'm building this for EmbarkX, my company, so I'll say support@EmbarkX.com, or I can have customer service@EmbarkX.com. So these kind of emails generally company have. And what happens is customers email on this particular email address. Now, that email is mapped to an email provider. There are several email providers in the market. So Gmail is also an email provider. Okay. There can be services like SendGrid, Mailgun. You can use all these services. Okay. We'll be talking about these services. Then from here, there is a webhook. Okay. Now, webhook, what is a webhook? Webhook is a sort of an API that we will be making use of to allow external systems to send us data. Okay. That is something that we are going to create. And using this, Spring Boot is going to process the data received in this webhook, and then it is going to convert this into a ticket, and ultimately it will be stored into a database and it will be visible onto our system. So this is going to happen in instant, okay, in like seconds. Okay, so this is the entire flow of receiving the ticket. What flow is this? So I'll say receiving the ticket. Okay, this is for receiving the ticket in our system. Okay, now what happens once this ticket is created? What happens next? Like either me or down the line, if I migrate to a multi-agent dashboard, okay, I'm going to have multiple agents replying to the tickets, right? So in that particular scenario, what is going to happen is there is going to be okay, so there is going to be a agent reply. Okay, there is going to be there is going to be a agent reply. So I'll just minimize this. Okay, so there is going to be an agent reply. So agent is going to reply to this particular ticket, and this particular ticket is going to be handled by Spring Boot. Okay, and then Spring Boot is going to post this reply to this particular ticket to the email provider. And why email provider? Because he has posted the reply in our system, in our customer service management system. So Spring Boot is going to save this, and Spring Boot is also going to send this to the email provider, so that customer receives this notification that this particular reply has been generated. Okay, so customer will receive the reply. Customer, okay, or email reply to customer. Okay, so customer receives the email reply, okay, that has been entered by the agent over here. So this is the entire process as to how this is going to work. Okay, and it's very important that you understand the entire flow. Okay, so this is receiving the ticket, and this is replying to the ticket. Okay, this is receiving the ticket. So from the email, customer sends the email to a particular email address. There is an email provider that exists. It is going to convert the ticket into it is going to send the ticket information or the email information to a webhook, and Spring Boot is going to intercept, and it is going to convert that information into a ticket into our system. Then whenever agent replies, Spring Boot is going to save that information into our system, and then is going to send the reply to the email provider so that customer receives the email reply to the ticket that he has initially posted. So this is how it is going to work. And if customer replies to this particular reply, again, it comes or follows this particular process. Okay. So this is receiving the ticket and this is replying to the ticket flow. This is how it is entirely going to work. And it's really important you all understand this, because see, this is the flow that is going to form the base or the crux of the email integration into our system. So once you understand this, you will know, okay, this is, this is how the entire system is going to work, and you will be able to build it easily. I hope this is making sense. Now, there are multiple ways in which you can go ahead with building this. So see, first of all, for integrating an email provider. So first of all, there are multiple email providers over there. Okay, I'll just name them all. Okay, I'm going to say first is you can make use of Gmail, okay, which is a free service. Then you can make use of SendGrid. SendGrid is a popular email service. You also have Mailgun, okay, and yeah, I think these three are enough. So these three are the ones, they are quite popular. SendGrid, Mailgun. SendGrid I've used in a lot of my personal projects as well. It is very popular. A lot of startups also use SendGrid, even enterprises use SendGrid. Gmail, of course, it's used for personal and professional use as well. What you can do is you can configure a Gmail mailbox, okay, a mailbox using Gmail, that you can share the email address with the customers, and your application can be linked to this particular Gmail mailbox to fetch the tickets. Why are we doing this step? Because we want our system to be integrated with the mailbox so that we can create the ticket into our system. That is the only reason why we are doing this, or we are talking about this step. If we don't plan or talk about this step, if we don't integrate with a mailbox, then what is going to happen is customer is going to send the email to a designated email, but it is not going to be converted as a ticket into our system. What we want is we want an automated ticket to be created as soon as the customer sends an email, right? So that you don't have to open the mailbox. You just open your customer support system and you see the ticket that has been raised by the customer along with all the details. That is what we want. So here we can use any of the three email provider. Now see, Gmail is, of course, it's a popular email service. You all must be aware of Gmail. You all must be using Gmail as well. It's free, easy to set up, okay, but this requires, IMAP integration. So IMAP is a protocol using which you need to fetch emails, okay. I believe this is a bit complex setup, okay, not ideal for building the kind of application that we are building, but this can be done with Gmail as well, okay. SendGrid is a email provider, okay. SendGrid is an email provider that you can set up, right, and you can basically create an account, and you can map it to, or you can set up a mailbox over there and you can integrate it into the application. There are ways you can log into the dashboard and you can provide your application URL. So whenever there is an email that comes over there, okay, it is posted to your application as well. All those things you can do. Same with Mailgun. Okay, so these are email providers. Now there are multiple ways in which you can go about setting this entire system up. So number one way over here, I'll just write, number one is owning a domain, right? Owning a domain. So either you own, so you must be building this for your business and you must be owning a domain already. Okay, so what happens is generally if you own the domain, what you have to do is you have to configure this email providers. So I'm talking about SendGrid and Mailgun. You have to go there. You have to enter your domain. You have to verify your domain that you are the actual owner. You have to prove it over there. They'll give you some keys that you need to add as a record on your, hosting provider. And that's how verification is done that you are the actual owner. And then you can do the setup. So basically you can configure a mailbox like support@yourdomain.com, something like this. So these kind of support addresses can be created. This is very professional. This comes across really professional. But for the kind of demo project that we are building, we have two other approaches as well. You can either set up a free Gmail mailbox. Okay, but this is a bit complex, like it requires IMAP integration, IMAP based polling. We need to pull emails at every intervals. And I believe that is not the ideal setup, right? So, but this is a way, right? So I'm mentioning it over here. Another approach is we don't buy a domain. We don't configure a Gmail mailbox. Okay. What we do is we configure a email provider. So we use a email provider and we use local setup. Okay, we use local setup, and we change the URL on the local setup to that of the production URL once we deploy it. So all those things we can do. So I'll be going ahead with the third approach over here. Okay, so this is what I'll be going ahead with, right? I hope these approaches are clear. And now to do the local setup, we'll be making use of a tool called ngrok. Okay, so what ngrok does is, if you have a application that running on your local machine, so there are lots of problems that it solves. But one of the problem is, if you have an application running on your local machine, it can give you a URL for that application. So you can access that URL from anywhere on the web, and the request will be sent to your local host. Okay, that it can do. So you can see over here, can share local host, and here you can see put your local app on a public URL. So securely you expose a web server on localhost to the internet, right? I hope this is making sense. So let's say if I have a application running on localhost 5413, this is my local port, right? So if I use ngrok, it is going to give me a public URL. So I can actually map my localhost to a public URL, and it can be accessed from anywhere in the internet. Okay, this is for development purpose. Okay, I'm not saying you should actually deploy or use a production grade application this way, but this is for the kind of application that we are building. I hope this makes sense, and if anything is not clear, don't worry. Once we start doing practicals and once we start putting all of this into practice, all of these steps will be clear and you will be able to follow properly. Don't worry if something is not clear. Okay, I'm pretty sure it will get clear once we start going. So hang in there. Alright, so now it's time we begin planning the email integration with the help of Claude. And here I am in the Claude Code in Visual Studio Code. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to enter the plan mode, okay, over here first. And first of all, let us check our context window. Okay, is it very large, and do we need to change, okay, it's not a lot. Okay, it's 16%. What we can do is we can switch over to another, or let us use this. I think 16% should be, I don't think it's a lot. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say need to build email integration. Okay, need to build email integration into our app. Okay, please help with approach and ask questions if needed. Okay, so I already know how I'm going to integrate the email provider. I believe SendGrid is one of the best approaches to go ahead with. Okay, if you're not aware of SendGrid, you can just search for SendGrid. You will come on that website and you can see what SendGrid actually is. And don't worry, I'll be definitely taking you through all the steps. I'll be hand-holding you. Okay, but if you're quite curious about SendGrid, to learn more about SendGrid, since I've used these terms a couple of times now, okay, you can check it out by yourself as well, but I'll be taking you through as well. So you can ask AI, share the approaches. Okay, I know the approach, but I'm still going to brainstorm a little bit over here with Claude. Okay, and there could be some edge cases, some scenarios that I might have not thought of that, AI can help me clear out. Okay, so good topic. Before planning, I need to understand few things to scope this correctly. Sorry. So this is going to come back with questions over here. Since I mentioned, please ask questions if needed. One thing I forgot to mention over here, that don't start coding this. I don't want it to code. I want to plan this feature. Okay, so you can see over here, it is asking the questions. So see, which email provider will you use to receive inbound email? So there are different email providers, and see it's mentioning SendGrid over here. This is recommended. Why it's recommended? It says it's already scaffolded in application.properties. SendGrid outbound parse emails as a webhook, okay, to your backend. So like I said, SendGrid has a inbound parse post, okay, which is going to parse email as a webhook to my backend. So I need to expose webhook and I need to configure SendGrid. So that is something there. Mailgun is another service provider, email service provider, which is going to have a webhook based email inbound parsing, something similar to SendGrid. These two both are email providers, okay, and SendGrid is quite popular. Okay, you have Poll a mailbox, which is using IMAP option. Okay, you can connect directly to Gmail, Outlook mailbox and Poll for new emails, and then you have other option as well. So I'll just choose SendGrid over here. Okay, if you need any clarifying questions, if you have any questions, like if you want AI to suggest you, okay, what is the best approach and why, I would want to evaluate that. So you can do that as well. But I'm just going to select SendGrid right now. Okay, outbound email. So how are you going to reply to that email? So are you going to have UI only for now? UI only meaning replies are stored in the system, okay? And customer will need access to this system to see the replies. I don't want to give access to this system to the customer. This is only for my customer service management, not for the user, right? So I would want to send the reply via email only. Customer only gets email. He does not see the UI. So agent replies in the UI, and this triggers an actual email sent to the customer. And the full loop is customer emails in and agent replies out, which makes sense. So I'll select this. Threading. Now what is threading? So how do you want? Now what does threading mean over here? So when you click on a particular ticket, you are going to see the entire conversation in the thread. Okay. So thread by email address. So would you want to create a thread with the help of email address and open ticket, which is a recommended approach. So if a customer has an open or in progress ticket, the next email is added as a message to it. Okay. And if there is no ticket open against a particular customer, then there will be a new ticket that will be created and it will be marked as open. This is how the entire process is going to work. So I would choose this approach, or you can even choose always create a new ticket, but always creating a new ticket even for replies does not make sense. So I'll choose this one because this is also recommended. AI pipeline. Should inbound emails trigger auto categorization and auto reply as a part of this feature, or just create the ticket? Okay. So see, AI based auto categorization is also a feature that I want to work on. And I also want to have auto reply using the AI and the knowledge base that I have. Okay. But I don't want to mix these two features or add these two features along with this one. I want to go step by step. So I'm just going to say ticket creation only for now. Email ingestion just creates the ticket with open status. AI pipeline is a separate feature that will be built later. This is something good. Or you can also include AI categorization and auto reply, so I don't want to go with the second option. I just want to go step by step. Right now, I just want to create tickets from the email provider. That's what we are doing. So email ingestion is the right word for this. So I'm going to select this. Okay. I'm going to say submit over here. So we can submit the answers and let us see what what AI comes up with. Okay. So I think it has asked us all the clarifying questions. Okay. And now it is going to come back to us with the plan, the entire coding plan as to what it's going to do, what sort of, changes it's going to make in our application to get this working. Okay. So let us wait for a while until it gets back to us with the right output. Okay. So I get this plan over here. I have not read it. Let's read it together. Okay. So email integration plan over here. The context is two directions. Okay. One is inbound, wherein email is sent to the mailbox that we configure with SendGrid, and SendGrid is going to do a inbound parse webhook. So it is going to create a webhook that we have in our system, and the webhook is going to create and thread tickets, right? Makes sense. And for outbound, agent is going to do a UI based reply. UI based reply as in agent is going to reply from the dashboard, and from there SendGrid API will be called and an email is triggered to the customer. So there is no AI pipeline in this feature. Ingestion just create tickets with open status, and SendGrid properties are already scaffolded but commented out in application.properties. So probably this was being set when we had created the application, which is good. Okay. So you can see over here the flow. Customer email receives. Okay. SendGrid is going to do a inbound parse, and then it is going to post this email or the email content along with all the details to this particular webhook that we expose with SendGrid. We expose this to the world. Okay. And then it is going to be intercepted by email webhook controller. And then there is going to be a service that is going to ingest the email. So ticket service is going to have ingest email method. And then it is going to check if active ticket for this email exists. Okay. If active ticket exists, it will add the customer message. Okay. If the active ticket does not exist, okay, it is going to create a new ticket with the open status. Okay. And the first customer message. That is how the entire system is going to work. Okay. Now, over here, okay, here you have agent replies in the UI. Okay. So this is like post, okay, ID messages. This is fair enough. So agent replies in the UI, and there is going to be this message that is going to, this is going to be the API. Okay. Then this message will be posted using this particular method. Okay. This already exists. It needs to be just triggered. Okay. It needs to be extended, and then save the agent message, and then the send reply will be done and the email reply is being sent to the customer. Now there will be this dependency that will be added. This is a SendGrid dependency that we need to add to do a SendGrid integration to call SendGrid APIs. And in the application.properties, we need to like configure this. Okay, this is something that we are going to do. Then in configuration, security configuration, we need to expose these endpoints to the world. Okay. And here in email service, we need to read the values from the application properties, which is fair enough. Okay. And here build a SendGrid mail object. Okay, it is going to create a mail object that is going to send the email. And then we have ticket repository over here, this one. Okay, so this is going to find the most recently updated active ticket for the customer email. Okay, and it is getting the most active, it is getting the active by customer email, by customer email ticket. Okay, this is getting the list of tickets. I'm sorry. Okay. And then using this ticket service, there is ingest email, which is going to ingest the email. Okay, here, which seems good. Okay, this is fair enough. And add the message over here. Okay, and if there is add message, this is going to send the reply. Okay, extend add message with the outbound email. So right now, add message, what it does is it is just saving the message into the database. But right now, what happens is when the agent replies, yes, the message should be saved into the database. It should be displayed on the UI, but also an email should be triggered to the user. So this is what it's doing. Okay, it's using the configuration and it is sending the email. Okay, and there is a webhook controller that is being added. This is the webhook that is being created, and here you can see we are parsing the email. Okay, we are ingesting the email, and here you can see note on JSOUP. So we are using JSOUP. All right, so this is something there. Okay, so I have little bit knowledge of SendGrid. Okay, so see, SendGrid generally has HTML tags in its email. So whatever email you get in your system from SendGrid, that is going to have HTML tags, right? So we don't want HTML tags, so we want plain text fallback, right? Plain text message. So we are using JSOUP over here that is going to parse the HTML and it is going to give us the text only. That is what we are going to do. So hence we are using JSOUP over here. Okay. So that is what it's doing. It is going to extract the email, extract the name and everything. Okay. So all of this will be handled over here. What is not there in the feature? SendGrid domain verification, MX record setup. Okay. This is fine. Email attachments. So this is something we need to do if we have a domain. We don't have a domain. If you have a domain, you can link it or you can buy cheap domains and try it out. Email attachments. Okay, email attachment is also not handled over here. Spam and bounce handling is also not there, and AI auto categorization is not there. Fair enough. I'm fine with this. SendGrid API key and SendGrid from email will be needed. Okay, as env vares that we'll get from the settings. Okay, from SendGrid, and then we need to go to SendGrid dashboard. Under settings, we need to add inbound parse. And there we need to add the host and the URL should point to this. So see, this is the webhook that is being exposed from our application, right? This is the webhook that is getting exposed from our application. So now if this webhook is getting exposed from the application, this webhook should be mentioned on the SendGrid dashboard. Only then SendGrid will know where to post the email, right? So we need to add this webhook on the SendGrid dashboard, and this is the step as to where we need to add this, right? And then here, okay, so see ngrok. I mentioned ngrok early on. So AI is also suggesting that. So we need to expose our localhost 8080 port. Okay, and we need to get a public URL using ngrok. If you remember, I mentioned ngrok wherein you can expose your local application on a public URL. So it will act as if you have deployed on a real server in the cloud, but actually it's not deployed on the real server in the cloud. It is actually running on your local machine, and you have just got a public local URL that you are exposing to the world. That is how it's going to work. Okay, so here we'll make use of ngrok as well. This is also, it has mentioned. Okay, and then we need to do the verification over here. Okay, fair enough. Send a second email. So we'll start the backend and we'll hit this email endpoint. Okay, and we'll send the data to simulate SendGrid. Okay, we'll send the second email from the same address to see if it's being added to the existing ticket and not a new ticket. Fair enough. And then we will reply from the agent UI and see the SendGrid activity feed to see if the email was triggered. Fair enough. And then we are going to, confirm if this returns 200 without auth and no cookie needed. Okay. metrics plan. Okay, so there is a metrics plan as well. So home.jsx is currently a placeholder. Is that so? Okay, the dashboard. Okay, no. So home.jsx is already been built. This is something I need to tell. Okay, it requires a ticket creation time. So this is already being built. It's not a placeholder. Okay, and ticket repository. These all things are fine. Okay, this is all the code that it will create. Dashboard response, but this is already being created. I don't know why it's mentioning all of this over here. Okay, I need to tell this that dashboard is already created and ticket management. Okay, I think this is a older plan. This bottom one is an older plan, and the one that I saw at the top is the latest plan. Okay, so probably what it has done is it has appended the latest plan at the top. Okay, so this is how the entire system is going to work. Okay, so I'm going to say yes, go ahead and share, or I'm going to say yes, go ahead only. Okay, and where is this file created? It has created a temporary file somewhere. It is created in C drive users Faisal.Claude plans and then happy launching pine.md. Okay, so I'm going to just copy this. Okay, so that I can refer to it later on. I'll say auto accept yes and auto accept. Let's see what AI has for us. So let us see this being built right now. I'll just pause the video because AI is going to create a lot of files, a lot of output is going to be generated. So let's wait until AI finishes this. It's going to definitely take a few minutes. So you can see over here, it is updating the to-dos over here. It has created the to-dos and it is going to create all of this. So let's wait for a while. Okay, so you can see over here, it has actually created everything. Okay, it has created a lot of new files you can see. So here you can see email service, first of all, SendGrid outbound wrapper, logs on failure, never throws. Okay, and this is like a webhook controller. It passes the SendGrid multi-part payload. Okay, and extracts email name from the header so that it can be mapped to a customer in a system. And then it has also modified these files. So these two files were new files that were created and existing files were modified to accommodate the functionality. Now, what I'm going to do is, it has also given me a curl request over here that I can trigger. So I'm going to say trigger, so start both servers and trigger curl request. Okay, so this is something you can do, or I'll just tell it to start both servers. Both are not running. Okay, so just say this and just wait for a while until both the servers are started and I'm able to access the application over here. So I'm going to say localhost :73. Okay, something of this sort. Okay, so I'm going to say yes over here. So you can see the application is running over here, and if you see, the application is up. Okay, so I'm going to log in admin and admin123. This was my username password. Just go to tickets over here. You can see there are these many number of tickets that have been created. Now I'll scroll up and it had given me the curl request. Okay, so this is a curl request that it had given me. So I'm going to copy this curl request over here. Okay, I'm going to open up the terminal. Okay, let us open up the terminal. Okay, now this is the terminal in PowerShell. So I'm not sure if curl request is going to work here. It is not going to work. Yeah, it's not going to work. So I have a git bash installed over here. Okay, so I'm going to open git bash. So you can see over here, I'm selecting git bash, and this is going to have curl. Probably it will work. So let me trigger this over here. Okay, you can see this got triggered, and let us see over here. Okay, you can see this worked, and you can see the webhook is working fine. So here what we did is we did a curl request. You can even do a request using a postman to this particular webhook. Okay, you can send the from, subject and text over here in this format to this particular URL, and it should work on your end. Okay, so this is working fine over here. Now let us come over here and let us do the setup with SendGrid. So if you search for SendGrid in browser, you will see this URL over here. Just click over here. Okay, and let us open this up. Okay, so SendGrid has been acquired by Twilio. So Twilio is also a popular service. So what you will have to do is you will be redirected to Twilio over here. Okay, what I would recommend is you create an account with SendGrid if you don't have one. So I'll do the complete setup. Okay, so I do have configured the SendGrid account. Okay, you need to set up. There are a few verification steps. You receive OTP on your mobile number, on your email. They verify everything, and then here you are. So here you can see all the stats around email deliverability. Okay, you have email API,
Okay, and here somewhere you have something called as inbound parse. So you can see inbound parse under settings. Here you need to come and you need to add a host and a URL. Okay, so we need to add the URL of our application /API/email inbound. Okay, so this endpoint which we triggered curl request on this, but we cannot add localhost because SendGrid is won't be able to access localhost. So what we will have to do is we will have to expose our application using this ngrok, right? That is what we will have to do. So we need to use this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here. We have the setup information for ngrok over here. Okay, we have the setup information for ngrok over here, but I can tell Claude also to do that. Okay, so expose or configure ngrok. Okay, and share steps for SendGrid, sending and receiving emails. Okay, so complete setup steps. Okay, I'm going to tell this over here. So it is going to configure ngrok over here on our local machine. First of all, it is going to also expose our application via ngrok. Okay, I'll just close this terminal because everything is working fine there. Okay, so you can see over here now for ngrok to get configured, you can see over here it is first checking if ngrok exists. So of course it is not going to work because ngrok is not installed. You can see over here it's not installed. So here, okay, what it's saying, it's saying go to ngrok.com, sign up for free and download ngrok using ngrok's exe, or you can also install it using Chocolatey. So you can directly install the .exe version, or you can install it using Chocolatey. You can also install it using brew, homebrew if you are on Mac. So I'm just going to open up new terminal and I'm going to say choco install ngrok, something like this. Okay, this is something I've done. Okay, so you can see, do you want to continue? I'm going to say yes. If you don't prefer command line, you can go to ngrok.com and download the .exe file. Okay, and you can install it. That is also a simple step. Okay, you can do. So it's here, it's accepting by installing packages, you accept the licenses and everything. Okay, it's installing the packages for me. I'll wait for a while over here. And then you need to authenticate the, you need to authenticate ngrok from your ngrok dashboard. Okay, your auth token. So you need to go to ngrok dashboard and get your auth token. So come over here. Okay, come over here and somewhere over here you will have login. Okay, so just go over here and let me log in into this. Okay, so once you sign up for ngrok, see I've signed up for ngrok over here. Okay, and I'm seeing this command on my dashboard itself. Okay, so I'm going to copy this command. Okay, and I'm going to come over here to my application. Okay, and okay, so this installation actually failed over here. Okay, interesting. And this is because this, it did not work. The reason is access was denied. Okay, so I'll open git bash. Okay, I'll open git bash, or what I will do is I won't open git bash. Let me hang in over here. Okay, git bash won't work. Instead I'll say PowerShell. Okay, sorry, so I'll say search for PowerShell and I'll run PowerShell as an administrator. So select PowerShell over here and run this as an administrator. Okay, I'm going to say yes. So this opens up PowerShell. Okay, this runs as an administrator, and now I'm going to install ngrok being an admin. Okay, this is very important. See, installing certain things needs admin privileges, and probably the terminal in the Visual Studio Code did not have that access, so it failed over there. That is completely fine. Yes, I want to allow this script to run. It should install this. See, if you don't want to do command line approach, you can download the .exe file and get this installed. So right now it's downloading the setup over here. Okay, and it has installed everything. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this. I've added the token over here. Okay, configuration file is saved over here, which is fair enough. I'm going to clear this as well. Okay, now what it's suggesting here, if you see the AI steps it has suggested. Okay, so you can see it is suggesting me to add the auth token which I just added. Okay, and now it is suggesting me, so one second, I'll just reduce the size of it. It is saying ngrok http 8080. Okay, and I'll see the output as, so it's saying, one second, so it's saying ngrok http 8080, and I'll see this sort of an output. Okay, I'm going to say over here ngrok http, and I'm going to say 8080.
Okay, so it is going to give me a URL now. So you can see over here. Okay, it is giving me a URL over here. You can see this is the URL. So what is the URL? It's this URL. Okay, and this URL is for being forwarded to localhost 8080. You can see over here, right? So just copy this URL. Okay, oops. So I'm going to copy this. Just copy this URL. Okay, and what you need to do is keep running ngrok in a separate terminal the whole time you test. Yes, so this URL will only be accessible until this ngrok server is running. Okay, so you need to keep running this URL. So I'm going to just minimize this URL in the background. This keeps on running. I've copied the URL as well. Okay, I'll paste the URL over here for a while. Okay, and the URL changes on every restart on free plan. Okay, one point to remember. So this is the URL that we have. So this is like we can access our application from anywhere in the web, right? It should throw an error. Okay, you're about to visit. Okay, visit the site. Okay, you can see an error unauthorized. So this is our application, which is good enough. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to go to SendGrid. We need to verify the identity, which is good. Okay, we need to add a single verification, add sender and add an email address, and SendGrid sends an email verification. Option A is single sender, setting up single sender. So you have a email address, which is a Gmail address. You can do that. And SendGrid sends a verification email. You can do this approach as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do is so this is sender, or other approach is you authenticate your domain. Okay, so this is another approach, and let me try this single sender approach. So I'm going to come over here. Okay, and here I have this SendGrid. So I'm going to go to somewhere over here, sender authentication. You can see send. Okay, so one approach over here is you authenticate you do the domain authentication. Okay, wherein you add a domain if you own a domain, and any sort of email coming to that domain will be taken care by SendGrid. That is one approach. Another approach is you integrate it with the Gmail. So I already have Gmail integration over here. Okay, that is also another way to do that. Okay, so I don't want to play around with Gmail right now. I decide to go ahead with domain authentication because Gmail is actually my personal Gmail, so I don't want to mess around with that. So what I've done is I have actually bought a very simple domain name. Okay, it's a .store domain name, .store. It ends with .store, not .com. So you can get .store and .site kind of domain names easily for under $1, or even for $1, not more than that. Okay, you can go to Namecheap and search for the emails, cheap emails with .store domain name, and you can use it for this particular kind of project. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say get started over here. Okay, and it is going to ask me which DNS host. So I'm going to select Namecheap. Okay, and would you like to brand the links for this domain? Rewrite all the tracking links and not SendGrid.net. Okay, I'm going to say, so let me learn more. What is this process exactly? So I'm doing the setup over here. So it says email link branding allows clicked track link and open link originate from your domain instead of from SendGrid domain. Okay, so you can say no over here. That's fine. Okay, and I'm going to say next, and it's going to ask me for the domain over here. So which domain you want to send it for? So you can say support. Okay, domain it's asking. So my domain name is EmbarkX.store. I've bought a .store domain. Okay, and see, people are going to see the domain like this. Okay, advanced setting. You can add any sort of advanced setting. I'm going to say next. Okay, now it's going to ask me for verification. So I have to add all this CNAME and everything to verify the domain. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly add this onto my domain. Okay, I'm going to add this detail. Alright, so domain verification is done. There would be some steps involved wherein you would be given some sort of CNAME records and TXT records that you need to add to your DNS on your domain to prove that you own this domain. If this step is not involved, then anyone can add any domain. I can add google.com proving that, okay, I own the domain. So that's why this step exists. Now you can click on return to sender authentication. Okay, so this is done. You can see over here, domain is EMB. Okay, this is the domain. And this is done over here. Okay, now what we can do over here is once this is done, okay, let me come and see the stats. Okay, So now as the next step, you will come to under settings, you will come to inbound parse over here. And this is where we need to add the host and the URL for our application. Okay. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here. Okay. Here I had this application URL. So I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to add a receiving domain. Okay. So receiving domain would be this. Okay. So this is where email sent to any address from the receiving domain will be processed by the inbounds parsed and posted to the destination URL. So how is this going to work is, if email is sent to any email address or any domain, on any address on EmbarkX.store, for example, if it's sent to support@EmbarkX.store, or if it's sent to help@EmbarkX.store. So all the emails will be intercepted over here and they will be posted to the destination URL. Okay, so this is our destination URL, right? So now for this destination URL, okay, here, what was the complete, we need to get access to that curl command. Okay, so there was a curl command that existed. So one second. So here somewhere, this is the complete API. Okay, so this is what we need to mention. Okay, so I'm going to copy this over here, this entire thing, because I want to get the email posted over here on this particular email. Okay, so see over here, receiving domain is this. If you send email to any address on this domain, it will be intercepted by SendGrid and it will be posted to this URL. Okay, and post the raw over here. Okay, and then say add over here. Let us see what happens. Okay, when we say add, okay, this is being added now. And if I go to edit, okay, I think this is done. All right. So I'm here on my DNS dashboard. So once we have added the inbound parse over here, okay, once this is done, we need to also set up the MX record over here. Okay, so I'm going to add a custom MX record over here. I'm going to mention the host as support over here, and the mail server, mail server value is going to be mx.sendgrid.net, because I want the mails that are being sent to this particular email to be forwarded to SendGrid, and I'm going to mention the priority as 10. Okay, you can even mention the host as @. So anything that is sent to anywhere in the domain, it's being cached by this SendGrid. Okay, or you can configure it at support only. Okay, so just do this, and once this is done, you can say save all the changes, and this should be fine now. Okay, so let us wait for this DNS changes to propagate for a while. What I would in fact do is I'll just update this to @. Okay, I think this is better. Okay, @ would be better, and let me actually test this. Let me try sending an email. Now once you have updated this, wait for a few minutes, okay, because these DNS changes take time to propagate. And if you're curious whether the changes have propagated or not, so there is this website which is dnschecker.org, and they have a MX lookup. So I just checked the MX lookup for EmbarkX.store. So it tells what MX record it's pointing to. So it's pointing to SendGrid now, you can see. If SendGrid is not appearing over here, it's likely that it has not propagated across the world right now, right? So it won't show up over here, but now it's showing up. And actually what I did is I paused the video and I tried sending an email to this particular email address. So you can see support@EmbarkX.store. I tried sending an email over here. Okay. And I got this response that the delivery failed. Relay access denied. Okay, relay access denied. So it's likely so I did some research on what this issue is, and I got to know further that this means that the email is hitting SendGrid, but SendGrid does not know what to do with this email. Okay, so that's weird because we already have configured things over here when it comes to SendGrid. So here, if you go, we have configured we've configured this inbound parse. So ideally this should work over here. Okay, and ideally this should work, but I'm not sure why it's not working. So this is configured correctly, but I upon doing more research, I got to know that it's because I have configured the receiving domain as the root domain. So ideally, I read an article wherein it should be a subdomain. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this URL. Okay, this is the URL of the webhook. I'm going to say add a new URL. Subdomain is optional, it's mentioned, so I'm going to try with subdomain as well. Okay, I'm going to select EmbarkX.store and I'm going to get this posted over here. Post the raw full MIME message. Okay, I think we'll try with this. Okay, let me try sending this. Okay, and then I'll come over here to DNS setup, right? And here instead of @ I'll update this to support. Okay, so it's now support.embarkx.store. That is where we are right now. Okay, so the domain changes to subdomain. So I've saved this. Okay, now wait for a minute and check if this is reflecting over here. Okay, ideally it should, the SendGrid one. Okay, and let me try sending the email again. Let us see what happens. So after making these changes and after waiting for a few minutes, I did a MX lookup and I could see like MX SendGrid over here. And what I did is I tried sending an email again. And you can see 2 minutes ago I sent this email. I have not got a failure yet. Now, since I have not got a failure, it is likely that this has gone through. Okay, I'm not seeing here you won't see any sort of stats because this is the stats for outbound emails. Okay, so you're not going to see over here, but let's come over here to our application. Okay, so you can see over here, this is the email that I had sent over here. You can see hello, right? So this is where okay, so you can see in the conversation. Okay, in the conversation, I am not seeing the message over here. That's the problem. Okay, so emails, so the webhook is being called. You can see over here, the webhook is being called. Let me check the stats for the webhook. So here, if you go to stats, here if you scroll down, here you have parse webhook stat. Oh, and you can see there has been one webhook, like parse webhook has been called once. So here you can check and see the stat, right? So this has worked, but you can see within conversation, like the message has not come, right? So for this over here, okay, for this ticket, okay, I'm not seeing the message. So I'm going to say over here, for this ticket, I am not seeing message being picked up from SendGrid. Okay, only subject is picked. Okay, I'm going to send this and let me see what sort of changes it does. Okay, I'm going to press enter. Let us see what happens. So we'll wait for a while until it figures out this issue. But I hope you got the crux. What is happening is emails we are getting. Okay, email is being sent to our system. Okay, you could see that, right? And one learning we had is subdomains are allowed on SendGrid. It did not work on the root domain. So I have configured subdomain, which is support.embarkx.store. Any emails sent to any emails sent to any address on support.embarkx.com will be picked up by SendGrid. That is how it's configured. Okay, but of course for customers you can highlight one mail address like support or you can say help@support.embarkx.store, something like that, right? And this can be done. Okay, it's also reaching our applications. It is also reaching our application, which is good. Now this is an issue. So this Claude is figuring out as to what is wrong over here. Maybe it's not passing the email in the right way. Subject is being passed, but email is not being passed in the right way. So I'll just shut this and we'll wait over here until we get some response or some sensible response from Claude. Okay, so we have a response from Claude, and Claude, what it has done is it has added some logs. It could not find the logs as to what went wrong. So it has added a debug log for the email request that is coming in. Okay, and it has restarted the server, which is fair enough. And now we are going to retest this. So I'm going to send another email. So I'm sending this email. I'll say send over here. Okay, and I'll click on view message and you can see this mail was sent. Okay, now I'll come over here. Okay, here, and here we have one webhook parse request. If I refresh, it should be 2 now. Okay, it will be 2. Okay, and if I come over here, okay, and if I go to tickets, okay, you can see there was no another ticket created, but you have the another message appear over here. You can see, because this is our logic, new ticket won't be created. So this also got tested. Okay, I sent another email and it's added as reply. Okay, so now you can see I sent another email and it's added as reply. So now let's see what happens. Okay. And we'll wait for Claude to get back to us. Threading works. Okay. So Claude is also saying, okay, threading works, and it is checking the logs and letting us know the issue. So we'll hang in over here until this issue is fixed. So see, there was a bit to and fro with Claude, and the issue was we had checked a setting here so if you go to settings over here, if you go to inbound parse, okay, we have said send raw. Okay, so you know what Claude is telling, okay, it is sending the entire raw MIME email in an email field, okay, because post raw MIME was checked. So this is a setting that we had checked, and that is why the application was not parsing it. So it is telling do this, okay, go to inbound parse, edit your webhook and uncheck this. Okay, so this is something that we need to do over here, and that is why it's not able to read the email. So I'll go over here, I'll say edit, and I'll just uncheck this and I'll say save. Okay, so this is saved. Okay, this is fine. And now what I will do is I'll try sending one more email. So I've done like a few emails sending. I'll send this as well. Okay, let us send this message. Is this gone? Yes, this should be gone. And now if you come over here to your application, the backend was also restarted. So I'll just say admin 123, and here if you go to tickets and click over here, okay, you can see sending fourth email to you, right? So we are getting the emails now, right? Can you see this? So I'll just mark this as resolved. Okay, I'll just send a reply. Okay, reply won't go. Why reply won't go? Because you have not configured. So if you come over here, you have not configured the env file. So here in the env file for resources, and if you go to application properties, here there is an env file, right? And here you need to add the SendGrid credentials, right? So all this needs to be added. So this is not added. API key and your domain. So the replies won't go to the user. Okay, but if you see, this is being marked as resolved. And now if you create one more ticket, okay, so let me create one more ticket that will be created as a new ticket. Okay, so you can paste this over here. I can say new ticket test. Okay, hello, sending this to test new ticket. Okay, ignore the typos, but I'm sending this. Okay, and here now if you come, okay, ideally the ticket should be created. Let's refresh. Okay, it should come in from SendGrid. So this is marked as resolved, right? So it won't be like this one won't be added to this particular thread because this is marked as resolved. And as per the logic, you have to have a new ticket. So you can see new ticket test. Can you see this? Hello, sending this to test new ticket, right? So this is the entire conversation that we are getting. And how are we getting? We are getting this from SendGrid. Okay, you can check this in stats as well. Parse webhook. You can see there were around 3 emails that were passed today. All right. I hope this has been useful, and I hope you all have been able to follow along. Yes, there were a little bit of to and fro in this video, but yeah, that's expected because you are configuring your domain. You had to configure SendGrid. You had to integrate it with your app. So it's all fine, but the output is working. All right. So it's time we review the code that has been generated by Claude. So I'm going to come over here to version control. I'm going to quickly close everything. Okay, I'll close everything, and here let us review everything. All right, so yeah, so here we'll start with pom.xml. So we have JSoup over here in use. Okay, and we have added 2 dependencies like SendGrid and JSoup. Okay, this is fine. Then we have security code over here. Okay, this is the Spring security code, and this is the only change I believe, right? And this is done basically to expose the webhook. This is also okay. Then we have email webhook controller. So this is a controller that is going to trigger the webhook. Okay, so if I have to take a look at this, okay, so see over here, email pattern. So here it is creating the patterns first, as you can see, right? The pattern of the email, and this is a name pattern. Okay. So if you scroll down here, so these are 2 patterns using which it will be doing some sort of matching. And this is how this entire controller is mapped over here. Ticket service, we have post mapping on / we have post mapping over here. Okay, and is this the webhook? let me see over here what we have configured. Yeah, this is the endpoint over here, and this is a multi-part form data value. So this is going to be pushed from SendGrid. Okay, and over here, if you see, now here as a parameter, you're going to see like request parameters like from, subject, this is the text. Okay, text is the text body, and then you have the HTML body over here, and then you have the email over here. Okay, this is the raw MIME email. Okay, so this is what it is, and this is a request object over here. So this is what we are getting, and this data is sent by SendGrid in the multi-part form data way. Okay, and SendGrid will hit this webhook. Okay, and here we have also created patterns that we will be making use of, like I said. Okay, now this pattern is used to get the display name. So you know in emails generally the name is being displayed in this particular format. You can see display name. So this will be John Doe, and then these two angular brackets, and then there will be the email that will be mentioned, or there will be something like this. Okay, so either of the two patterns. For those we are creating the patterns over here. So this is for the email, this is for the name. Okay, so now if you come over here, we start with the try block, and here we start working on the request. So first we log the request. This is for debugging purpose, and then over here we start with the body. Okay, now here the priority one is to get the text over here. Then we get over here in the, so this we are seeing if the data we are getting is in the text form. Okay, if you're getting it in the text form, we are making use of this. If you are not getting it in the text form, if you're getting it in the HTML, okay, then we are parsing the HTML into raw text form. Okay, and then in the end here we are checking if the data we are getting, if it's in raw MIME format as like it's mentioned over here. If that's the case, then we are extracting the body from raw MIME format. Now these are all formats for receiving data from SendGrid, and here we are extracting. This is a method, and here we are extracting the data. Okay, so this is the entire parsing logic over here. Okay, and then over here we are also extracting email and name over here. So these are also two separate methods over here, right? So from and from email. Okay, so this is how the entire logic is working over here. And if you take a look, if you scroll down further, okay, this is so here if you come, okay, this is actually extracting the body from raw MIME format, like I said, and here it starts working on it finds from where the actual body starts. It's generally after headers, and then over here, okay, on this particular part, if it's the HTML, then it converts it into a plain text. Okay, and here it is handling the multi-part emails. Okay, so all of this logic is for email parsing, and then it extracts the email over here using the email pattern that we have defined at the top. Okay, from this, okay, and it is trimming and doing everything over here. So you can see this is the entire code over here, like so. And here it's extracting the name in the similar way. Okay, and it is giving it back. Now this is actually receiving the email from SendGrid. It is extracting the sender, subject, body. It is cleaning the data, and it is creating the ticket in the system. That is what it's going to do. Okay, so here it gets the data, it does everything over here until this. Okay, if you scroll up over here, okay, I don't see the ticket creation part. Okay, you can see ticket service dot ingest email. So this is how the ticket is created. So here if you come, okay, ticket repository, here there should be one method that is added. Okay, so this is for email threading. Okay, we are basically finding the active tickets by the customer email, and if it's active, we are basically adding it to the same thread. Okay, that is what this is for. So this is fine. Then we have email service. So here in the email service, this is completely new class. So here first of all you have the logic for sending the reply. Okay, sending the reply. So this is not yet in process. This is something we need to configure yet, right? Yes, we have not tested this, so we need to get this going. So this is creating a mail object, and this mail object is of the SendGrid. So you can see over here, SendGrid mail object. Then there are some SendGrid helpers that we are getting, and then there are these classes that we are importing from SendGrid. So this is to send the reply. Reply as in we are making use of SendGrid APIs. So basically when the agent replies over here, so when the agent sends a reply over here, and if he hits the send reply button, there is a SendGrid API that is triggered. So first is this message, this reply is created in the system, and then using the SendGrid API, we are sending that reply to the user as well. So it's like he got a response to his email that he had sent initially. That is how it's working. Okay, so you can see over here send reply, and here email is being sent. You can see this is a logic to send a email to via SendGrid over here. So we are creating the SendGrid object using the API key. Then we are creating a new request object, setting the method, setting the endpoint. This is mail/send, and then we are setting the body over here, right? We are building the body, and then here we are, sending this. So this is how this entire, thing is operating over here. Okay. So here you can see sg.api request, and you get the response over here. So this is how it's working. Okay. Then you have the ticketing service. So here in the ticketing service, what you're doing is if you scroll down, okay, here, ingest email is one new method that has been added. So what happens is this particular method gets email from name, and then subject and body. And this method is actually creating the replies or the emails in the application. So whenever an email is received after parsing, so you can see, you know over here, email webhook controller is parsing the email, and then it's calling ingest email. And this ingest email is basically creating the email or creating the ticket into our system, right? So you can see over here, if active is not equal to empty, okay, then it will save this, okay. And if there is a ticket already, then what it's going to do is it is going to get the ticket object, and it is going to save this message against that ticket. I hope this is making sense why we have this conditional check. So first we are checking if there is an active ticket by this customer, because if there is an active ticket by this customer, we are adding the new email that we have received by the customer or from the customer into that same thread of the active ticket. We are not creating a separate ticket there. So this is checking that if it has a active thread by the customer email. If active is not empty, then it's creating. So if active is not empty, then what it's doing is, so this is getting negated. I'm sorry. So if the active is empty and this is getting negated. So if it's not empty, which means there is an active ticket against this user, then in that case, you are adding this as a reply to that particular ticket, right? No new ticket is created, and you can reopen this if it was somehow closed between the checks. So this is so far good. If the ticket status is not equal to open, then set it as open and save it. So this is an optional logic if you wish to have. I'll just keep it. Okay. If you don't wish to like open the tickets automatically, then you can basically remove this. But ideally what happens is if you reply to an email in a customer support ticket system, the email is marked as open because the customer has replied. That is how it works. And if the ticket does not exist, ticket object is created, new ticket object, and a message is created against that. That is how it works. Okay. So this is the ingest email. I don't think anything else is left. Okay. This is application.properties. And here we need to configure the SendGrid emails. So I hope this is clear as to how this is working. I'm going to commit this code, and then we are going to check as to how replies can work over here. Okay. So I'm going to say ingest email and reply to email. Okay. This is what we have done now. Okay. Save. Okay. This is, I don't want to save this. Okay. So I'll just get rid of this. Don't save. So commit. Okay. So this is done. I hope this has been useful. All right. So now what we need to do is we need to build this reply to email feature. So when an agent replies over here, it's converted into an email and it's pushed to the customer's address, email address. So it's like he has received email or a response from the support team. That is how we want to build it. So for this, if you come over here, we already have this API key and email setup. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to log into SendGrid. I'm going to head over to settings, and under settings we have this API keys over here. Okay, now your API key has to be really private to you. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I already have one API key over here. I'm going to create a new API key. Okay, and this is the API key that I'm going to delete later on. So keep your API keys to yourself. Don't get it committed to GitHub. Okay, so I'm going to quickly create an API key over here. I'm going to click on create. I'm going to say full access. Okay, you can keep it full access, or you can keep it custom access. And I'm going to say customer support system. something like this, and I'll create this. So the API key was created, copied, and now I'm here on the terminal. Okay, now one way is you can hard code the API key over here, which I don't recommend doing it. Okay, so what you can do is you can create a so let me take a look over here. Git ignore. Do we have .env files excluded in git ignore? We do not have .env files excluded. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a .env file for the backend over here. Okay, and here I'm going to say .env. Okay, this is the .env file. Okay, so one thing I almost missed, okay, when coding, Spring Boot does not pick .env file. It's a front end that picks the .env file. Okay, so this won't work. I don't want to do any additional configuration. Okay, so what you can do over here is you can go to a new terminal over here. Okay, and you know, I'm going to stop the backend. Okay, so let me stop the backend, and I'm going to here. Okay, let me close all the terminal windows first. Okay, so I just paused the video and I'll show you something I did. Okay, you can get this done also with the help of Claude, but I did not use Claude for this. So first of all, I found, see, the application of backend was started by Claude. Now it is running on some hidden terminal that is being managed by Claude. So I'm not bothering to check that out. What I'm doing is I'm checking which process is running on port 8080. This is the command for PowerShell. I get the output over here, and this is the process ID. So what I did is I set task kill with process ID this and force kill it. So this task was killed, and then I could see like nothing was running on port 8080. And then I navigated to the backend folder, and then I ran this command. Okay, so this worked completely fine. So now what I'm going to do is I am actually now going to set the env variable. Okay, now remember, when you are setting env variable using command line, you have to start the application also from the same terminal window from which you have set the environment variables. Okay, so what you are going to do is I'm going to say SendGrid, okay, API, and this is underscore key. Is this the value of application.properties? Let me check that as well. Okay, I'm going to main and then application.properties. Okay, SendGrid API key over here, and then I'm going to say is equal to, and then I'm going to paste the key over here. Okay, you paste your key and then you press enter. This is for PowerShell. Okay, if you are on Mac, there is a separate command. You have to make use of export. Export the key name. Export space key name is equal to the key value. Okay. Okay, I just set the API key. Now I'll set the from email. Okay, from email, I think I'll just hard code it over here. Okay, EmbarkX.store, something like this. Okay, this is what I'm hard coding, and name is support team. This is fine. Okay, now what I can do is I can say ./mvnw. Okay, and I can say Spring Boot :run, like so. Okay, and then enter. Now let us wait for the application to run. This will pick up the env file automatically. All right, let us wait for this. Okay, I think this is started, and now I'm going to say admin 123. We are inside. You can see the tickets. Okay, now let us reply to this ticket. Okay, testing replies to this particular ticket 1. Okay, this is reply 1. I'm going to send this. Let us see if this works. Okay, the reply is through. Let me see the SendGrid over here. Did this work? If you go to SendGrid. Okay, there's nothing on SendGrid. Okay. So no email was sent, and let me check over here. So I'll go to Java. Okay, we'll go to service. There is this ticket service. Okay, in ticket service, once we add the reply, okay, once the reply is added, ingest email, reopen the tickets, this is fine. Add the message. So after adding the message, okay, there has to be an email that has to be sent, right? Email service dot send reply. This is being sent, okay, but I'm not sure why it did not work. So maybe something failed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up Claude here. Okay. And I'm going to go to the old session, and here I'm going to say ticket reply feature on email is not, wait a minute, for ticket reply email is not being sent. Okay, and I'm going to say enter over here. Okay, so let it see and understand. Now one more thing I'll mention over here. Okay, I have actually now hard coded the value of API key into the properties file, and I won't be committing the properties file right now. See, because Claude might stop the server, it might restart the server, it might do something. So it will need a proper env file that works. Okay, so that is what I've done. Okay, so that is one update. I won't be committing. Just make sure you don't use that or you don't commit that API key if by chance you happen to commit. So be sure after the tutorial you delete the API key from the dashboard. Alright, so Claude did some sort of analysis and it said the email has been sent because the status code on the logs is 202, and 202 means email has been accepted by SendGrid. Okay, so we need to check in inbox. So I refreshed the stats. I don't know, stats were taking time to show up. So now you can see the stats are up. Okay, but it says spam or junk folder you should check. So I've checked my mailbox, but there is nothing in spam or junk. SendGrid activity feed is what it's telling you to check. So let us check that activity. Here you can see email logs. Okay. Alright, so this has been processed, as you can see. If you click over here, okay, so from this message ID, it's been sent to this, and this has been a reply. Okay, so it's been processed, right? It's been processed. You can expand on the events and see what happens as well. So email are being processed, but not yet delivered. Okay, so this is a little bit, let me do some research as to what could go wrong. Alright, on doing a bit of research, I realized like there is something called as SPF records that need to be added here on the domain. So this is for the email sending part. Okay, whatever you have done as of now is for domain authentication. Okay, I need to configure and add one more value so that SendGrid can use this domain and it can send emails through this domain. See, this thing that you added, MX record, this is added for receiving emails. Receiving part is done. For sending emails, you need something called as SPF record. Okay, so there is no SPF value over here. SPF record SRV. So what I would do is I would just add a text record and I'll add all the values of SPF, and I'm going to say at the rate. Okay, and here I'm going to say V is equal to SPF and FVF1 include SendGrid.net and this sign and then all over here, something like this. Okay, so this is being added as a text record. I'll just save this. Okay, and I feel this should be okay. This should do the job. Okay, now after doing this, I'll pause the video for like 10-15 minutes so that these changes on the DNS or the domain gets propagated, because it takes time generally for DNS to get propagated. So I think the SPF records have been propagated because I went to dnschecker.org and I checked for SPF records and it showed me over there. So now I'll try doing this again. So this time I'll add the value as 3 over here and I'll try sending the reply. Let us send this. Let me come over here. Let me do a refresh. Okay, ideally you should see one entry over here. And after the entry is done, okay, I don't see an entry over here yet. So let me do a refresh. Let me wait for a while until it shows up over here. Alright, so after doing a bit of testing over here, it is being accepted over here by SendGrid, but it's still in process. And I did a SPF lookup over here, whether the SPF records have been propagated. Okay, so EmbarkX.store, and if you select SPF check over here, you are going to see that SPF record have been propagated. So the thing is, after doing a bit of research, I think we should wait for a little bit because SPF propagation takes a little bit of time and it takes some time to, generate trust. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move to next and we are going to revisit this again, because for this we'll have to wait a bit and to see if is this a SPF record or any sort of propagation issue? So this just needs to be given a little bit of time. So I'm going to just hang in there, because even my email address from courses.faisal.com, courses.faisal@gmail.com, this is one of my dummy emails. And from here, I raised a ticket, but email has not been received over there. And this is still in process. Ideally, it should not be. So we'll wait for a while and we'll move on to the next features right now. And then we'll revisit this later. All right, so now is the time where we begin working on the AI related features. So the first feature that we are going to work on is the automated categorization of emails with the help of AI. Okay, that is what we are going to work on. So what I'm going to do is here, if you take a look, okay, if you take a look at any of the incoming tickets, okay, all the incoming tickets right now are being part of general by default. You can see these are all part of general category by default. Now, unless and until anyone changes the category, it is going to remain in general. And I want to rely on a human input over here. I want to make use of AI. So what we are going to do is we are going to leverage Spring AI, because we are making use of a Spring Boot ecosystem. Okay. So coming to Claude over here. Here I checked the context on this particular chat and the tokens used is 24%, which is higher. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start a new chat or a new session over here. I'm going to tell Claude to plan automated categorization of emails using Spring AI and use context 7. Okay, so this will automatically fetch the latest documentation, and I'm going to pick plan mode over here. Okay, and it is going to get back to me with the details. Okay, so I think I'll also mention like project refer CLAUDE.md. Okay, CLAUDE.md file and project. Okay, one second. So project plan. Okay, this one. Okay, so let us hit this and let us wait for Claude to get back to us. Alright, so the plan has been generated. It took a while, but you can see over here, automated email categorization via Spring AI and Trophic. Alright, so here it says, okay, it classifies the ticket into these 3 categories. And okay, agents can still override the, agents can override the category. That is great. Okay, and follow-up emails from the same customers are not recategorized. So this is good. This is something that I did not think. Okay, follow-up emails are not recategorized, which is fair enough. And critical files, these are the files that it is going to work on. Okay, what are these? Okay, let me see. Okay, AI config, AI categorization, ticket service is going to be updated, and AI categorization service test is going to be created. Okay, I don't need test cases to be written for this. I'll have to tell Spring for this. So Spring Boot 4 requires Spring AI 2, not 1, which targets 3x. Okay, so here it's probably made use of context 7 for sure. And you can see this will be added over here in the dependency management in the pom.xml, and Spring AI will be leveraged over here. You can see the dependency will be added, and then here you can see Entropic is being used. Okay, now Entropic will cost a little bit of money, so I'm not going to use Entropic. I can use Gemini. Gemini gives us a free API key and it has generous free tier. So for this kind of use case, I'm going to make use of Gemini. There is a chat client that is being used, and AI categorization service will be used over here. Okay, and you can see over here AI categorizations. What it's going to do is it is going to this service is going to if you go over here, it is going to, okay, I don't see the code on this side. That's weird. Okay, here, chat client prompt. So it is creating a prompt. It is actually constructing a prompt, and it is prompting, and it is getting the result and categorizing things over here. You can see over here. Okay, so that is how it's doing. Categorized as. Okay, this is fine. And then here you can see the prompt over here. You are a customer support ticket classifier. Classify the email exactly into this one category as below. Okay, and you have like 3 categories listed. Email subject is this, email body is this, and it is sending this prompt. Brilliant, right? And there is this record, temporary record that is created, categorization result. All right, fair enough. Design notes, chat client is injected, not built in line. Okay. So I don't need test cases right now for this one. So I'm just going to get rid of these. This is fine. Any exception, return general, never block ticket creation. Yeah, this makes sense. So if there is any sort of exception, okay, ticket creation is not blocked. Okay, you can have a retry mechanism over here, but I'm just keeping things simple right now. And ticket service.java, this is Lombok picks it up. This has been defined as final, and Lombok is going to pick it up. Okay, makes sense. Hard code category line. So we are going to replace the hard code category line over here with this method. Okay, makes sense. And in the else block as well, this will be done. Okay. Okay, makes sense over here. Category over here. Okay, and if you scroll down, AI categorization service test. So these are test case. Okay, I don't need test cases right now. And if you scroll down, okay, this is how you can run this. So I'm going to tell over here, go ahead, use Gemini instead of Anthropic. Okay, and don't give test cases for this. Okay, so I'm just going to say this to this in the reply, and let us wait for it to implement. All right, so I've given a go with couple of thoughts. So it will change to Gemini. You can see it's fetching the Spring AI Gemini, and it's using context 7 tools. You can see over here. Okay, so it will update the plan and it will go ahead with the implementation. All right, let's wait for Claude Code to do this. So it has updated the plan, and it has basically updated to Gemini over here. Okay, we'll need a couple of keys from the Gemini dashboard, but this plan is good to go, and it has also removed the test cases, so I'm just going to auto accept everything. Okay, so let's wait for a while until this finishes. All right, so you can see over here a lot has been done. Okay, these are the files that have been changed over here, and it's telling me to get the Gemini API key and add it in directly application.properties, or set this as an env var. Now, how do you get Gemini API key? So if you search for Gemini API key, you will get this link of AI Studio by Google. Now you will have to authenticate yourself using the Google account, and here at the bottom left, you can see get the API key button. So get the API key from here, get your API key. See, why I chose Gemini is because it's a simple task, and Gemini APIs, Gemini gives a generous free tier. When it comes to Claude and ChatGPT, OpenAI APIs, you will need to load credits over there, right? It's not going to be free. So Gemini is free, and even students watching this video can follow it. If you are okay paying, and if you want a better model, then you can go for Claude and OpenAI as well. But I feel Gemini should do the job. So just click on this get API key, create an API key for yourself, and set this as an env var. I'll quickly do it for myself. So I did generate the API key, okay, and I added it in application.properties and have set it as an env variable. And now what I will do is I will say yes over here. Okay, so this is going to this is something that Claude is asking me for, and I'll finish this entire project over here. So there is a code review that it's doing, by the way. Okay, you can see over here there is a code review agent that it has automatically triggered, and it is doing the code review over here. Okay, which is fine. Okay, I'm fine with an agent doing code review for me. Okay, and let's wait for a while until this entire process completes. So after the app was run, what I did is I tried sending a few emails to see if the auto categorization is working fine. What I realized is it's not working. Everything is being categorized into general. Okay, and I'll tell over here auto categorization is not working. Everything is categorized to general. Okay, and I'm going to send this, and let's wait for a while over here and see what Claude tells us. Okay, so clearly it did some research, and it got to know, okay, so here I got 429 from Gemini, and it did not work over here. Okay, I got this 429 quota exceeded, and this is because maybe I have not set up the billing. This is probably maybe because of that, but I'm going to give it one more try. So what it has done is it has updated the model, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here. I'm going to go to Backend over here. Okay, so it's MVNW, and I'm going to say package over here, like so. Let us see if this rebuilds the application, and the application should restart. And then I'll try sending one more email. Let us try this. Alright, so there has been a little bit of to and fro with Claude on this, okay, but I'll tell you exactly how I fixed this issue. Auto categorization was not working. So here the problem was, after doing a lot of changes, we figured out that this is an API key or a billing issue, okay, and any model. So Claude actually experimented by trying out different models in the code, and everything was returning error. So I had to, so these are the steps it outlined. I had to go to the ai.aistudio.google.com, get the API key, and I also had to enable the billing on the Google Cloud project. So make sure, like whenever you are creating the API, enable the billing as well. This will, for this step, you will have to verify your details. Okay. Then this is done. And then what I did is I got the, I went to the documentation over here. Okay. So here, if you come in the documentation of AI Studio, okay, if you search for Google Gemini documentation, you will see over here how to make your first request. You can select Java, and I took this latest model and added it to in the application.properties. Okay. Now, once this was done, I asked Claude to restart the server, and it's working now. So you can see over here the auto categorization working. Okay. So there were quite a few tests that happened. Okay, but it was not working. What now I'm going to do is I'm going to trigger an email from my actual mailing address. So here now I'm going to send this email. So let me send this email. The email was sent, and I've just sent this email. Let me come back over here. Okay. And this was categorized as billing. Okay. But that should be categorized as technical issue, because I have mentioned that app crashed when I try to open it. Okay. So that is how it should be categorized. Let's wait for a while until this email arrives into the system. And now you can see app crash is categorized as technical. So this is working absolutely okay, right? This is working absolutely okay now, and auto categorization by AI with the help of Gemini is working fine. All right, now moving to the next feature that we want our application to have is, having a knowledge base, okay, and basically based on that knowledge base, AI should be able to handle certain support tickets. Yes, of course, there will be some edge cases wherein our system might see some support tickets for which the knowledge base might not work. For example, something outside the knowledge base the customer has asked for. So knowledge base won't be able to help in that case. Now, what is a knowledge base? Knowledge base is like a document. Okay, so generally what happens is, if you are, let's say I'm setting up a team for my company. Okay, now I know, okay, if app crashes, then you need to clear the data, log out, log in, and there are certain steps that you need to do. So if there are 10 customers in a day asking for the same thing, hey, my app crash. So I need to give them these troubleshooting step always, right? Now, if I hire someone, okay, I need to tell that person that, hey, for this kind of a query, this is the response. For this kind of a query, this is a general response. So what I do is, generally you can have all of this set up in knowledge base or a document. Knowledge base is nothing but a document. I'm using knowledge base as a term because it acts as a central repository to reflect or to check for just in case if any sort of query comes in and the person who is responding is not aware of what to say. So that's a document which tells, okay, if the query is about app crash, you need to say this. If it's about refunds, you need to say this. If the refunds is beyond, let's say 10 days, you need to say this. So in this way, basically the communication happens, and this way what happens is the agent, whoever is responding, does not have to come to me because I know all the answers. He does not have to come to me. He can refer the document. Okay. So it's easy for him and easy for me as well. Now, if you're delegating this task to AI, you have to give that knowledge base to AI so that AI can respond on your behalf. All right. So what I'm going to do is we are going to build that feature. So here I have this knowledge base. I've created a very basic knowledge base over here. I don't have the full knowledge base. Basic because this knowledge base is going to be used as a context and it is going to cost me more. So I've just kept it simple to demonstrate the feature. But in production apps, real apps, this would be a bit lengthy, right? Now, what this feature is going to do is we are going to have an AI agent who is going to reply to all the sort of standard questions for which this knowledge base has an answer for. Okay. So you can see over here, if a customer is asking for refunds, so hey, I need a refund. So if it's within 30 days of purchase, process it
in 5 to 7 business days. Okay, if it's partial refund, then do this. If it's this, then do that. Okay, so here we are having this sort of an agent who's going to look at this, look at the ticket, and he's going to refer to the knowledge base and he's going to reply to the user. Okay, now of course, if there is something outside this knowledge base, I will have to configure the agent in such a way that if there is something outside this knowledge base, you do not send wrong responses. Instead, mark that ticket as open and leave it for me to come and answer. Okay, this way a lot of tickets will be resolved automatically by AI, and customer will also get an early response because I may not be available when they raise the ticket, right? So this way we are going to have an AI agent. So build AI agent or build a AI driven reply when ticket hits or ticket arrives. Okay, arrives, and use knowledge base. Okay, knowledge base for answering. Okay, don't answer question if it cannot be answered from knowledge base. In that case, I will respond using dashboard. Okay, so this is how the feature is going to work, and I'm going to say refer to project plan. Okay, refer to project plan over here, and Claude. Okay, CLAUDE.md file. Okay, for more. Okay, so this is something that I'm telling over here, and I'm going to enter the plan mode for this. Okay, so share the flow of feature as well. Okay, and I'm going to give enter. Now this is going to take a little bit of time, and it is going to come back to me with a plan. Okay, so I'll wait over here until it comes back. So here's a plan. Okay, let's see. When a support ticket arrives in the system, system should automatically try to answer. Okay, to AI responded. If not, status is set to pending human. So admin handles it on the dashboard. Okay, no auto reply for follow-up emails on existing tickets. Okay, human should own threads already in progress. Makes sense over here. Okay, and how is this going to work? Customer sends email. So email. So this is going to, like, we are going to receive the email and then we are going to ingest the email. This functionality is already there. Then we are going to categorize the email over here. This is already there. This is already there. And then there is going to be this new thing that will be added. So this is a new thing. Okay. And then can answer. So if it can answer, true. So we are going to message AI, and sender name is AI assistant over here. Okay. Makes sense. And then ticket status will be responded. Okay. All right, and then email service and send reply. Okay, this seems fine. So if the AI can answer, if this is true, then we'll have this message being called. Ticket status will be AI responded, and customer will receive the email. This functionality is already there. Okay, we are just doing the job of generating the response. Okay, now sending the response, saving the response in the backend, all of these functionalities are already there and they are being used in the dashboard. All right, if it cannot answer, false, then ticket status is pending and admin sees it in the dashboard. Okay, makes sense. Follow-up emails on existing thread. This is fine. Critical files. So it is going to modify all these files, which is fair enough. Okay, fair enough. Step 1. So it is going to add this knowledge base for Gemini, which is good. And then it is going to have this file being created. Okay, makes sense. So here you can see AI replies service is being created. And let me see over here. Okay, so here if you scroll down, okay, it's going to read this knowledge base and then it is going to try and generate the reply. All right, and then reply result. So it's going to first check if knowledge base is blank. Okay, if not, then it's going to escalate it to pending human. All right, makes sense. If there is knowledge base, then what it's going to do is it's going to build a prompt over here. It's going to generate the result. And if the result is null, okay, it's going to debug. Okay, it's going to return the result. If not, then it is going to return the reply result if there is an exception. Okay, makes sense. And here it's building the prompt. So here you can see subject. Okay, it's getting the subject, current subject length. It's getting the current body as well, and then what it's doing is you are a customer support agent. It's forms the prompt. Okay, here are the rules. You can see over here.
Replies is concise and friendly manner. Do not invent the information not in the knowledge base. If not in the knowledge base, just leave it. You can see over here, right? And here it is giving all the details to it. Okay, if not covered in the knowledge base, say set can answer to false and leave the reply body as null. Okay, interesting. So it is basically asking AI only to tell us if knowledge base contains, okay, if not covered by the knowledge base, set can answer to false. What is this can answer over here? Okay, is it a variable that AI sets or something like that? Okay, let me take a look at that as well. Okay, so I'll come over here, knowledge base. Okay, reply result. Okay, makes sense. Can answer any failure. Okay, this is a variable here. Okay, makes sense. And this ingest email is already there. Okay, this is already there, and this is already there, I believe. Okay, so plan looks good over here for me. Okay, and what I will do is I will have to go ahead. I'll say yes, auto approve, and let us wait for all the changes to happen. Okay, so this is done. Okay, there was a lot of it did not work at first, and Claude itself tried creating some new tickets and see if AI is able to respond. And I could actually see AI responses over here. So you can see this is a ticket that was created by Claude, and this is the message, and this is what the AI response is, which is good. You can see over here. You can even improve on this. You can add a signature and all of that. You can tell Claude to do that. Okay, hey, whatever responses you are generating, just have like a proper format, like address the customer by name. All of that can be done. And of course, the changes where these changes will happen is these changes will happen in the prompt that it's sending to Gemini to generate these AI responses. Okay, you can see over here. So what I'm going to do is I can test this. So I'll come over here. I'll send this email to my email address. Okay, and let us see. Okay, first of all, let me see if there is any open ticket. Okay, oops. So I'll mark this as resolved. This is marked as resolved, and now let me see if there is any ticket that will be created. Okay, so here app crashed. Okay, this is an old ticket. Let me see if there is any new ticket that will come. Let me do a refresh. Okay, you can see new ticket that came. Okay, why does my app crash on open after an update? I'm sorry to hear your app is crashing. Please try force closing, restarting the device. If crash persists after reinstall, please provide your device and model. We can escalate this for you. You can see over here. So AI responded, and this was technical. This categorization was also done by AI, and yeah, I would say this is good. AI responded. Now daily, whenever I log in, I can just check AI responded messages to see if it has responded in a proper way. Okay, you can see over here. These are all AI responded. AI responded. I can see AI responded. Okay, and if AI has not given a proper response, I can write another message to the user. So this way, the system is automatically working with the help of an AI agent. Okay, AI agent. You can improve on the responses, of course, like I said. Like here, it is not addressing the customer by name. So I can say, hey, Faisal, because Faisal is the name of the customer, comma, and then enter. And then in the end, add the signature. Add the signature like the company name and the logo, and give this AI model a dummy name like Bob, something like that, or John, whatever you want to call this name. Okay, or Lisa. Generally, people have this Lisa sort of names to AI agent. Have that sort of name, and then it should work really well. Okay, I hope this has been useful, and I hope you all love this. Let us review all the code that has been generated so far. A lot of them are config files like settings.json and all, so I'm not going to open them. Okay, the project memory is also updated, as you can see. Okay, which is good. Okay, so in between, what happened is Claude Code was assuming that, hey, I have made these changes to the code, and the backend server should automatically restart because of the Spring Boot DevTools. But Spring Boot DevTools only restarts the server when the application is built. So at times, some changes were small and application was not rebuilt, so it was not picking up the changes. So I've added that as all those things in the memory, wherein manually restart. Okay, don't rely on auto restart by Spring Boot DevTools. Okay, at times changes are small, so
it might not restart. So that's fine. These are all like patterns that we have added in Claude file, CLAUDE.md. Now over here, let us take a look at all the changes. So first is this AI config. This is a configuration class that is being created. And when you make use of Spring AI to talk to the AI models, here you can see the chat client is being used. So chat client is very important to generate responses with the help of different AI models. So this is what we are doing over here. And then this chat client is used over here in the AI categorization service. Okay. So you can see over here, ticket category. Here we are first categorizing the ticket. So you can see over here this entire code over here. Okay. So what it's doing is it is taking the categorization result. So it's first calling the chat client. Okay. It's prompting. And here we have build prompt method, and build prompt is written over here. Okay. So it's saying you are a ticket customer support ticket classifier and just classify this ticket. That is what it's saying. And it's sending this prompt, okay, to the chat client. Okay. And we are, if depending on the response, we are returning the category. Okay. This is what is happening over here. Okay. So categorized as, and over here, if you scroll down, this is what is happening over here. And so this is good. Okay. Now this is the categorization service. Very simple. Then you have AI reply service. So we have an AI agent that auto replies to the message. Okay. So here we have first taken the chat client. We have taken the knowledge base. The file path of the knowledge base. This is coming in from application.properties, right? And we also have a knowledge base string. So what we are doing is we are first picking up the knowledge base. We are loading the knowledge base. Okay. And then we are generating the reply. Now to generate the reply, we are making use of chat client again. The same pattern that we followed for AI categorization service. We are building the prompt over here. So you can see the prompt being built over here. You can see with all the values. And then over here, we are getting the response and we are sending the reply result. Now here the reply result is being added in the same, it's defined as a record in the same file. You can abstract this and convert this into a new file. Okay. But I'll just leave it over here just because this is for educational purposes right now. Okay. Then you have ticket service. Now this ticket service is going to make use of AI categorization service and AI reply service that we just discussed. AI categorization service, like we discussed, is for categorizing the tickets, incoming tickets using AI, and AI reply service is to generate auto replies or send auto replies to the tickets. Okay. Based on the knowledge base. So here what we are doing is here, if you come down, we are getting the ticket category. Okay. We are trying to categorize. Okay, so let me shut this over here and let me go full screen. So you can see over here, we are getting this, we are calling this AI categorization service and we are trying to categorize this email. Okay. And if this can be categorized, okay, then we are getting this category and we are also trying to generate the reply over here and we are getting this reply over here. And then we are updating the status. So if reply can be generated, then ticket status will be AI responded and else the ticket will be pending human. So that is what we are doing over here, right? And then we are accordingly, like based on this data, we are accordingly creating the tickets. And if the reply can be generated, we are also sending in the reply there and there itself instantly. Okay. So when the ticket is created, we instantly send the reply as well. Okay. That is what we are doing. Okay. No other changes in the file. So it's simple to the point code over here. Okay. And application.properties has like the new properties that is needed by the application. Like for example, it needed the Gemini API keys. It also needed the Gemini model. It also needed the knowledge base URL. All of these things are being configured in application.properties. I hope this has been useful. All right. So now it's time where we begin thinking about deployment. And what we are going to do is we are going to deploy this particular project onto render. See, when it comes to deployment, there are quite a lot of options. So one option is you deploy it on AWS. You can deploy it on AWS is hosted by AWS is an Amazon service. Then you have GCP, which is Google Cloud Platform, which is a service by Google, a cloud platform by Google. Then you have Azure, and Azure is by Microsoft, and you can deploy your application there as well. All of these are going to cost you a little bit of money, or either you will have to start a free trial. Okay, so I'm not going to do this way. I'm going to pick up service like Railway or Render. Now these are two hosting providers wherein you can host your application. But I'm going to choose Render. Okay, and that is how it's going to work. So how the deployment will work is we have our front end hosted on render. Okay, this is front end hosted on render, and then we are going to have the backend also on render. And for database, we need database in the cloud, right? For database, render also has a PostgreSQL service. Or if we are not able to leverage the PostgreSQL service on render, we are going to make use of NeonDB. NeonDB is a free service, okay, for PostgreSQL database. Sorry, so I'm going to write DB over here. Okay, so first this is going to be on render. Okay, so I'll set this on render. This is also on render, and this is on NeonDB. Okay, NeonDB. Okay, so here, like so, and I'll come over here, and here I'll go. Okay, so I'll search for render Postgres. Okay, render PostgreSQL. So let us see what is the cost of render's PostgreSQL service. So do they have a free service? Yes, they have a free tier. Okay, they have a free tier. So what I'm going to do is let us actually make use of render's free tier service only. Okay, for PostgreSQL. If you are not able to get through that, okay, we can switch to NeonDB. Okay. So yeah, NeonDB is actually a good choice. Okay, but if we are getting everything on render, why think of any other service? There are other hosting providers also, Railway, Vercel, and all of that. But I feel for Java and React stack, render serves the best. Okay. So first thing, what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to Claude Code. So over here, I'm going to open Claude. Okay, and I'm going to go over here to my previous conversation, and I'm going to say plan deployment for on render free service for this project. Okay, and I'm going to enter plan mode. Okay, so let me see what the steps are. Okay, outline steps. Okay, so something like this I'm going to mention, and let us wait for Claude Code to get back to us with a comprehensive plan. Alright, so it has come back with a plan over here. So let us take a look over here. Okay, so see, you can see deployment plan, render free tier. This is a complete deployment plan. Okay, so you can see for PostgreSQL, the database is in free tier. For backend, we have a web service which is built in Java. For frontend, we have a static site, okay, which is also free. And now over here, what are the changes do we need? See, we cannot just go and deploy our application. We need to prepare our code for production. Okay, so there will be some changes in configuration that we'll have to do. First is we'll have to so it says dynamic port we'll have to add for render. Fair enough. Then in the application.properties file, we'll have to add this frontend URL env variable. Okay, so this is basically a render requirement, the port requirement over here. And then this one over here, this is because right now our application is hosted on 5173, the front end one I'm talking about, and backend has a CORS enablement for that URL, and this is the reason why front end is able to communicate with backend. Okay, but as soon as you deploy the application onto a real server, the front end URL is going to change, because you will likely have a server issued domain name, or you will have your own domain name mapped to the service. So in that case, you will need that front end URL to be added over here so that front end can communicate with the backend. Otherwise, all the API requests are going to fail. Okay, so this is something we'll have to do, and then we'll have to implement CORS over here. So this is something we need to add over here, and this needs to be also done at front end. Then for knowledge base file, it is loaded from the working directory, which won't exist in the deployed jar. So we will have to move it over here, okay, at this particular point in time, and update the AI reply service to load it as a class path resource. All right, fair enough. Now, when we do the render setup here for the second step, so this was preparing our application. Then we have to do the render setup. Now, to do the render setup, we'll have to create an account on render, push the code to GitHub, okay, backend and frontend in one single repo. Then create a PostgreSQL, DB on render, and we will have the internal database URL that we will get from render. Okay, and then what we need to do is we need to deploy the backend service like this. Okay, so we need to create a new web service. So see, backend services, whenever you deploy backend services on render, you deploy them as a web service. So on render dashboard, if you create an account, you will see a new button. So what do you want to create? You will create a new project, and within that project, what do you want to deploy? Do you want to deploy a front end? Do you want to deploy a backend or a database? So if you want to deploy a backend, you will choose new web service. That is what the terminology is on render. So you will say new web service and connect your GitHub repo. It's correct. And then it will select the root directory as backend, and then runtime will set to Java. And then we'll have this build command added. Start command is this. And then instance type is free. So all these configuration we have to do on the dashboard. And then we need to deploy the front end. So for front end, the type is static site. So for backend is web service on render. For front end, it's static site. So that is what we are going to do, and we are going to follow these steps. Okay. And then we need to set the env variables, all the env variables that we have. So see, we'll get the front end URL and everything. So all of that, the SendGrid API key, Gemini API key, we need to add all of that on the server. Okay. And then once this is done, you can check and test if the backend is working fine. We'll check if login works, and then we'll send a test email webhook. All of this we'll have to do. Okay. Now, yes, a few things you need to keep in mind. This is something that I'm already aware of. So if you're making use of free tier on render, the service sleeps after 15 minutes of idle time, which is okay if you're building this application for educational purposes. And of course, for production grade scenarios, you will have to upgrade. All right. And first request after 15 minutes, if the server has slept, it will take 30 seconds. Okay. Because server will start first when it receives the first request, and then it will serve the request. For free PostgreSQL, it expires in 90 days. Fair enough. And SendGrid webhook in the dashboard. So you have added the webhook URL. And right now that points to the local host. Okay, you remember we got the local host using ngrok, the URL pointing to localhost using ngrok. That is what is added in the SendGrid, right? So we need to update that to the server URL. Only then the email settings will also work. Okay. So would you want to implement the phase 1? So we can go ahead with phase 1. Yes, phase 1, please. Okay. And what I'm going to do is, before we go ahead with phase 1, I can even, one second, let me check all of this, what all these settings are. Okay. Properties file, AI integration, right? Okay. What I can do is I can, add all the changes. This is fine. Okay. Oops. All of this is fine. Secrets one, I don't know why Claude has created this. So I'm going to unstage this one. Okay. And this is also fine. AI integration approach. I'm not sure why this is also created. So I can, unstage this one as well. Okay. So these changes I'm going to commit. Okay. And this is committed. And now let us wait for Claude to go ahead with the next set of steps. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in edit automatically phase, and I'm going to say enter. Okay. And let us see what all changes Claude Code makes in our code. All right. So you can see over here, like Claude Code has done quite a few changes, and we can review all of them over here. So first, like it said, it is going to, so here the port URL was hard coded. Now it's configurable. It can even be picked from, so what this piece of line means, it means that get the port env variable and assign it to this server.port property. So if the env variable is set as port, it is going to pick that and assign. If it's not set, then et is the default value. So this on the right hand side is the default value, right? Now same goes for the cost setting. Here we have added frontend URL as the parameter. Okay, this is now removed over here, and if you scroll down over here, this allowed origin has been added, and you can see the course configuration has also been added. Okay, and here you can see the wheat URL has been added in the front end, because now that is needed in the front end because the backend URL can change anytime, right? And if you scroll down over here, initially the knowledge base file was being picked up from the application.properties file, like the path was mentioned in application.properties, and knowledge base was part of the project source. Now here it has moved to class path. So that is what we have done. Okay, and some changes in the encoding, and you can see over here all the details have been added over here as to what changed. Okay, so yeah,
this is what is there over here. Now let us go with the phase 2 over here. So if you scroll up, okay, we have phase 1 done. Okay, so if you come over here, okay, phase 1 is done. Now phase 2, which is a render setup, that is what we need to do. Now I'm here on render website. Okay, this is a render website, render.com. You can see the pricing over here and you can explore. You can see over here, deploy the application. This is a free tier. So the reason I choose render over everything else is because they have a generous free tier. Okay, and I'll make use of Google Authentication. Okay, Google based authentication, the easiest one. So I am here, and here you can see I already have a deployed project. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create my first project, and I'm going to call this as let's call it, customer service or customer support app. Okay, so this is created. Okay, and here now you can see under this project you will have option to create multiple services. So I can add a service and it will ask me what kind of service you want to add. Okay, now to add the service we'll have to connect it to GitHub repo. So first we need to set up a GitHub repo. I've not yet pushed the code to GitHub repo. Yes, I have Git configured locally and I'm committing changes, but it's not pushed to a remote repo. So I'm going to have a repo over here. I'm going to call it customer support backend. Okay, something like this. And I'm going to keep the visibility as private. Okay, or I'm going to have customer support app. It's not actually backend app, it's the entire app, right? And I'm going to keep this as private, and I'll say create a repo. Okay, this is done. Now for a new repository you have to run all of this, but for existing repository you have to run these commands. Okay, so I'm going to come over here like so, and I'm going to open the terminal, a new terminal, and here in the terminal I'll make sure I'm in the right directory. Yes, and I'm going to paste this. Let us see. Okay, so repository not found. Okay, git. Okay, I think one second. So I think I'm authenticated with some other Git account, and that is why it is not allowing me to pick the Git repo here. Okay, one second. So let me add this. Okay, error remote already exists, which is fine. This branch will also exist. Let me add this. Okay, repo not found. All right, I did face a bit of issues on my local terminal because this GitHub account where I'm trying to push the application is from another account. Okay, it belongs to another GitHub account. Okay, and locally I'm authenticated with some other GitHub account. So I use multiple GitHub accounts, one for my personal and one for my demos. All right, so that's why the conflict. You should not face this. You should be able to simply push the code to this particular project. Okay, so it has been pushed over here, as you can see. Now what we need to do is, this is done. Okay, front end is pushed. The entire code is pushed. Now what I'm going to do is I am going to come over here. Okay, not here, but I'll have to come to render, and here I'll have to select web service. Okay, and also let us take a look at the at the steps. So okay, so first is render, and then we need to push the account to GitHub, and we need to make sure front end and back end are in one repo. Then we create a PostgreSQL database. Okay, so first we had to create a PostgreSQL database. Okay, no problem. So what I will do is I'll go to customer support app over here. I'll say new service, and I'll select a PostgreSQL database here. Okay, and then over here it said PostgreSQL free plan, and we need to make a note of the internal database that will be used by the backend. So I'll say customer support DB, something like this. Okay, project is this. Okay, randomly generated database can be randomly generated, that is okay, and I'm fine with everything. Okay, and I'll say free version. I need free version, so be sure to select free version over here. So you will get a free instance. Storage is 1 GB. I'm fine, and I'll just say create a database. Now we will get the database URL over here. Okay, you can see the database is being created. All right, and meanwhile I'll just duplicate this over here. So until the database is being created, what I would do is I would create a backend service, and we have to set the root directory here. After connecting the GitHub repo, we need to set the root directory as backend because backend resides over there. Okay, so here I will come and I'll go to customer support app. Right, database is being created, so I'll add one more service. So I'll say one more service. So see, we have created a project here in render, and under the project we are creating services. This is a database service. Now another service is a web service. Okay, so here now for the web service, I'm going to say git provider, and I'm going to say GitHub, and let me authorize render to GitHub. Okay, I'll say only authorized to the selected repository, and I'll give the authorization for the customer support app. So I'm only giving authorization to only one app. You can give to all if you wish to, and I'll just say install. Okay, now here you can see this is the application. Okay, so I'll just select this. Okay, this is the repo. I selected the repo, and you can see here is the we need to give the unique name for the app. So I'm going to say backend, customer support app backend over here. And you can see language. So language, I'll select the language to that of, okay, there is no Java environment over here. Is that so? Okay. So runtime is Java. Okay. It does not have node. It has node and everything. We can select Docker for now. Let me see how this goes. Okay. Docker file path. I'll say free version. Okay. And I think this is it. So we don't have Java. This is a bit weird. And root directory I'll mention as backend, like so. Okay, backend is the root directory. Fire enough. Okay, if you scroll down, everything else is done. We need to add the env variables, so we'll add this later, but I'm just going to say deploy. Okay, let us see if we are able to deploy the application using this way. So let us wait for a while. Okay, we'll see if it's building and if it's it's able to deploy the application. If it does not work this way, then what we will have to do is, okay, fail to read the Docker file. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to add a Docker file over here, and the Docker file will be picked up by the application. All right, so here I'll come in. Okay, I'll tell Claude, I'll say runtime Java is not available for selection when creating web service. Okay, Docker is one option, but it needs Docker file in backend folder, I suppose. Okay, I'm just giving what I found over here. So Java option was not available for selection when creating the web service. I said Docker is one option. I've selected Docker, but it needs Docker file. So Docker file does not exist. So what it's going to do is it is going to create a Docker file probably for me. So you can see over here, it created a Docker file, right? And the Docker file will be created. What we need to do is we need to push the Docker file. Okay, so I'll have to push the Docker file. So I'll come over here. I'll say add the Docker file, and I'll say Docker file added. Okay, let us take a look at the Docker file. It has to be a very simple Docker file. You can see very simple Docker file. Okay, nothing major. It is just compiling and running the app. That is it. So I'm just going to commit this. Okay, and we can even push this. Okay, so I was able to push, and if I refresh, okay, you will see Docker file added. This is the latest commit. If you go to backend, you will see the Docker file being added. Okay, this is good. So what you can do now is let me say you can see over here, deploy the latest commit. So I'm going to say deploy the latest commit. So what it's going to do is it is going to pull the latest commit from the GitHub because we have made a change to the code. Docker file is now added, right? So you can see over here, it is now picking up, and you can see it got the Docker file definition, and now it's building the application, right? So you can see the build process has begun now, right? So we'll wait for a while until this application is deployed, and meanwhile you will see database is also created. Okay, and you can see over here, here if you see, this is the unique name of the database. Here you have the connection details. Okay, so you can see you have the connection details like host name, port, database name, username, passwords, internal database URL, external database URL, and PSQL command. Okay, all of this you have over here, right? Now what you need to do is you need to create an env file for the backend, right? So right now if you come over here,
okay, we have not set up any env. So here if you go to environment here on the left hand side in the backend, you'll see you'll have to add env variable over here. And one way to add env variable is also to load the .env file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here. I'm going to tell Claude, can you share env file format to be added on render. Okay. Okay, so it's just going to share this to me. Okay, and I'm going to like press enter. Let us get the env file format and let us prepare a env file. So you can see over here it gave me the env file for backend as well as frontend. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Notepad and set up this env file. So I've got all of this in a Notepad. Okay, and I'm going to edit all of this. Okay, so here we need to add the data source. Okay, so here we will need render Postgres host. So if you come over here, okay, here we will have the render Postgres host over here. Okay, so this is the host name. So I'll copy this host name. Okay, and here we will add this render Postgres host. Okay, this is the one. I'm not sure if we need to add port over here. Okay, so let me, what I will do is I can even ask AI to do AI for any inputs over here. I'm going to say, I'm going to copy all of this. I'm going to say how to add this in env file for backend. This I got from render db Postgres service. Okay, so see, do we have to add one thing? I'm not sure if when we say render Postgres host, do I need to add hostname :port as well? How does it work? So here I'll ask AI again as to what am I supposed to do, and it is going to give me oops. So the message has to be in this way. Okay, and I'll send this. Let us wait for an update. So you can see over here it has given us the format over here. We have to make use of hostname and the username over here like so. And we have to paste the password over here. So I'll just copy this string. It has already created a string for me. Okay, I'll come over here and I will paste it this way. Okay, this way. So host was supposed to be added. Okay, if you see, host was supposed to be added 5432. This is done. Paste your DB password. So I'll paste this DB password in the end. Admin username. So what is the admin username? You can add an admin username and you can add a strong password for admin. So for now I'll keep admin123. You can change this later. Admin meaning a customer support side admin, right? Gemini API key I'll add and SendGrid API key I'll add. Okay, and this is our SendGrid from email. So we need to add our SendGrid from email. So it will be support.embarkx.store. Okay, and .com will be removed, something like this. Frontend URL is something we'll add over here. Okay, and so you can see over here render Postgres gives you a full connection URL. Add this in Spring data source URL. Okay, so we have added that. So this is fine. Okay, this is okay. So these are the values. Now what I will do is we can copy these values and we will have to paste it over here. So we can paste it directly over here, like over here. Okay, so we are going to do that. So let me first instead substitute all the values. Like I have not added database password and everything. So I'll just pause the video and add all of these values like API key and all. Now I added all the variables. I have edited all the variables in Notepad. I've copied the same format and I'll come over here. I'll say add variable and I'll just simply paste it in the first box. And what you will see is the variables will be automatically populated. I'll pause the video when doing so. Okay, so you don't have to put the name and the value, then add a variable name and value. That will take a lot of time, right? Or you can even import it from .env file over here. All that thing. But in my opinion, if you just copy the env file format that we just created in the Notepad with the actual values, and if you come to the first box and paste everything, it just formats itself. So this is smart and it saves a lot of time as well. So I'll quickly do that. And once you paste the values, you will have an option to save, rebuild and deploy. So just click on that. Okay. So you can see all the values have been set. And still I would say one value is not set, which is the frontend URL. So we have not deployed frontend. So I don't know what frontend URL it will be. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the project in a new tab and I'll also start deploying the frontend. Now here if you see the steps for deploying frontend is you need to create a new static site and connect the same GitHub repo, but the root directory will be frontend and this will be the build command and the publish directory will be dist. Okay, so I'll come over here. I'm going to say, so this is, I am inside the project customer support app. I'll say, okay, not an environment. I'll say add a new service. So where is the new service button?
I'll say static site. Okay, I'll select the same GitHub repo. Okay, and then here I'll say customer service app frontend, like so. Okay, and I'll select main. Root directory will be frontend, like so. Okay, and there is a build command over here. So build command I need to add. I got the build command. So this is the build command, like so. And publish directory is dist. Okay, so here I'll add this build command, and public directory is dist, like so. So these two things I've added. Okay, environment variables you need to add. So what is the environment variable? So see, if you come over here, this is the URL for backend, right? This is the backend URL that you've got from render. So what you can do is you can come over here, and here you can add this backend URL, and this will go in as a environment variable over here, like in the front end. Okay, so this will be added. I just pasted this, and you can see how it was populated. I just pasted it in the first text box. Let me show it to you. I said add an environment variable. I just pasted it in the first text box, and it was added. You can see, right? And now I'm going to say deploy the static site. So let us see if this works. All right. So this is going to begin the deployment process. And you can see we now have the URL for front end as well. So we need to add this URL on the backend as well. Okay. So what I will do is, this is the environment variable for backend. I'll just paste this and I'll copy this. Okay. Come over here, and on the backend, just add a new env variable. Okay. So add a new env. I'll add a new env variable by clicking on edit over here. So after I click edit, just say add variable and just paste this. Okay. And just say save, rebuild and deploy, and it will rebuild and deploy the entire app. So we'll come over here to, let's say, logs. Okay. We'll view the logs. So what is happening over here? Okay. So you can see the service was live, but now since we have added, we have like just updated the env file and we have asked it to rebuild, probably this will restart, right? And you can see the front end is live as well. So let me open this front end. Okay, it's taking a bit of time to load, but that's fine. We'll check the backend. Is backend reloading? So let me go over here. And okay, there's nothing over here. Let me refresh. Okay, it's not. Okay, so let me see. Okay, front end. You can see front end name over here. So this is a bit slow. And slowness, one reason for slowness could also be, we are on the free tier. Okay. So yeah, here we see, now we can add admin and admin 1, 2, 3. Probably it won't work in my opinion. We should get a course error in my opinion. Okay. You can see course error. So let me see what error we got. Okay. This is not resolved. All right. API/auth/login. Is that so? Why is it not like, okay, so it's deploying right now, and that is why it's not live. Okay, it's deploying right now because we updated the env variable. Okay, what I would do is let me come over here. So database is up. This is okay. This is the backend URL. Let me open this in a new tab. Okay, like so. And here you can see the status is being deployed. So this is not live yet because we changed the env variable and we said save and deploy. So what it does is whenever you change a env variable, it redeploys the application to pick those fresh env variables. So remember, we add the front-end URL in backend. So let us wait over here until this deployment finishes for the backend. Once the deployment finishes, hopefully we should be able to make use of this. And whether it's finished or not, you'll get to know here. You should get this message, your service is live over here in the end. Okay, and you should also see the status over here that deployed. So we'll wait for a minute or so. Well, whenever you try to deploy an application, it's unlikely you won't face an error, right? So I'll tell you what errors I faced. So I restarted the backend started. Okay, everything started. And then when I tried to access, so there are a couple of issues that I've already fixed. So one issue is when I tried to access, front end, it loaded the login page. But when I entered my credentials, what happened is it showed me an error. So I was like, okay, let's check console. So I checked console for the errors, and the console, it printed the backend URL. So backend URL was https://https. So it was probably because when I updated changes, so you can see over here in Notepad only, I've updated the incorrect URL, https://https.
So what I did is I came over here in the front end and I went to environment. Okay, I went to environment over here and I updated the URL to the correct one. Okay, so now it's updated and then I saved and redeployed. Okay, then what happened is I started getting this error. Like when I go to, when I load the app, so I'll show you the issue. When I load the app, it takes me to login and the login page does not load. Okay, now it loaded because I fixed the issue, but the login page was not loading and it showed not found error. So what I did is I told Claude, I took first of all the logs. Now how to get the logs? So you can go to events and from here you can click on deploy. So see, these are all the events that are taking place. And if you want to see the logs of this event, so this is one deployment that I did. You can click on deploy and you will see like all the logs. So I copied this log and I came over here and I told Claude that, hey, these are the logs. Okay. Now, why it won't allow to access the app? App loads and redirects to login because it's not authenticated, right? So that is how our app is designed. If it's not logged in, we are redirected to login page. So on login page, it says not found. So what Claude did is it basically added, okay, so where's the, so I'm not able to see what changes it did. Okay, here you can see over here. So it added a new file called redirects. Okay, you can see the redirects in front end. You can see, okay, where is redirects? It did not add over here. Okay. Okay, it added in public directory. So in public, it added redirects file. This file was added and it asked me to commit. So I committed this. Okay, this was done by Claude. This is a redirects file to deal with this kind of issue that is common on render. Okay, so redirect file would fix it. So I added a commit and I redeployed the front end. Now how to redeploy the front end? You can come over here and you can say deploy latest commit. So it's going to pull the latest commit and it is going to deploy. Still it was not working. Then I told Claude that, hey, it's still not working. What to do? So Claude said, go to your front end site, click on rewrites and redirect and add this rule. Okay, and then redeploy. So I came over here, I went to rewrites and redirects and I added this rule. This rule was not added. I added this and I saved the changes. Now once I saved the changes, it automatically started redeploying the site and now I'm able to access the front end. And now let us enter. Okay, it's saying unauthorized over here, which is fair enough. This is also returning unauthorized. So these are the backend URL it is calling and backend is returning unauthorized. So if it's returning unauthorized, it means our server is able to communicate with the packet. Otherwise, you won't get unauthorized, right? So once we authenticate, ideally we should get the right message. So now we should be redirected to the login page. You can see over here, we are redirected to the login page. Okay, what happened? It just redirected to the front end. Why it happened this way? Okay, 1 second. So let me enter this admin 1, 2, 3. Okay, so there is a problem. There is a problem. So it's not taking me to the dashboard. Okay, so now I'll tell Claude, this issue was fixed. Login page loaded, but dashboard is not loading on logging in. Okay, what happens? It redirects me to dashboard only. Okay, I told this over here. Okay, so this has to do with the redirects that we are doing to match the server configuration. So we'll wait for a while until Claude gets back to us with the solution. Okay, so it has added these two properties over here. It says session cookie is required for course in production. So it has added these two properties over here and let us see if this works. Okay, so I'm going to close this. Okay, push this to render and redeploy the backend. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to commit this application.property. Let us commit this and I'll say update properties. Okay, and I'll get this pushed. So you can see the update has been pushed to remote repo. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here to the front end and I'm going to deploy the latest commit. Okay, and let us wait for a while until it fetches the latest commit. So you can see it's fetching this commit FB3COF, right? So this is FB3COF7. Yeah, this is the one it's fetching. You can see this is the one it's deploying. Yeah. So it's best to check. I keep on checking the commit hash
to see if it's deploying the right commit, So you can see now, let us test this. So I'll just try logging in. I'm going to say admin 1, 2, 3. Let us see what happens. Okay. It's still not taking me in. Okay. All right. Now there was a little bit of to and fro, and when I was logging in, first the login page loaded. That issue we fixed. And when I was logging in, I was being authenticated. The backend was returning 200, but then I was being thrown back and redirected back to login page again. And as a fix to this, I discussed this. There was a little bit of to and fro with this on Claude. Claude added a new file called same site cookie filter. So what was happening is, see, when we were testing on local, we were testing with HTTP. So there was no HTTPS. So if you see over here, or if you see our local host, so this is our local host URL. Right now the server is down. It was HTTP. So HTTP localhost 5173. There is no HTTPS, but right now we are dealing with HTTPS. Okay. Now what happens is, when you are dealing with HTTPS protocol, generally the login is working on the JSession ID, which is being stored on the cookie, which is being stored as a cookie on the front end. Now what happened is that cookie was getting rejected. So after logging in, ideally you were supposed to be taken to the dashboard, but on dashboard, the authentication filters came into play and they were like, okay, this user is not logged in. And then they again threw the user to login page. So because the cookie was not being saved, and this happened because of this HTTPS protocol. So that is why it was being considered that the session is not logged in. So session was not only getting created. So that is why we were again returning to login page despite authenticating ourselves. So this filter has been added, which is in compliance with the latest version of Spring Boot over here. Okay, what it does is, it's the same cookie filter, and this is a filter that sits in security filter chain, and it is going to basically do the job. So here you can see over here, it is setting the header over here, okay, of the cookie, right? And this is how it works, and it is allowing now us to log in to the site. So this is working absolutely okay, as you can see over here. Right, this is working fine. Now what we need to do is, we need to head over. So now what we need to do is, we need to go to SendGrid, and since our URL has changed, the backend URL, we need to come here to settings, and here we need to go to inbound parse, and here we need to update the URL. So here, this was the URL of our backend initially, so we need to update it to match this backend URL. So where is our backend? This is our backend URL. I'll copy this, come over here, I'll say edit. Okay, this cannot be edited. All right, this URL cannot be edited. So what I will do is, I'll come over here, I'll say add a host or a URL. I'll say subdomain should be support, and I'll select the domain over here, EmbarkX.store. I'll add the URL over here. Okay, and what was the complete URL? I somehow forgot the complete URL. Ideally, I should have taken care of the complete URL. Okay, but it will be API/webhook/email. API/webhook/email. So API/webhook/email. Okay, and subdomain is support. This will be support. Okay, this will be EmbarkX.store. I'm not checking any of these. I'll just add this. Okay, duplicate entry for the host name. All right, so this is not going to allow us. What we need to do is, we'll need to see if we can edit this. We are not able to edit, so probably we'll have to delete this. Okay, probably we'll have to delete this. So API webhooks email, right? And I'll come over here. I'm going to get rid of this API webhooks and email. Okay, so this is what I'm going to add: API webhooks and email. And then over here, I'm going to say support, and I'm going to say here EmbarkX.store. So let me add this. This is added. Now let us try sending an email, and let us see if this works fine. All right, I just sent the email, and let us see over here if this email is being received. So I'm going to close this over here. Okay, I'm going to refresh. Okay, it should come in a bit over here. Okay. So you can see the email has arrived. You can see app crash, and AI has responded, and it is being marked as technical also. So everything is working fine. I'm sorry to hear your app is crashing. To resolve this, this is the AI response, right? So this project is working absolutely okay. Everything is working fine, and you are able to filter and do everything. Yes, you might experience a little bit of slowness in the server, and this is because we are using free tier, right? If you want a better
performance. This is fine for, I would say, simple apps, for learning that you're creating or sort of resume portfolio that you're setting up. But if you want to go for a production grade scenarios, you should definitely consider upgrading. Okay. I hope this has been useful and I hope you all enjoyed building this with me.